Check 1, 2.
If everybody could find a seat, we'll get started in a few seconds. Our workspaces are bleeding into each other.
I'm not used to this. I'm totally weirded out.
I told the girl at the front we need to remove all these stickers on the floor. Stand here, stand here.
Yeah.
Stand here, shut up. Wow. Such an obedient crowd.
Not for long.
It's great to see so many people in your house, in your chambers. So we will call the April 5th, 2022 Volusia County Council meeting to order at 9:32. We will start with an invocation by Pastor Jerry from the Connection Church in Daytona Beach, and then we will have the Pledge of Allegiance. And as Pastor Jerry's walking up, I'll just remind you again, as I do every meeting, that we start the meeting with this invocation. If you are part of a faith group anywhere in the county that would like to participate, just send an email to kgreen@volusia.org. That's K Green over there, Carissa, and she will set you up and let you know what you have to do. So if you would like to stand, please stand for the invocation and then just remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Again, thank you, consuls. I really appreciated this honor and a privilege and a blessing to be here with all of you. So let us pray. Father, in the name of Jesus Christ, we come to your presence. We ask your wisdom and direction as this council hold this meeting, Father, that you give them guidance so they can take the right decisions for the well-being of the community. And the members that are going to take part, Father, let them speak their heart, their concern, in a way that is clear and understood by the council members, Father. In the name of Jesus Christ, we ask for your grace and wisdom. Amen and amen. States of America, and for the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Carissa, would you please call the roll?
Ms. Post. Here. Mr. Robbins. Here. Ms. Wheeler. Ms. Gertman.
Here.
Mr. Johnson. Here. Dr. Lowry.
Here.
Mr. Brower.
Here. We do have a quorum. Everybody's present. We'll open the meeting with public participation. I will just call your name in order that they were received by K Green. And when your name is called, if you would please come up here and speak into the mic so everybody can hear you. You'll have 3 minutes, and there is a clock that will be on the screen above me, correct? And on the laptop there, or on the monitor, which is sometimes hard to see. So we'll start with Paul Richardson. And just when you come up, just tell us what city or town that you're from so we know where you are.
Hello, County Council. My name is Paul Richardson. I'm from DeLand. And in a country where we are facing rising crime everywhere, not just not specifically for Florida, but everywhere in the country, we are facing inflation, possible World War III in Europe. Far radical ideologues want to impeach Justice Thomas, the Supreme Court. They want to make woman undefined, and they want to destroy the special relationship between a child and a parent. That is what the Parental Rights and Education Bill, HB 1557/2022 was all about. Now, I'm not going to go into some aspects to it, but I do want to go in the aspects of the idea that radical ideologues want to separate the relationship between child and parents. And this is what this bill is designed to prevent, because the child and parents to have an open relationship and tell them, the child will be able to go tell them what's up with them, right? But some radical ideologues want to those kids to hide their feelings and thoughts and emotions from their parents. So this is what this bill is designed mainly to do. Now, Disney, for its infinite stupidity, came out in opposition to this. They want to be able to sexualize children against their families, which I think is wrong and disrespectful to the special relationship of child and parent. Now, I don't have any children myself, but I do have nephews and nieces, and they themselves have children. And to think that someone would try to separate their special relationship between their child is abhorrent to me. So I would like to see this council maybe pass a special resolution like the one you passed to denounce mandates to side with a special relationship between the child and the parent. Maybe the next council meeting or somewhere down the line. That'd be great. And to support the repeal of the 1967 Reedy Creek Improvement Act. If a company like Disney wants to tear down relationships in this country between child and parent, and especially Florida, they shouldn't be getting any special treatment either. Thank you very much, and I hope you have a good meeting.
Jeremy Gildenmeister.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
My name is Jeremy Goldmeister. I live at 396 Brown Pelican Drive in Daytona Beach. This is my second meeting with you all, and I thank you for allowing us to voice our concerns regarding the Amazon entrance area. I have taken some photographs. The photographs I took are a lot clearer than that. Anyhow, this is Bevel Road heading east off of I-4 and I-95. There's a section of median there that I believe can be expanded to allow additional 2 lanes of turning lanes into Williamson to allow the semis to go onto Williamson. Can I have the next photo, please? Next photo, please. Now, that's the view taken from right where Andros apartments are, facing east towards Williamson Road. As you can see on the left where it cuts in, that's the turning lane to go into Andros. If you allow some of that median to be used, you can get double the trucks in there. It's approximately 377 feet to where the current curve is for the trucks to turn left, because there's 2 lanes there. Next, please. Next one, skip that one. In the meantime, every truck, the average is about 300, the length of a truck is about 72 linear feet. And as you can see, where the median is wide there, if you go farther up north to the east, you can see where that's where the lanes cut into the left. And there's 2 lanes over there heading east. They measure about 300 linear feet, which allows about 5 trucks per lane, which is about 10 trucks. The entrance, next please. The entrance that they're trying to propose for Bevel Road is 600 feet, which allows the same amount of trucks. But if you take that area and make it a double lane, you can actually put 20 trucks there and you won't have to worry about anybody backing up or turning around to get away from a truck that's backed up over the lanes, because you only have a certain amount of feet for that. I'm not going to be able to present everything today. I mean, we're kind of close. But anyhow, there's that, and I also like to consider the consideration for any other questions that will be presented in the meeting about the other planned acreage for Bevel Road and in the community or in the around the area by Amazon. Time's up. Thanks.
Thank you, Jerry. Maria Del Rio.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Maria Del Rio. I live at 100 Graywoodian Court in Daytona Beach on Pelican Bay. The reason for me being here, as the owner of 2 properties in Pelican Bay and the community that we have, that is such a beautiful community, by placing the opening or the truck entrance of Amazon, the impact on that community will be incredibly awful. First of all, we have many elderly people living there. If there is an emergency and the trucks are backed up to get out of there, it takes right now about 10 to 15 minutes. Can you imagine those trucks being in that entrance and blocking the front door of Pelican Bay? It would be horrendous. So I am totally against having the trucks in there. We are speaking about 60 trucks an hour times 24 hours. That's 1,400 semis a day, every day, 365 days a year. The health impact of our residents would be awful. I mean, there are several studies that have been made about what the impact of Amazon trucks are doing to the health of the individuals within the immediate areas. Bevel Road was added on. You know, everything was approved from Williamson and Bellevue, and now we came into the picture. Unfortunately, we were never apprised till everything was already in the works. So we are pleading with the council and anyone that has any kind of pull to please reconsider the opening of Amazon for the truck entrance on Bevel Road. Thank you.
Pam Jarvis.
Good morning. This is my second time here too. There are 3 items that the clerk has made copies of that will be given to you after the meeting. One of them is the Volusia County school system. I inquired as to how many children were at the bus stops on Bevel. You'll see that document. There's another document, I wished I'd labeled it, that actually came from the planning development approval that's online from Daytona Beach, from the engineer, James Taylor, about the number of vehicles and the number of shifts. It's 4 shifts a day. They overlap. There are estimated 3,745 vehicles a day and 611 trucks. And then the other item that I talked about last time was the Volusia County tourism and the amount of money they bring in. My name is Pam Jarvis. I live at 164 Avisac Court in Pelican Bay, and I'm here to oppose the entrance to Amazon at Pelican Bay Drive and oppose the new road being named Pelican Bay Drive. I request that all employee and truck entrances to Amazon go to Williamson. Volusia County has 7.2 million visitors annually. Bevel is the road that tourists use to access the beaches to avoid traffic on Dunlawton and ISB. Bevel is a scenic highway that allows visitors to bring $3.4 million to local businesses and accommodation. Tourism generates 31,700 jobs with a $425.1 million in payroll. In comparison to tourism, Amazon will generate only 1,874 jobs with $58.5 million in payroll. The completed Amazon facility is bringing a planned daily traffic increase of the 3,745 cars and 611 daily semi-trucks. Truck deliveries per the summary are to be at a rate of 27 trucks per hour. To understand the impact of semi-trucks, I looked at the Florida CDL prep test for truck drivers because I don't drive trucks. To be a safe driver, you need space all around your vehicle. You need to, if something goes wrong, you need to manage your space. One of the things is that before you go across the road, you need to make sure that before you start across the road, you make sure you get all the way across before traffic reaches you. Bevel is 55 miles per hour, and it's impossible to get 27 semi-trucks an hour across Bevel, across from the Pelican Bay East Gate. You also have to look at the lighting. That's very important in CDL testing. In the daytime, there is usually enough light to see well. That's not true at night. There are no lights on Bevel Road except at the I-95 interchange to Williamson and then when you go past Clyde Morris. The importance of looking far enough ahead because stopping and changing lanes can take a lot of distance. Knowing what the traffic is doing on all sides is very important. Most drivers look ahead 12 to 15 seconds. At lower speeds, that's about 1 block. At highway speeds, which Bevel is 55, it's a quarter of a mile. It's impossible for semis to comply with the current 7 roadways that are entering and exiting onto Bevel. Most development companies are anxious to work with citizens and neighbors to have realistic solutions and to the impacts of their developments. This is shameful the public was not asked for input about the traffic impact of Amazon and the other Hillwood developments. That public includes 3,600 residents of Pelican Bay's neighborhood and the thousands of others who live south of Bevel between I-95 and Clyde Morris. The parents of the 34 school children who attend the Volusia County schools, elementary through high school, who stand at the 4 bus stops at Yorktown, Woodcrest, Porpoise Bay, and Forest Lake, and the workers and visitors at the Signature Business Park between Williamson and Pelican Bay Drive that have a total of 580 parking spaces. Thank you.
Will you be at the public meeting?
Yes, I will.
Okay.
Yes. Will you be at the public meeting?
Yes.
Very good. Thank you.
Wendy Anderson?
Thank you, Chairman Brower, Council. Good morning. The county has recently added 2 new beach parks and parking areas. Thank you for those. I noticed, though, that they look typical. Small raised islands with 1 or 2 trees and sod surrounded by a 6-inch curb, no curb cuts. A narrow perimeter of landscaping, again raised with a few trees and sods separated with a 6-inch curb. And a few big drain grates in the lowest areas of the graded lot where storm water would sheet off the lot into a pipe to be redirected somewhere else. This is a missed opportunity to practice what we preach. Over the past several years, but with particular emphasis in 2021, the county's Environmental Management Division, in partnership with several other organizations, led a series of multiple workshops and webinars about low-impact development, which you all know now is a design toolkit for managing stormwater to reduce flooding, mitigate pollution and runoff, and facilitate aquifer recharge. These educational programs have all been well attended by the general public, engineers and architects, developers and builders, and even staff and elected officials from multiple cities in our county and the county itself. Even county staff from the departments that build things attended. Staff from Road and Bridge, Engineering and Construction, Parks and Recreation and Leisure, and others. We are moving the needle across the county to get developers' proposals to incorporate more low-impact development solutions, but we need the county to practice what it preaches. We need the county to model the good behavior with every project that it designs and builds on public property. Every new renovated parking lot, every new bike trail and kiosk, every new recreational park, pavilion, playground, every new building or renovated building should be designed and built with the most sustainable design and materials possible. If it costs a little bit more, and sometimes it does, but not always, staff can seek grants, and there are many that are pretty easy to get that will offset these costs. We need an across-the-board policy change in our counties, in our county and our cities' comp plans and LDRs to incorporate language that requires LID standards, but we also need to just start doing this every chance we get to provide those demonstration projects for those who are looking for examples. The county should take the lead, not just in education, but in implementation. Please consider establishing an internal policy that requires all county projects to be developed as sustainably as possible, including incorporating low-impact design tools and practices. Thank you.
John Nicholson.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beach side. A couple of things. One, we have to find a way of implementing our removal of boats from the river a little more quickly, because I think there was 19, I was talking to a gentleman, he said there's 19 left, and we should get them out by the end of the year. That's way too long, all right? Did a little trip this weekend. There are 3 in the Daytona Beach area, and it just looks unsightly. Secondly, land use. The city of Daytona Beach had a workshop. What land is available, what's coming down the pike. I think that it would be nice if the county did that, to look at what we own, I mean, what's available to be developed in the county, and what we really want on those. Do we really want housing everywhere? I know we had a little discrepancy when we did the Sunrail, the development around the Sunrail, the future Sunrail in the Berry, or outside the land, that they didn't expect that. So we want the public to know what's coming down the pike, because we're having the same thing with the Pelican Bay. There are people there that didn't realize there was an airport there. They didn't realize this property was going to be developed, and there was going to be trucks and this and that. That thing can be solved, but we don't want the public to go through this constantly. Third, we had a presentation of what it's going to look like at ISB. They're cutting down 4 lanes to 3, or actually 2.5. And the reason why I oppose the roundabout is because it would back up into Atlantic Avenue. This will make it even worse. When you squeeze the entrance and allow fewer cars between A1A and the beach, those cars that you're taking away are going to line up on ISB past A1A. So I'd ask you to look at that, whether you really want to shrink the amount of cars on that side of A1A. Third, affordable housing. You're going to have it, but please define it. Exactly what affordable housing is. What's the difference between workforce housing and affordable housing? Who will run it? If you have HUD housing run it, and they only have HUD housing applicants, you're going to end up with an imbalance, all right? So affordable housing, if we're referring to it as affordable housing that is affordable to the average person, and the mayor of Daytona Beach keeps saying police, fire, teachers, things of that nature, it's got to be open to the public so that they know it's available. And third, I do not like the idea of giving away money. There are projects in the past that came up before the city. The city donated $40,000. HUD Housing donated $12,000. They got $52,000 for their down payment, and they're getting assistance. So at the end of 15 years, that person will have $250,000 cash free from the city and the county, and that's just so. The money that we put aside for community land trust, et cetera, that money stays. We don't give it away to anybody. That money goes back into the system when it's finished so that somebody else can use it. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody that participated. That brings us to item 1, the consent agenda. Does anyone on the council have an item they would like to pull for a vote?
I do, Chair.
Sorry. Which one?
I would like, just for discussion,
Oh.
G and H and I.
Does anybody have anything to pull for a vote?
Chair, H1, please, and L.
For a vote or for discussion?
Both.
Okay. Tell me those again.
H1 is the Ride for Free Day,
Okay.
and then L is waiving admission fees for,
Okay.
I'm sorry, the exact, Lighthouse Point.
Okay. So you would like to pull H1 and L for a vote. GI, any others for discussion?
For discussion only, but M. Mike, S. Sierra, and U and V,
Wow.
just for discussion.
Did someone say F? No Fs? Okay. Okay, for discussion, G, I, M, S, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. For votes, H and L. George,
Yeah.
H1.
Mr. Chair, we'd like to request item T be removed and brought back at a later date.
Okay. Item T is postponed. Heather Post?
Yes, so M. Mike is, oh, is that what you're calling me, or because I was on the list?
Your name was
Yeah,
still up
okay,
there.
go
We need
ahead.
I need a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve agenda item 1 minus H1 and L Lima.
Is there a second?
And to remove T.
Oh, and to remove T, yes.
Yes. So the motion by Post is to approve the consent agenda other than H1 and L, which will be voted on, and T, which is postponed to a later date, and the second one was by Johnson. All in favor of approving the consent agenda with those corrections or deletions for votes, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries 7-0. Let's start with the discussion. So G.
Thank you, Chair. I attended a recent meeting with the National Federation of the Blind of Florida, the Daytona chapter, and Kelvin joined me. Thank you, Kelvin. And a good part of the discussion was reminding them of this upcoming contract to with the new taxi service and new resources.
Yes.
So I just wanted to make sure we get that on the record so they can hear, you know, what that resource is and the access and availability for G, and if we can do H also.
Yeah, with the new contract that we are bringing on another taxi vendor, we actually, today we have one taxi vendor who we actually do for our, some of our trips that we cannot handle ourselves. And so that one taxi provider does not have an accessible vehicle. So we're bringing on Community Connections. They have accessible vehicles. So we will be able to have them take some of the wheelchair passengers and take some of the overflow that Votran can't handle. So it should make our services much more amenable to the clients that we serve.
That's great, because that was some of the feedback and some of the concerns. So I wanted to make sure we got on the record that they know that's available.
Yes.
Or will be available once it's approved. Thank you.
Yes.
And does that cover H as well?
Yes, H is, presently we have two vendors. They actually, All Volusia Med One, they do contract work for us, so they have a set schedule pretty much every day, and we give them all the work that they can provide. They do about 25% of our service. We do about 70%, and then we'll get about 5 to 10% to the taxi cab vendors.
Okay. And we also talked about improving our monitoring and compliance with those organizations to be assured that they're meeting a standard.
Yes,
of
we
our
actually
customer.
have a in-house monitor who will go out and monitor these contracts. The new vendor, we actually will bring them in to do some training to make sure that they're up to the Votran standards when they're doing trips for our clients.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Who pulled I for discussion? Barham?
No,
wanted-
I did H1. I had G, H, and H1, not I.
Did anybody have I?
Oh, did I
said
say?
aye.
Oh, my bad. No, I didn't need I. Thank you.
That's okay. M, who pulled M for discussion?
Me.
Heather Post.
Yes. So M is the resolution updating the list of county-owned property available for affordable housing, and especially since we had someone mention it in public discussion. Just wanted to address that for the public and ensure them that we are looking at various county-owned properties for various things, and also for affordable housing. But if you could touch on that, Clay.
Sure. Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management. Every year, we get a list of properties where unfortunately property taxes have not been paid over a set period of time, and basically the land comes back into the ownership of Volusia County. This is a term that's known as a sheeted. When these properties come back to us, we do a couple of different things. First, we look and see if there's anything from a city's or county need. In other words, is it needed for a public works facility? Is it needed for a police or fire or those types of things? If we see that there's no need for an immediate public need for it, we would identify whether or not those properties are appropriate for affordable housing. This is where Growth and Resource Management staff works with our community assistance staff so that we can look through and see what's going on in regards to single-family lots, larger lots for multifamily, and we look to make sure the land use, the zoning is in place, and that are there any constraints on site. Once we're able to make that list, we then offer it out to those who are providers of affordable housing so that that way we can utilize the public lands for affordable housing and get them back on the tax roll. That is required to be done every 3 years by Florida statute. We do it as much as we can. 6 years ago when I first started, we were coming to you, unfortunately, a considerable number of times with that. Over the last couple of years, the amount of properties coming back to us because of lack of payment of taxes has dramatically dropped.
Thank you.
Clay, can you, when you say, I'm going to ask you to clarify a point. When you say the properties came back to us, it sounds eerily like the county took a property. Can you explain the process? It's not a one-day event. Explain to us how that happens.
You have to not pay your taxes for 3 years consecutively. At that point, there's a notice indicating that you're delinquent in your property taxes and that you need to make accommodations for that as soon as possible. If you ignore that request, then the property could go out for a tax deed sale if no one buys the tax deeds. What it means is I buy the responsibility of the past taxes, and it basically becomes a lien on the property, and I have to be satisfied before you can buy your property back. If no one buys the tax deed and it sits out there, then it comes back to the county because no one has claimed the property. So we have a situation where someone has not paid taxes over a 3-year period. They're given a definite opportunity to try and make that good. If they can't make it good, there's a private sector bid type place. If that doesn't work, then we basically wind up with the property.
Thank you.
One more question.
Sure.
Clay, so do we have any idea, just as an estimate, annually, how many of those we get that are defaults from people not paying? And I use the term default, but
I would say the majority of the properties that you see on here.
But do we have any idea, like, about how many annually we have where
This
citizens
year
have
it's
default
been
on not paying?
This year it's been very slow. I believe we had 3 come in.
Okay.
If you talked to me back in 2016, we had probably 12
Okay.
because we were coming off the recession.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next we had M. Nobody? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking at S. We had S. That was you?
Yes.
Heather Post.
So S is the approval to add 2 EMS division commander positions for emergency medical services. And I just wanted to really stress that and point that out for the public. So, Mark, if you could just explain why that's happening and or Mr. Coleman, either one, but certainly it's to assist in us keeping personnel.
Correct. Yes, Mark Swanson, Interim Director of Public Protection. These positions are a result of the March 16th workshop that we did. These positions will be an east side and a west side position. They'll be division commanders, and what they'll do is they'll do a lot of the in-house work that needs to be done so that the lieutenants can actually be out on the road, working with the hospitals, working with the crews and all that on the street. So they'll be handling a lot of the administrative duties in the house. The prorated amount is about $56,000. That's being covered by reserves. And then going forward, obviously, those will have to be funded next year's budget. But they're going to take an enormous load off the lieutenants and allowing them to be out in the field more.
Okay, and so the lieutenants will now be able to, so more accountability within the division
That's correct.
Is what I'm getting at, that we're relieving some of that responsibilities from the lieutenants so that they're able to look at more accountability, but also that there's more opportunity for promotion and providing more of that so that we can keep our personnel and they have some idea of where they can make it a career rather than being stuck in one
That's
position.
correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. That was good to bring up, not just for the EMS personnel that it gives hope to, but to the public and
Yes.
in general. Next, we have item U, which is a construction project for the correction facility inmate isolation dormitory, and we have that up on the screen.
Actually, so not necessarily on the construction, but if we could maybe just have Director Flowers speak on U and V. So U is the construction, general contracting for the new correctional facility inmate isolation dormitory as he walks up. And V, Victor, is the engineering services for the Branch Jail inmate mental health dormitory. So I just wanted to stress that the jail is really working on these areas and looking to expand. And if you could expand on that, that would be great.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, Mr. Chair, council members. Mark Flowers, your corrections director. The first one is the West Wing dorm. The dorm is going to be replacing what is currently there now, which is like an old World War II barracks. The physical plan has definitely gone beyond its time frame. So this open bay dorm will be able to take detoxification folks, some folks with limited mental health, put them in an open bay where we've got an officer in that area 24/7, 365 to perform that direct supervision piece. The two dorms over at the branch are basically the same thing. It's going to be an open bay setting to where we can get away from the individual cells for the same reasons. Those folks that are detoxing right now are in those individual cells, and the officer is not in that unit all the time. Where these dorms, the officer will be in that 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365, given that direct supervision model, which is where we, like to be in this field.
And so not only is it good for correctional officer safety, but certainly for inmate safety as well.
Yes, ma'am.
And it's moving us, what I like about this is it's moving us forward into 2023 to
Yes,
where
ma'am,
the
it
jail
is.
systems are headed and some more of the open concept, and I applaud what you're doing, so thank
I
you.
appreciate it. They're all going to be ADA compliant. We'll have cameras and whatnot, so it'll be safer for officers and inmates, like you said.
Thank you, and I think we're all aware that the jail is in need of some upgrades, so very much looking forward to seeing.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for your support.
You had V as well? Okay.
Actually, that was U and V together.
Okay. Good. Okay, that brings us to Councilman Robbins pulled H1 for a vote. Do you want to discuss that?
Yes, sure, thank you. Real quickly, I'm going to lump H1 and L together. They have some common denominators, which to echo off of Mr. Nicholson, kind of what he said and what we discussed during last budget season. And although these are really kind gestures, $6,400 ride for free day. To my understanding, you know, we're already supplementing this area from the general fund quite a bit. So we have a $6,400 loss. We also, on item L, have another $4,600 loss. And in the grand scheme of things, in a $1 billion budget, it's not it's overall probably pretty minuscule, but these things do add up or compound over the course of a year. We made it a point, this council, to look at user fees and make us be a little bit more consistent with that. And this really is an attempt to drill down, preparing us for our budget, and also to really just tighten the belt on some of these freebies that we or the taxpayers are still responsible for covering. And like I said, these are kind gestures. I really do see it. But what I'm trying to do is get a feel with the council. You know, we made user fees for the beach. Meeting or two ago, we had $18,000 in user fees for nursing homes. We have user fees for Marine Science Center, beach events, and our summer recreation program, which is a little bit lower on the list. So, you know, I would kind of make a recommendation if we're going to try to get to rollback, to maybe start scaling back or pulling the reins in and pumping the brakes on just a little bit of these fees that we need to get to our end goal. So that's, Chair, is why I was my thought process on those two items.
So are you making a motion on H1 then before we discuss it?
No, I'd like to hear the council's. I don't want to pull the rug out from anybody in case they want to talk about it.
Well,
before I make that
it
motion.
was pulled for a vote, so at some point we got to vote on it. And we'll need a motion for that so we know what we're voting on. But we have Billy Wheeler.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Danny, for bringing that up. I'm just looking at H1 right now, and this, from what I understand, it says Votran has developed a marketing campaign to encourage riders to get back on the bus. In support of this campaign, staff is recommending waiving fares. This is a campaign to get them back on. So I think it's kind of important. This is one way that we can support revenue generating for us in the end. But this is strictly to get the riders back aware of the bus service. So I would be in opposition of that one not going through.
Vice Chair Barb Gertman.
Thank you. I think a constituent mentioned earlier, practice what we preach. And to me, we've got to re-educate and reinvest in our community. And to me, Earth Day is a reminder of just that, to ask people to consider other alternatives to getting in your car. And I know we've got to create more of a welcoming transit system, but to me, we've got to invest in going in that direction, to invest in the culture of our community about transit. So that $6,400 to me is an investment in that, is an annual investment in that, is an investment in a campaign and a re-education of our public. And we can't talk about environment and we can't talk about change if we're not willing to take the steps to do that. And if it takes $6,400 to do that, I think it's a small investment for marketing, re-educating, and rethinking how we go forward. And you can't do that by, again, pulling back each time. We've got to figure out how we go forward. Thank you.
Is that a motion?
That's a non-motion.
Okay. Heather Post.
Question about L. So the authorization of the waiver of admission fees for the 2 annual events, what is the total on that?
Good morning.
One moment, please.
You want to do one at a time?
L?
Yeah. Do you want to do one at a time? Okay.
Yeah, let's finish
All right.
H1. Now you have time to prepare, Ginger.
You know, I get it. I'm sorry,
Well,
go ahead.
Yep.
I'm sorry.
So H1, I'm not in agreement on not approving the Votran fare waiver for this day, simply because we have had so much discussion about the infrastructure in Volusia County, which certainly needs to be worked on, and we certainly are working on. I have had so many meetings. I know Barb, the rest of the council members have had so many meetings with Votran. We've been talking about our infrastructure. We've been talking about the influx of people and the population growth in Volusia County, and how our transit system as a whole is really becoming squeezed. And you know, we're discussing Sunrail, we're discussing all kinds of different ways to sort of help alleviate this. And this specifically is a day that we are marketing to get people that don't normally ride the bus, that don't have to ride the bus, to come out and test it and ride it for the day and see exactly what it entails. And I guarantee, because I've ridden the bus many times, that it probably doesn't meet the expectations of what you think riding the bus in Volusia County is. It's actually not a bad experience. So what we need to do is we need to get more people out riding the bus so that they see the areas where they can ride the bus and they can use it, and hopefully they will do it on occasion, if not, certainly not all the time. But $6,400 to me seems very, very minimal for that investment, as Barb said.
Danny.
You know, and I don't disagree with Barb or with Heather, but when that budget and when we talk about things, when that budget is probably in the red and we're supplementing quite a bit when we look at our rate of return, then you look at our environment, you know, we're getting off on a tangent, but if we're concerned about the environment in this area, we'd be pushing a bike program. But at the end of the day, we can't call for less taxes, full rollback, and continue giving away the farm. I said it before, there's no such thing as free. We still have to, and even though this item is minuscule, these things add up. We have insurance, we have retirement that we're paying these employees, we have liability. At what point we're battling inflation that's out of this world. At what point do we start drilling down and just pulling the reins back just a little bit? I'm not saying get rid of this entirely for now and forever, but we do have to start looking at ways to get in the green. Thank you.
Fred Lowry?
Yeah, it's nice to try to get people riding. What are we going to do to let people know that this is a free day? I mean, if we can make a vote up here, but not everybody listens to the council meetings. I hate to bust our bubble, but a lot of people don't. And I was just wondering how we're going to get that word out for this day.
Kelvin Miller, General Manager for Votran. We're actually going to do social media on Facebook and the county website. We'll have it on our website. We'll also do a press release to let people know about the Earth Day, April 22nd. And then on April 22nd, I'll actually be on Volusia Today talking about the free ride and the Earth Day.
Have we ever done anything like this before with our bus? Given a free day like this for some?
No, I don't think we've ever done it.
Well, yeah, but not with this. Okay, so we don't have any criteria to say the last time we did this, it picked up or whatever, so, okay.
Actually, we have done it before. We do it every time there's an election. So if you are riding to the polls, you get to ride for free as long as you show your voter ID. And we have done other special movements that have also been free. We can go back and figure out a little more data if you'd like it. But we put up here on the screen that don't pay on Earth Day, ride Votran for free. And we're trying to do some other marketing campaign work also to try and get riders back on the bus, focusing on the fact that gas prices are going up. So would you like to save a little money and ride on the Votran bus? So we're doing everything we can to increase our ridership, but we thought this might fit well with Earth Day, and maybe encourage those that haven't tried riding the bus before to try it out and see how it works for them.
Ben Johnson.
I'm kind of like Dr. Lowry on it. How do we get the information out? And it's very complicated to be able to get to your viewer or your audience that's going to ride the buses. Even though we put it out on a lot of this stuff, will it get there? I mean, the only way I could see that maybe get there is you actually post these flyers on places like at the hospitals, at anywhere that we have social services that's big enough that people have to see it. Not some little bitty flyer, but something big enough to see it. But if you don't do that, you're not going to get to your ridership, the people who are going to ride the bus daily, the ones who are going to make the difference. It's not the casual rider that's going to help you. It's the ones that have to learn that when they want to go somewhere. And unless you get to your viewer audience in a manner that they're going to see it, it's going to fail. Because I don't think your social media campaign is going to find enough people to make up the difference for it. But unless you go out to these different areas and spend the time to actually put up something so people can see, you can get it to them, you can get it to the Council on the Blind, you can get it on the hospitals, you can get it here at the courthouse, all the different city buildings, is the only way it may work.
We'll be happy to work with Kevin. I see he's walking down here. We'll sit down really quickly. He knew when I gave him the look that I was going to call him out, but they've always been great about helping us. So we'll do some big brainstorming and see what we can come up with. Valid point. We need to make sure we're reaching out to those that don't already ride the bus if we're going to see ridership increase. So we'll work out a way to get with major employers and other things. And
definitely. Thank you, Donna. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Kevin Captain, Community Information Director. So you're right, this is a little bit of a challenge to get the message out, but we will certainly do multiple platforms, including social media, flyers. We've got multiple distribution lists and groups and agencies that we can work with and help distribute the flyer, post it. We'll certainly do everything we possibly can that's within our wherewithal.
Thank you. You are also going to speak on this at the end of in your comments on the community calendar, weren't you?
Pending on your vote, sir.
Oh, okay. Okay. Just a couple quick comments from me, and then we have everybody else almost wants to speak on it. Danny, I think you are correct in bringing this up, and philosophically, I agree with you. I'm going to push for rollback again this year, and so every dollar matters. We look at all kinds of amounts, and if it's below $1 million, we tend to say, well, that's not much money. So we have to string some together. So philosophically, I agree with your approach. In this case, I would vote to continue this one-day event. And the reason is because I know in Sunrail they try that from time to time, and it gets people on the train, and they see that trains are really nice. They're comfortable, it's relaxing, and it does help increase ridership. For Votran, there's people that depend on that for their livelihood, for handicapped people that depend on it. Doctor's appointments, even grocery shopping. However, the ridership after COVID has decreased, and I think this is one way to get people back on that it's safe, have the experience, realize that it can be a pleasant experience. So to me, it's a $6,400 promotional fee, advertisement fee, and I'm willing to try that in hopes that we increase ridership, which in the long run will decrease the cost of Votran. Never going to pay for itself, but Danny, again, you're right. We just heard Clay say properties come back to us because people can't pay taxes. There's a lot of reasons for that, but anything we can do to allow people to actually own their homes, I think is a good thing. And I guess I just cleared everybody out, except for Billy Wheeler.
Mr. Chair, I was just going to make a motion
Good.
to continue with the fare waiver for the Ride Free on Earth Day.
Second.
Okay, motion to continue as presented on the agenda by Wheeler, and second by Gertman. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the motion carries 6-1 with Robbins opposed. Okay, Danny L.
Same boat, Chair. I don't want to be a dead horse, but it looked like there was about $1,000. Let me pull it back up here.
$1,000 and $3,600.
Yep, so we're looking at $4,600, another loss. We increased the fees on that to bring them up to par earlier in the year, and once again, if we make it a point to waive these fees, how are we ever going to recoup our investment and take that burden off the taxpayer? So that's kind of my same angle as last time. I don't want to, like I said, I don't want to beat a dead horse. I'm just trying to drill down and get to our end goal.
Billy Wheeler.
Mr. Chair, yeah, for the same reason, and Mr. Robbins, I totally understand where you're coming, because we're really faced with a big job this year, and I am certainly looking at every corner also to cut, but these are advertisements, in my opinion, for revenue generating things that we do ourselves. Not to mention, and especially on this one, this is a free admission to the Lighthouse Point Park for 2 annual events, the Wildlife Fest and Turtle Day. Both of those are so critically important that the people get to see what that's all about. And again, it's about wildlife, it's about conservation. So to get the people in, and since that's part of my district, and I'm very familiar with Ponce, that's a small area. That's a little tiny barrier island, and there's not a lot of places to park. So having the use of getting the people in and off, and it says the visitors not attending the festival must still enter through the main gate and pay the admission. So unless there's other discussion, I would like to make a motion that we continue with the waiver of the admission fees for Lighthouse Point for the 2 annual events at the Marine Science Center, the Wildlife Fest, and Turtle Day. I want the people there. I want them to see what we're working towards, and to me, that's $4,600 worth, or whatever it was.
Okay, motion to continue as presented on the agenda by Wheeler, second by, was it Barb?
Yes.
By Gertman. To continue discussion, Barb Gertman.
I mean, as Councilwoman Wheeler said, this is another opportunity to re-educate our public, to environmental and the needs of wildlife, because the turtle, has such an impact on our area. It's important for us to provide that opportunity. So I'm certainly in support of it, because again, I think we've got to practice again what we preach environmentally, culturally, and I think it is an investment in our community.
And Danny, before I call on you, Mike, did you preempt him?
Sure, I was getting a look from Carissa, so just to clarify, for both H1 and L, I know the motion was to continue with the program as proposed. We'll just reflect those if this one passes as approved. Okay.
Yeah.
Unless council objects to.
No, the motion was just as it is written in the agenda. Okay, Danny?
I couldn't agree more, guys. And once again, this would all be fine and dandy if these were self-sufficient and we were in the green. But, we have, are we duplicating resources with some of this stuff? Can we get these advertisements out on social media? I try to look past this in my own businesses and everything that we do in my household and what we all do. And at some point, we do have to drill down on this, and sometimes throwing money at some of these, and I support everything that y'all are saying. But my biggest concern is this, is free, this continuation of free, somebody still has to pay for it, and we wonder why we're in some of the predicaments at the end of the year. But it's got to start somewhere. You know, that's it. It'd be a different story if these were, if we were in the green. That's all I'm saying.
Ben Johnson.
I'm in much agreement. We have to watch our spending in order to bring it down. We keep adding big ticket items. We just did that this morning. And we're worried about a small ticket item. I think this is good advertisement, but I think one of the things we could do to possibly make up the difference is to put a big sign about donations accepted to help make this place work, and put it up at all the entrances wherever people are walking by. And you may find out that we don't lose much revenue that day, or at least cut it way down where people can do it. But set up donation boxes. Today it's free, but it cost us a lot of money in order to maintain these beautiful facilities and take care of wildlife. And anything you can do to help us, we'd appreciate. And then at the end of the day, let's count the money and see where we're at. Give us an idea for you people sitting here next year whether you want to do it again or not.
Heather Post.
That's a great idea, actually, yeah. And I'm also looking at this as somewhat of a difference, right? So we've had a lot of discussion about scholarships and those kinds of things, but not, these two today are specifically county programs. And so if the county is actually trying to initiate programs and get these things out into the community, then I think it's very important for us as a council to invest in those to ensure that they're successful and that we're providing the opportunities in the end game that are the reasons that those exist. So specifically, or additionally, because these are specific county programs, I'm in favor.
Ben Johnson. Are you a Baptist?
If you want me to be.
You pass the plate, and if you don't get enough, you pass it again?
You better look out, because I'll get up to praying here and preaching.
I just wanted, I think the whole council agrees that was a great idea. I would just like to ask staff to consider that, and Kevin can make some donation boxes.
Hey, you know, we are politicians. You give us a chicken dinner and a microphone, we're going to go to begging.
There you go.
You know, one other thing you might do too is set up something about, and they may already do this, but just in case not, I know we use volunteers down there. And make sure you put something out very big to show, you know, we could use, you know, we need volunteers, we want volunteers. And maybe not only for that, but some flyers on other places in the county that we look for volunteers, because these are the kind of people who, a lot of them are looking for something to do. Don't just limit it to there, but maybe a table of what we're looking for on volunteers for different parks and what other programs we have in the county.
Okay. Carissa, the motion was to, as is written on the consent agenda, to approve it as written by Wheeler. Not written by Wheeler, but the motion's by Wheeler. And did you write it? And the second was second by Gertman. Oh boy. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? And motion carries 7-0 this time. Okay. I hope for all the people in the audience that are here for the things that are important to you, you're not getting worried that what you thought was going to be a simple and fast meeting is going to, but you know, these are important issues, and I'm always glad when council wants to discuss things in detail that affect taxpayers. Okay, that takes us to item 2 for some proclamations. Kevin Captain.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, honorable members of council, county staff, Kevin Captain, Community Information Director. Agenda item number 2 is the presentation of 2 in-chambers proclamations. Our first proclamation, Water Conservation Month, April 2022, is sponsored by Volusia County Council District 5 Representative Dr. Fred Lowry. The proclamation was requested by James Cannon, Intergovernmental Coordinator for the St. Johns River Water Management District, Michael Register, Executive Director of the St. Johns River Water Management District, Miriam Giabi White, Vice Chair of the St. Johns Water Management District Board of Directors, and Volusia County Pollution Control Manager, Mr. Tom Carey. Dr. Lowry?
Thank you. It's an honor and pleasure to be here doing this today. I know finishing up my second term here, we've had a lot of opportunities to work with the St. John's group and the county, working with them and working with these folks. And so I'm just going to ask them to come on up, Mr. Cannon, if you would, and Mr. Register, the Executive Director, Miriam Giambi White, the Vice Chairman, and Volusia County Pollution Control Manager, Tom Carey. If you guys would just come on up here. And I'd like to present these to you. I know at our church we have a baby day every year, and we try to figure out what month most babies were born in. And I don't know if you know what month that is. It's actually August, and so we do that in August. And I thought it was very appropriate that today, beginning of the month of April, which is one of the driest months in our state, that we would take time to do this. But anyway, we want to present this declare April as Water Conservation Month. It's been an honor to work with you all and to do many things, and especially over DeBerry in my district. That was a wonderful project over there. But I'm going to go ahead and read this. Whereas water is a basic and essential need of every living creature, and whereas the state of Florida, St. Johns River Water Management District, and Volusia County are working together to increase awareness about the importance of water conservation, and whereas Volusia County and the state of Florida have designated April, typically a dry month when water demands are most acute, as Water Conservation Month to educate residents about how they can help save Florida's precious water resources. And whereas Volusia County has always encouraged and supported water conservation through various educational programs and special events, and whereas every business, industry, school, and resident can help by saving water and thus promote a healthy economy and community. Now, therefore, we, the County Council of Volusia County, Florida, do proclaim April 2022 as Water Conservation Month, and we call upon each resident and business to help us during this month to protect our precious resource of water by practicing water-saving measures, following the county's lawn watering ordinance, and being aware of other things that go on that way. And it's signed by the entire council and presented on this 5th day of April. And so I believe I'm supposed to give this to you first. Thank you. Yes, sir. Thank you very much. And then I've got some for you all as well. And then I have one for each. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, Dr. Lowry.
Yep.
Can you everybody knows which one is Miriam, but can you introduce the other two?
Well, we have Michael Register, Executive Director for the St. Johns River Management, and then we also have James Cannon, Tom Carey, and James. Is James here? There he is. Hey, good to see you. And I get up there every once in a while to Palatka to visit with the guys, and I've been up there quite a few times, and know all about that. And I've got one for you right here. Oh, thank you very much.
And then can you turn around and reverse that shot? Have everybody stand up here?
Do you want me up there, or you want me to be down here with them? Okay, I'll stay down here. I like it.
I do have to just throw in a pun, Mr. Chair. I have to tell what you said. When you said August is the most birthing time, he said, "Oh, that was one I forgot." He's got a lot of kids.
How did you miss August? We did the best we could to get all to it.
My turn. Okay, ready.
Want to say anything?
I just wanted to, on behalf of St. John, Ms. Giabi, I'm honored to be here to accept this proclamation, and we commend Volusia County. Y'all have always been such a wonderful partner with us in protecting the water resources of this great area. And as a resident living up in Seville, been working with Ms. Gertman there on that, but on the issues there. But you know, it's through water conservation that we can continue to supply the water needs that we have while protecting those precious water resources that we have in Volusia, especially in Volusia County, that you're best blessed with, DeLeon Springs, Blue Springs. And so we're really appreciative that y'all are willing to do this. As he mentioned, April is usually the driest month. We've had a little bit of rain at the start of it, but it is usually the driest month. So it's when, well, I never mind a little rain when it's supposed to be dry, but it's a good month for everybody to be conscious of that. Over half the water use of potable water in the state of Florida is usually through irrigation of people's lawns. And so just small changes that people can make, you know, by making sure that they're only watering on their days, that they're also only watering on those days when they need it, when it hasn't rained, can make a big difference and cut even that water use in half. And so water conservation is the cheapest way that we can meet our future water needs, protect our water resources, and still have adequate resources for economic development and the population growth that we're seeing. So I want to thank Volusia County for their dedication to protecting those resources and their continued partnerships with us on items like this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Register. I'm going to throw an audible before you go to the next one. I was going to save this till my comments on the end, but while St. John's Water Management District is here, I'm going to mention this, and then it gives the council time to think about it. We have at least one vacancy on the St. John's Water Management District board. We don't appoint those people; they're appointed by the governor. I'm going to write a letter to the governor and ask him to appoint Professor Wendy Anderson from Stetson to that board, and I'm going to ask anybody on the council that would like to co-sign that letter too. And then I'm going to talk to Mr. Register about how he can maybe help us with that. Wendy has proven to be an effective worker with developers of all sizes. She has a tremendous ability to work with people and not push them away. And she's part of the environmental department of Stetson. I think she would be a good addition. So sorry to spring that on you, Wendy. But and that's it. Kevin, did you want to go to the next one?
Sir, thank you, Mr. Chair. Our second in-chambers proclamation is Fair Housing Month, April 2022. It's sponsored by Volusia County Council District 3 Representative Danny Robbins, and the proclamation was requested by Price Hood of the New Smyrna Beach Board of Realtors. Mr. Robbins?
How are you? The Fair Housing Act. And Mr. Hood, we really appreciate everything that you do down there in Southeast Volusia and all the realtors associations and what you guys bring to the table when it comes to workforce housing, affordable housing, and getting y'all's message and your community involvement really makes a difference. And it's often overlooked in that area in totality and also in the historic district. So I just want to say thank you for everything that you guys do and that you do and bring to the table for this community. I'll go ahead and read the proclamation. Whereas the Fair Housing Act, enacted on April 11th, 1968, enshrined into federal law the goal of eliminating racial segregation, ending housing discrimination in the United States. And whereas the Fair Housing Act prohibits discrimination in housing based on race, color, religion, sex, family status, national origin, and disability, and commits recipients of federal funding to affirmatively further fair housing in their communities. And whereas Volusia County is committed to the mission and intent of Congress to provide fair and equal housing opportunities for all. And whereas our social fabric, economy, health, and environment are strengthened in diverse, inclusive communities. And whereas more than 50 years after the passage of the Fair Housing Act, discrimination persists and many communities remain segregated. And whereas acts of housing, discrimination, and barriers to equal housing opportunity are repugnant to a common sense of decency and fairness. Now therefore, we, the County Council of Volusia County, Florida, do hereby proclaim April 2022 as Fair Housing Month. In Volusia County, an inclusive community that is committed to fair housing and equal housing opportunities for all residents and prospective residents, dated the 5th day of April, 2022. Thank you. Good job. Pat, you want to do it down there? Yeah. You want to just stand right in the middle.
Okay, let's have you take a step that way. Oh, one step back. Okay, that's it. You go first. My turn. No, go back. Go back. Yeah, tilt the top a little bit toward me. That'll reduce glare. Okay, ready.
I just want to say thank you to the council for allowing me to come today, and we appreciate all your efforts on this issue. It's an issue that affects all of our communities and all the facets, and as we continue to grow, I think it's going to be an issue at the forefront, so thank you all again.
Thank you. Okay, council, I need a motion to accept both of these proclamations.
Motion to accept.
Motion to accept by Wheeler, second by Lowry. And I can't imagine anybody's going to vote against water conservation or fair housing, but all in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Thank you. That brings us to item 3.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Laura Malden-Coleman, Assistant County Attorney. Today we have a presentation for you by Advent Health and Adelanto Healthcare Ventures, who approached county staff regarding the directed payment program in the state of Florida and the potential for the county to implement a local provider participation fund. So without any ado, I'm going to hand this over to Colleen Ernst, who is counsel for Adelanto. Come on up, Colleen.
Good morning. As Laura said, my name is Colleen Ernst. I am a Florida barred attorney and a healthcare consultant, here to speak to you about an opportunity to assist Volusia County's non-public hospitals. Medicaid. It's a program that you've likely have some familiarity with. Medicaid is designed to be the nation's public health insurance program for low-income individuals who have a qualifying disability or condition. Sometimes people ask Medicare, Medicaid. Medicare is for over 65. Medicaid is designed, as I said, for those who fall below a certain income threshold and who have a qualifying disability or condition. 1 in 5 Floridians is enrolled in Medicaid or eligible for Medicaid. That takes the population to about 5.14 million Floridians. And again, they have to meet these qualifying criteria. The program is federally designed. The federal government sets the floor, but the state is responsible for the provision of care within its borders to ensure that those who meet these qualifying criteria receive care under the program. In addition to being a federally and state partnership administered program, it is a partnership in terms of its finance. So it is jointly funded by the states and the federal government. The state contributes what's known as the non-federal share, and those dollars are eligible for federal match. The rate is a little bit more than 1-to-1. It fluctuates based on many factors, one of which is the average income in the state. Florida, as we all know, has an economy that is based on many shift workers, a tourism industry. So in Florida, the federal government will provide about 60 cents for every 40 cents that the state contributes. Now, these are tax dollars that Floridians are paying. These are tax dollars that individuals across the United States have paid to the federal government. And the state unlocks the return of those dollars by putting up this non-federal share. Now, Florida, as we all know, is a very fiscally conservative state. Our state legislature has to make difficult decisions regarding how to spend the tax dollars that they receive from Floridians and that they spend through general revenue allocation. So every year, Florida's legislature, in making difficult trade-offs, puts up a finite sum toward Medicaid, toward the safety net program, and that sum, with the addition of the federal dollars, becomes the pool used to reimburse the Medicaid providers in Florida. Now, as I mentioned, we have a fiscally conservative legislature, and we have lawmakers who have to make difficult decisions. As we heard in our debates earlier today, these are often difficult conversations. But the reality is that every year, Florida leaves money on the table, money that has been approved to go toward the state for Medicaid, simply because the state is not putting up the amount of money that could draw down the maximum potential reimbursement for hospitals. So right now, in Florida, those who provide Medicaid services, again, these are services to those who fall below the income threshold, who have a qualifying disability or condition. When hospitals like Halifax and Advent are providing those services, they're only reimbursed about 60 cents on the dollar. That means that they are losing 40 cents for every dollar of services they provide, and that's pure cost. So often we hear conversations about charges and what hospitals will charge. This is a pure cost metric. So in providing Medicaid services, medical services to those who are vulnerable, these hospitals are losing money. Statewide, prior to COVID, the amount of money that Florida's hospitals were losing through providing Medicaid services amounted to $2 billion. In Volusia County alone, the estimate is about $45 million for the hospitals providing Medicaid services to the needy in the community. So this had always been a problem in Florida. It became a much worse problem when, as a result of the pandemic, many Floridians were laid off. All of a sudden, this issue that had always been a burden for Florida's Medicaid providers became an acute crisis because those who were able to remain above that income threshold suddenly fell below. So we heard from hospital systems across Florida that some were seeing an increase of 20 to 30% in their Medicaid rolls. So this problem, this $2 billion problem, became acute. When there's a problem, there's often a creative solution. Several hospitals in Florida had seen other states use a program that helped them unlock some of those federal dollars that had been left on the table. Those hospital systems approached Governor DeSantis and said, we need to find a way to help make sure that we can meet the needs of those who are coming to our doors. In November 2020, Governor DeSantis included in his recommended budget language that would give the state's Medicaid agency the authority to seek approval for a very specific type of directed payment program. And a directed payment program, it's a bit of a term of art in this field, but it means exactly what it sounds like. It means that a certain pool of funds, if put up by the state, would receive federal match with the understanding that they are directed toward addressing a specific problem. Now here, that problem was this reimbursement shortfall, or this gap between what the hospitals spend to provide Medicaid services and the amount of money that they're able to be reimbursed. So the Agency for Healthcare Administration had this directive from the governor in his recommended budget to seek approval to say, can we bring some more of those federal dollars to Florida? Florida's legislature adopted this recommendation. For the first time in 2021, they gave this directive to the Agency for Healthcare Administration. Similar language was adopted just this past session in 2022. This language does two things. It directs that state Medicaid agency, the Agency for Healthcare Administration, or AHCA, to seek federal authorization to continue this program, and it requires that state Medicaid agency to submit a request for state legislative authority to move funds necessary to help implement this program to fill that reimbursement gap. The state Medicaid agency followed through with that directive. So in April 2021, the federal government, for the first time, approved of this program, this directed payment program, to help close the reimbursement shortfall. The premise was that the funds that the federal government provided would go to help close the reimbursement gap for the Medicaid providers across the state. Now, the state Medicaid agency just submitted an application for reauthorization. This is subject to annual reapproval. And already, the federal government, the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services, known as CMS, has engaged with the state asking questions about the program. So this begs the question of why we're talking to you. Why are we here talking to the county council about this program? What is your role in all of this? Well, Florida is broken into 11 Medicaid managed care regions. Each region is composed of several counties. So you can see here on this slide that Volusia is part of Region 4. Now, when the state was applying for the approval for this program, the state indicated that for non-public hospitals, the source of funds for that state share that would receive the federal match would come from a non-ad valorem special assessment levied by local governments against private for-profit and non-for-profit hospitals. The question often at this point is, if the state wasn't willing to put up our taxpayer dollars, why should we as members of the county government? And that's one of the unique facets of a program like this and the authorities of local government. So here, as specified, it is a non-ad valorem special assessment not levied against every individual citizen or every business in the county. Instead, it is levied only against private for-profit and non-for-profit hospitals, meaning no one else in the county receives a bill. Now, how can something like this qualify for that federal match? Well, a collection like this is still considered a valid source of the non-federal share. That's because it qualifies as what's known as a provider tax, or an assessment limited to a certain class of payers. The criteria to receive federal matching dollars are that any such collection must be broad-based, meaning it has to apply to more than one entity. So here, that would be the class of all non-public hospitals in the county. It must be uniform, meaning it must have the same rate, not necessarily the same dollar amount, but the same rate, and not include a hold harmless agreement, meaning the county cannot make any guarantee or promise that any certain dollar value would return to those who are paying. And as part of that last provision, there is a cap. So there can be no more than 6% of net patient revenues used for this rate. So generally the rate will be something like 1% of patient revenues, which of course will look different system to system, but because it's the same 1%, it is considered uniform, and because it applies to more than one, it's considered broad-based. Now, to go through the flow of funds, if the county does decide to move forward with this program, the non-public hospitals would pay the special assessment to the county. The county collects those funds. The county will then receive a call from the Agency for Healthcare Administration, again, that state Medicaid agency, sometime this fall. The county sends the money to the state Medicaid agency, where it then becomes eligible for those federal matching dollars. So that directed payment program mechanism kicks in at that point. From there, the money is distributed to the hospitals here in the county through managed care organizations, which are the entities that are generally responsible for Medicaid reimbursement. This is simply a reimbursement additive that applies. Now, this program, as I mentioned, first received federal authorization in April of 2021. So since that time, 16 counties across Florida, ranging from Escambia to Miami-Dade, have established what's known as local provider participation funds, or they have established these non-ad valorem special assessments that affect only the non-public hospitals. Now, 15 of those counties did so in time that they were actually able to participate in 2021. One county, just Lake County, passed its ordinance establishing the fund in January of this year. And if you decide to move forward, you would be helping your hospitals participate in 2022. So last year, the Agency for Healthcare Administration went through the process I just discussed for those 15 counties that had collected the non-ad valorem special assessment. They received authority from the legislature with a legislative budget amendment to implement the program and move the funds, and the hospitals were able to benefit in early 2022. If your county decides to take part in this program this year, hospitals would be able to receive funds likely in early 2023. Now, why are we coming to you now, as opposed to last year, as opposed to next year? Well, I mentioned that the county is part of the Region 4. There are other governments in Region 4 that have chosen to take part in this program. That's the City of Jacksonville in its capacity as the consolidated government for Duval County, and that's Clay County. Having additional local governments participate in this program makes it sustainable. It has to work on a regional basis as a partnership. All of the hospitals have to see that this program works for their benefit and partner with one another in order to unlock these federal dollars. So we're coming to you now to ask that you join the other counties in Region 4 in implementing this program. Now, if the county decides to move forward, there's a two-step process. The first step is passage of an ordinance establishing the authority for the assessment. Now, the county already has inherent authority to levy special assessments. That's by virtue of the Constitution, Home Rule, and also in statute. This is simply an indication that the county is willing to participate and an indication to the state Medicaid agency that as they're putting together their budget amendment request, that the county will take part. Now, the second piece of this is a resolution. So the ordinance by itself doesn't result in anyone getting a bill. If the county decides to pass the ordinance, that would stand by itself. But the resolution is what triggers the assessment, and the resolution is an annual event. So to give you a rough idea of the timelines, as I mentioned, the state Medicaid agency again submitted an application for approval of this program. That's pending. If the county does decide to move forward and adopt the ordinance, we would hope that that would happen in the early part of this year, so the state Medicaid agency could include the county in its projections as it goes to the Legislative Budget Commission in September. We're awaiting that federal approval. The hope is that that will come down sometime in May. And then the key deadlines for the hospitals to participate would be passage of the resolution and collection of the assessment in September of this year. There is a letter of agreement due to the state Medicaid agency on October 1st. The state Medicaid agency would call for the funds, and then ultimately the funds would be distributed, hopefully by the end of 2022, but things tend to slide, so more likely January 2023. Now, there are certain guardrails built into this program. So you sitting here hearing about this are probably thinking about things like what happens if the federal government doesn't approve, or if the state legislature decides not to give the agency authority in the future, or what happens if the hospitals in our county no longer see a benefit from this program. Well, as I mentioned, the ordinance is the first step, but it by itself doesn't do anything. This requires an annual resolution that actually triggers an invoice to the hospitals. So the annual nature of the resolution gives the county the opportunity to ensure that all of those approvals are in hand and to ensure that there is support. Now, built into the ordinance as proposed is a requirement that mirrors Florida's due process requirement, where anyone who is going to be burdened with an additional bill receives notice, about 3 weeks' notice, and an opportunity to speak before you at the meeting where you would adopt this resolution. And as I mentioned, nothing binds the board to pass a resolution or collect each year. I always tell this story. My favorite analogy for this came from Marion County, where a member of the board said, okay, I think I get it. The ordinance is like the gun. The resolution, that's the bullets. The gun by itself isn't going to fire until you load it. And that's more or less exactly how this program operates. Now, as I mentioned, in terms of the impact, only the non-public hospitals receive a bill. This is not a burden on taxpayers. This is not a burden on individual citizens. This is not a burden on any other business. The ordinance also prohibits the cost being passed along to patients. So patients in the county are not going to see a surcharge on their medical bill. Now, the county also would receive up to $150,000 to cover any administrative expenses. This is designed to ensure that this is not something that the county is shouldering. This is the hospitals recognizing that the county is doing a service by helping them unlock this federal money that's been left on the table. Now, we have here representatives from Halifax Health and Advent who would be facing the assessment if the county decides to move forward. Specifically, we have Corey Domeyer, who is the CFO at Advent Health Daytona Beach, Eric Peburn, who is the CFO of Halifax Health, and Kelly Quietek, who is the general counsel at Halifax Health, and also Brian Sullivan here on behalf of Advent Health's statewide team. Now, some outcomes. So what can participation in this program do? Well, you've already heard about some of the benefits available, the ability to bring back the tax dollars that Floridians have already paid in federal taxes that are already there, and if they're not coming back here, they're going somewhere else. Bringing those tax dollars back to the county helps ensure that the hospitals can access this much-needed funding. It helps ensure they can continue providing quality care to the Medicaid population. It closes that $45 million reimbursement gap. It helps hospitals attract top talent. It helps them act as good corporate citizens, partnering with the county to ensure the health and welfare of those in your borders. And we have some representatives of the hospitals, as I mentioned here, to say a few words. So I can turn it over to them, and then if there are any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Can you answer a question first?
Sure.
Just great presentation. I'm wondering, in Volusia County, we have hospital authorities that are where citizens are taxed to pay for medical care for those who can least afford it, and part of that we assumed was going to Medicare. There's an argument about that right now, Medicaid. What's the interrelationship between this and that those hospital authorities? Does it change that in any way?
It does not. So these programs operate in parallel. So while they both have the same purpose of ensuring provision of care, certainly public hospitals, those supported by county funds, do serve that population, but so do the private hospitals. And this program is designed for the private hospitals. Public hospitals actually have the ability to draw down federal dollars by themselves without needing the partnership of a local government taxing or assessing authority. So they have that ability on their own. The county would only be involved in collecting the assessment from the private hospitals.
Barbara, do you have a question for Colleen before the next speaker?
I guess it's a combined question for you and our legal. I hear the pro. I wonder what's the downside, if there is a downside. What would usually if you invest in this way, it pokes out somewhere else. So I heard that there's $150K that will come to the county for administration. So I think that's a plus also, but.
And I think that administrative fee would go to the tax collector and property appraiser for administering the program, as I understand it. Are you saying it would be above and beyond?
It would cover any expenses. So the specific method that this program would utilize is actually the alternative method of collection as opposed to the uniform method. So under Florida statutes, the alternative method allows a streamlined process. Last year, the 15 counties that collected this fund used that method to do direct invoicing. So it was simply for them costs of staff time, which are certainly important. But in terms of the actual cost of sending out invoices, it was simply sending out invoices by first-class mail.
So general county government rather than relying on the property appraiser and the tax collector?
That's correct. And in terms of downsides, this is a program where 15 county governments last year were presented with this proposal, and all 15 decided to move forward with this. In every jurisdiction that did these assessments, every hospital paid. In fact, there was one hospital that was off by $1, and they had to send a check for that additional dollar just to make sure everything was squared away. But this is a program where it really has huge benefits for the hospitals, and that's why I think it's been so successful. But to give you an idea, last year it brought $1.2 billion in those federal resources to the state.
Okay, for those 15 that agreed to participate is what you're saying?
So the way that the program works and why it's important to continue to expand, hospitals in the regions that participated were able to see some benefit, but you maximize the benefit available if you have more jurisdictions participating. So you're able to put up more of that non-federal share and bring back more of the federal money left on the table. So returns would be even better for the hospitals in year two in all of the regions that participated in year one if additional local governments choose to participate.
Okay, so what you've just expressed to me is that there isn't a downside.
That's my belief, but I would turn to the hospitals and certainly, if I were you, I would want to hear that from them.
Thank you.
Just hold your position a second. Fred Lowry?
Well, I'm just, everything sounds good, but I think this is something I would like to see staff look at and come back with some kind of direction on to let us know, because they're going to turn over all the rocks and so forth. But that's my thought on that. But there's probably some other people who want to speak, but I think this sounds like something that we need to turn over to staff and let them analyze and come back to us on.
Absolutely.
And Ben Johnson.
This is very reminiscent of the program that the county's doing in reference to the ambulance. It's worked out very well. You know, we kind of took a chance on that, and Ryan Osowski had researched it, and it's almost a very, very similar program, and all of us had a few reservations, but looked at it and took a chance on it. I think this is very much the same thing, and a chance to capitalize on some federal dollars, $150,000 to us to take care of the expenses. Now, that's a very important part to me, but I think we'd be missing a big chance if we don't take this in so the hospitals can capitalize off of it, because if it's not going to come from one place, it's going to end up coming from your patients and your residents. And it's very important that the money is out there. Yes, this is tax money, but it's tax money that will go somewhere else if we don't look at it and take this chance. And the idea that we can cancel it year to year if it doesn't work out, I myself, from what I've seen of it so far, I think this is be a major error in our judgment, and we'd be fiscally irresponsible not to support it.
And just if I could add to that, Ben, to Fred, to your question, the staff is recommending approval of the attached in this, the participation agreement, and so I'll bring that up in a minute. We just lost one. Barb Gertman?
Yeah, Chair, I was just going to say basically the same thing, that I believe the staff has evaluated it and is familiar with the program and is recommending it. So in my opinion, it doesn't need to go back again for further research if the rest of the council is in agreement, and I certainly am.
Heather, before you speak, and then we do have members of the public that want to speak. Michael Dyer, did you want to?
Sure. Just to clarify, we were approached by Ms. Ernst and her group to give this presentation. There is no staff recommendation on this because we want council to have the information and then decide, give us direction whether you want us to proceed. In speaking with Ryan, he clarified if we were to proceed and try to get it done for this year, because of the time frame, we would actually need to do the billings in-house because we've missed the deadline to work with the tax collector, property appraisers, the typical process. And so it's not a revenue, it's not a profit center. It's up to $150,000 for what those costs would be. Just wanted to clarify that. Thanks.
Heather Post.
And I just wanted to reiterate that this is not a new discussion. I think we've all certainly had discussions with Halifax and Advent, and this has been ongoing. I know that staff has discussed it with council as well, so I'm not exactly sure what staff would need to still look into or go about to present to us prior to us making a decision. If you have any further on that, Mike, I'd love to hear it. But
sure. Just I think if just need direction from you today, if you want us to return with something, we would need to obviously work with Ms. Ernst and staff to bring something back to you. So,
but there's no question for staff as to the actual meat of the issue. Yep.
No, I think we have enough information to get started. And,
okay, thank you.
Yeah. If that's what council likes
gotcha.
to do.
Yeah.
Okay. Barb Gertman.
So I would like to make the motion for the staff to bring back the ordinance.
Okay, a motion by Gertman for staff to bring back an ordinance, and we have in the detail of this a participation agreement. Do you need to redo that? I'm wondering why we have that.
I'm sorry, could you?
There is a participation agreement included.
Oh, go ahead. It's just for background information for you, and it's what we are provided by this group.
Okay. Yeah. So the motion to send this to staff was by Gertman. Who was the second? And Lowry was the second.
And I'm sorry, did you say you had public comment on this?
We do have, before
okay.
I call for the vote, we'll
okay,
have public comment. And were you done, Barb? Yes. Heather Post?
I just really wanted to stress for the public, I keep hearing tax assessment, and so I really want the public to understand that this is not now an additional tax that we're putting on them, because I keep hearing that verbiage over and over, and I think the public probably is just hearing that verbiage. So I really want to ensure you have done an amazing job of fully explaining this for the public for sure. So thank you for that. I do want to just put out a point, if in fact this does go through today, that we do come back with the ordinance. I will say, I know this is something that the hospitals have been wanting, but I'll also say I'm keeping a very, very close watch on the issues we've been having in the emergency departments with our ambulance and getting our ambulances back out on the street. So keeping them 3 or 4 at a time for extended lengths is not acceptable, and we really need the hospitals to step up on that end. So I can tell you that I will be keeping that in mind in providing monies back to the hospitals, because we desperately need our ambulances and our personnel out on the road. So just throwing that out there. Thank you.
Ben Johnson.
I'm going to reiterate what Ms. Post just said. It's costing us as a county a lot of money holding up those ambulances. A lot of money and a lot of aggravation and services we're not able to provide to our people. I know it's a backup. I know y'all have that problem, but it gives us a big problem when we can't get an ambulance to a scene, and we can't just keep adding ambulances to keep stacking them up. It just increases the problem. So we need to find a manner in which we can unload those patients off those cots.
Yeah, and not just money, but I'm only looking at end game patient care, which I know is the end game of the hospitals as well, I'm sure. So that's all I'm looking at, and that's what needs to be focused on. So I will absolutely be keeping that in mind over the next few weeks as this comes through. So please hear me.
Well, then this is a good time to hear from some of the hospitals and residents. Corey?
Mr. Chair, County Council, it's a pleasure to be here today. My name is Corey Delmeyer. I'm the CFO for Advent Health Daytona Beach and Advent Health New Smyrna Beach, 20-plus year resident of Ormond Beach. The opportunity to work together to care for our community is why we stand before you today to express our support for the Directed Payment Program Local Provider Participation Fund Ordinance. Your support of this item will allow hospitals in Volusia County, as you just heard, to leverage presently available federal dollars, again at no taxpayer expense for our residents, to close a significant gap currently seen as a result of our currently uncompensated care that we provide to our residents. As previously mentioned, Medicaid covers only 60% of the cost, not our charges, 60% of the cost of care that we provide. And as a result of the pandemic, that's only increased. The reliance on our hospitals to provide care has only been exacerbated by the use of our agency and the cost of supplies. So these federal dollars definitely go to help cover the cost of care for those patients. Private hospitals and healthcare systems in Volusia County not only provide vital healthcare services crucial to the local community, they also provide the local community with thousands of jobs and millions of dollars of economic impact from all the employees that we have. We have over 5,000 paid FTEs in the 4 hospitals that reside in Volusia County as part of Advent Health. In supporting this ordinance ensures the financial stability and viability of our hospitals and all the healthcare systems that provide much needed healthcare services to our residents. As always, we sincerely appreciate your continued support of Advent Health and the many ways we are able to collaborate in order to ensure Volusia County residents have every opportunity to access high quality health care in their local community. And that's what it's important in the local community. Ms. Gertman, to answer your question, we have a hospital in Texas that's been participating in a very similar program for over 9 years, and we've not seen one negative impact from this program. That concludes my comments, and I will turn it over to one of my colleagues.
Eric?
Thank you and good morning. I'm Eric Pebern. I'm the CFO for Halifax Health. Been with Halifax Health for over 25 years. And I appreciate the comments about the emergency room, and I will address those, but I do want to address the topic at hand first. I do want to parse out a little bit my representation here. I'm not representing Halifax Hospital Medical Center of the district. I'm representing Halifax Health, UF Health Medical Center of Deltona. That is a nonprofit, non-public institution. Halifax Hospital and Port Orange, Halifax Port Orange, are both public institutions, and those entities enter into these programs directly without the county's participation. So in representing Medical Center of Deltona, having that entity along with Advent Health provides the 2 entities that can come together to participate. Without that, we wouldn't be able to do this in Volusia County. And I also want to thank the City of Jacksonville for doing this for us this past year. They actually funded this for us. So we're paying into a program up in the City of Jacksonville today, all the hospitals. But if we don't do it in Volusia County, what will happen is the cap will be reached at some point, and then all the participants in Region 4 will be diminished, that benefit. And again, it's focused on the hospitals being taxed. And it is a tax to the hospitals, and that's a legal requirement. However, it's not a tax to the individuals, and it doesn't net tax even our patients because this is accretive, it's added funds, right? It's funds we don't have today. And the last point I'll make about this program is the fact that no matter how much we get from Medicaid, it can never be more than our cost because we're paying the state's portion, right? So we never will get a dollar for a dollar of cost. It's always a subsidized program. So Medicaid is not something that hospitals get into just because it's going to generate income. It's really part of the mission of the hospitals that are providing Medicaid. As it relates to the ER backups, I'm going to address that if you don't mind. You know, I feel your pain. We're feeling the pain. Mr. Domeyer mentioned the agency staffing that they're using. We're about the same. And what agency staff is it's a nurse being paid, not the nurse, but the nurse that costs us $140 an hour, $140 per hour. So we are spending $3 to $4 million per month in extra payments just for nursing, just to keep the doors open. And the number is probably greater at the Advent hospitals. So we are all in this together. I would suggest that you give us time to get through this disruption that the pandemic has caused. And the disruption we didn't have any agency up until about 9 months ago, 0. We went from 0 to 100 miles an hour in 9 months. We have a plan. Advent has a plan. We're all working towards implementing programs that will bring nurses to our community by supporting our infrastructure we have within our community, Daytona State College being one of them, to grow and build more nursing care in our community. But that issue is a result of everything we've gone through over the last 2 years. It's not something that we want, and it's not something that you want. And look, at the end of the day, Halifax and Advent Health, we're here to provide access. That's all we do. So I thank you for your time, and I thank you for your consideration and support of this initiative, and I hope I addressed some of your questions about the ER.
Before you go,
Yes.
Heather Post.
Only because you're here and perfect opportunity to chat, right? And I'll make this very, very brief. So this has not been a problem. It's certainly been exacerbated from the pandemic, but it is not a pandemic problem. And I think we're all aware that this has been going on for a long time, certainly since I've been here, and I've been here, this is my second term. So not a pandemic problem, a pandemic exasperation, right? So I understand that the hospitals are putting money into it, but I hate to say it so bluntly, but not our problem. We are trying to fix our EMS system, and in doing that, that's our responsibility, right? But according to EMTALA and all the other regulations that the hospitals are under, your problem to be able to receive the ambulances once they come in, right? So I certainly feel for the hospitals that you have an issue in finding that, but you know, one of the solutions that we came up, or Dr. Springer came up with immediately when there was an incident and we had to address it, was the county hiring a nurse for the hospitals. Again, that was cinched immediately, right? Not our problem. So I fully understand that it is a problem and it is an issue, but it is a problem and an issue for your hospital that absolutely needs to get taken care of. If you have people being brought in, you're a hospital. You have to figure that out and take care of that. And we need to get people back out on the road that can respond to the strokes and respond to the critical care stuff that's happening. That is our responsibility. That side is yours. So
Duly noted, and we'll certainly work with you on the issues.
Appreciate it. It's just been a long-term problem, so we need to, you know, I don't know how much longer we can wait is what I'm getting at. We keep discussing solutions, and I know that we are working together towards solutions, but at some point we got to resolve it, and which means basically at some point you guys got to resolve it. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sharice Boyd.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sharice Boyd. I come from the city of Daytona, and those who don't know, I'm also running for county council at large. One of the things I want to say about what was just presented us with Medicaid, and those who don't know my background, I actually worked for Volusia County EMS, and I was a manager. My main priority was budget. In 2018, 2019, either Jim or Jane Brady was there, Jason was there at the time, and we were told to come up with ideas to save money. One of the things I did was something like this because, as Heather did just say, this has been a pre-existing problem. The bed delays, and that's what they're called, bed delays, just so y'all know, to turnaround for those who don't know. The bed delay is when we get an ambulance or when EMS gets an ambulance on the hospital's property. By law, the hospital assumes responsibility because they're on the property. Doesn't matter if they went in the door, got out the ambulance or not. So Dr. Springer has argued for this. People from Public Protection did, Joe Pozo, and everyone. And Heather, you are right. And I'm not an unempathetic person, but it really is on the hospitals. I do think we need to work together. But I want to say this. I presented something, and what I want to say is to the organization here, if you can get all the counties to come together on this consensus, what I had suggested is, why don't we go to the lobbyists and we put together a plan? Because the region 4 we're in, they don't raise the Medicaid. If you come together as a region and make the suggestion and bring your lobbyists, they will raise it. Medicaid's only been raised twice, and I did a paper on this. I think Medicaid's the rate's been changed twice in like 20 years, right? Yeah, like 20 years. But it's because they don't come together. So if you're going to put money in something, my first suggestion would be consider working with the other counties in the region to get a lobbyist and share the funding to go before them, because it's not that they won't argue it. Again, people are not bringing things here with this kind of mindset. Not that this is not also a good idea, because it does not cost us anything. But again, it is their problem. The thing here is, just like in our family, you know, if your mom doesn't have money, you give her $20 or whatever. It is their problem. But if we can be part of the solution at minimal cost, then I think we need to consider that. But this is a pre-existing problem, and there are other solutions that I think would, combined with this, would benefit. And if they can get the consensus already for this, it would be that much easier to bring it before a federal, because remember, it's policy that matters. So we have to take it before the U.S. since it is a federal funded program. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, we have a motion on the floor by Wheeler, second by Lowry, and I'm, no? Okay. Motion on the floor by Barbara Gertman. Who wants to be the seconder?
I have.
Okay, and it was Fred. And I believe, Barb, to restate your motion, it was that we send this to, back to staff to come
to bring back the ordinance.
Back to us with their recommendation for an ordinance. Any other questions from council? Then all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Goes to county staff. Thank you very much for your presentation. Now we have item 4, which most of the House, I think, is in here waiting for, the Volusia Forever acquisition priority recommendation. Okay. Brad.
Morning, council members. Brad Burbaugh. I don't want Kevin to come up here and adjust me. So what you have before you is the work of your advisory committee. And so we started the process, as you can see here, in October by accepting applications from willing sellers. We accepted those through November 15th. And we had the most applications we've ever received for the Volusia Forever program. So there's a lot of people who are willing sellers out there. Your advisory committee met, and they have an eligibility meeting where they look at the properties that have been submitted using the criteria that has been adopted by council to determine if they're eligible for further consideration. Following that, your staff team writes a more in-depth property evaluation report, does a site visit to the property, And writes the report, basically habitat description, partnership experience, you can see, and the public can see, is all part of the agenda. The committee sorts those properties after they've looked at the property evaluation reports into the A-B list. And the A list is the list that is considered the highest priority for acquisition. The B list are still considered good projects, but there's something that needs to change about them. For example, as I mentioned to each of you, finding a funding partner for one of them, or taking out a portion of the property that wouldn't be a good fit for the Volusia Forever program. So the A-B list is what we're presenting to you today. Recommendations from your advisory committee, of which we have our Vice Chair, Wanda Van Dam, here. So you have 15 properties that are going on the A list. And you can see, let's talk through the map a little bit on the right-hand side. So you can see that the orange and the yellow is the wildlife corridor in Volusia County. So this has been designated by the state as the wildlife corridor. The black parcels that are outlined, or black areas, I should say rather, are Florida Forever project areas. So these are areas that have been designated by the state DEP as our acquisition partnership maps, essentially, are what they are. So you can see that we've got a good mix of properties covering each part of the county, some within the Volusia Forever, or the Volusia Forever, or Florida Forever rather, priority areas. I will say that these properties are very transparently considered through public meetings with our advisory council and providing the reports to public. So of these 10 that we're suggesting go onto the A list, 15 are fee simple. So that's a purchase recommendation where we buy and hold title to the land, and 5 are being recommended for conservation easement. We think that the key to one of these programs is having a good balance of both conservation easements, where the property stays in private ownership and rewards good stewardship. We're essentially buying the development rights in perpetuity for that property. And then we have, of course, the fee simple. So of that, there's about 10,000 acres represented that's going to go on your A list. 5,000 is related to conservation easements, and 5,000 fee simple. So we've got a good balance there as well. We have the potential for 10 funding partnerships of these 15, where we've had initial conversations with state agencies, local organizations, and municipalities, of which I believe you'll hear from some today. There are 3 that the committee is recommending be sorted to the B list. And again, these are ones that the properties, they felt like they were eligible, they met the goals of the program, but they needed something to change in order to be elevated to that A list. And so you can see those properties here as well. Represent 1,551 acres. One of the things we also want to do is clean up the previously adopted A list. So the council adopted a A list in 2009. And so we made contact with those folks. Actually, we made contact with them twice, in 2011, and then my team again just a few months ago as we were going through this process to see if they wish to remain on the list or be removed. And so as an effort to clean up the list, we heard from 2 property owners who were responsive, Doan and Mazika. And so they'd like to stay on the A list. We had them reapply to the program and evaluated their properties using the new criteria, which they indeed met as well. We'd like to remove 6 because they were purchased after 2009, either by us or the Water Management District. And we'd like to remove 12 off of the A list for folks who were unresponsive, requested removal, or their properties were sold since that 2009 date. As well, the B group, we heard from a few people. Most were unresponsive. We actually had a few asked to be taken off the list. So 2 things here: bringing the A-B list from your first cycle of Volusia Forever 2.0. We'll bring another cycle back to you in September as the target date, and cleaning up the B group as well. For the public's sake, one of the things that I wanted to share, we just started accepting applications for our first cycle of 2022, which will start we opened a couple days early, actually. We'll accept those applications through May 15th. These typically come from willing sellers, individuals who own properties and are willing to sell, but we also accept nominations from citizens, and we will reach out to the property owner to see if they're interested in nominating their parcel for consideration. So what does the timeline look like for the next cycle? In June, your advisory committee will have an eligibility meeting again. In August, they'll have a sorting meeting, which means we'll probably bring projects to you in September to do this again. With that, I'll answer any questions that you may have about the program, process, properties.
Just a quick question. You mentioned in your presentation that you're taking 12 properties off because they've been sold, the buyers are not willing sellers.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's important for the council to keep in mind, that the best time, it's wildly popular in the public that we preserve our green spaces. And they voted by a large margin for Volusia Forever for that purpose. So the best time to do that is now, when we have willing sellers. I am hoping that I can make a motion, that someone on the council will make a motion that we accept your entire list rather than going through each one. However, I want the public to understand, if we do that and we vote to approve your list, does that mean that tomorrow they're all bought, or does it mean that then you start your process of negotiating, and will they then come back to us? If you could just clarify that.
Yes, sir. So with your approval today, the A group becomes the active acquisition list. And what that does is essentially authorizes staff to start engaging with the property owners and move through that due diligence process if we get there. I will be very frank with you that we were very successful in the last program by engaging partners. And so even it mentions in our enabling resolution that the ones that we're moving on to purchase in the A list need to have committed partners. So at the staff level, that's our strategy, is to look at this list tomorrow, sit down with folks where we know that we have a committed funding partner to hammer the details of that deal out, and then start moving forward on those partnership ones, as well as a parallel track of submitting properties to Florida Forever as well, which is another funding option. And they will be brought back to you. I'm sorry, I missed the last part of your question. So everyone, you're authorizing us to start the negotiation process, but we will bring back a contract if we get one on some of these properties for your approval.
That's important. Thank you for, and don't go away yet, Barb Gertman.
Thank you, Chair. I've really been pleased with the process that I've seen, having spoken with some of those on the advisory committee, and after doing previous farm tours in my district, I'm really pleased to see some agricultural easements, because I've really been concerned about a lot of the land, the agricultural land in the northwest part of the district, and how to help those landowners, those property owners, be able to have an option for how to go forward. And I'm really pleased with the agricultural easements and conservation easement opportunities there. So I applaud you for the work that you're doing for the team and for the advisory committee, and I would certainly make that motion, Chair, to accept the list and go forward with hearing from the public and others. But I think it's just important that we support the program, and I think the approach is appropriate with, identifying the matching partnerships and conserving and making the best use of the public's dollars and trust for this program.
Thank you. So we have a motion on the floor to accept the list by Gertman, second by Wheeler. Further discussion, and we do have members of the public that may still care to speak, according to what Ben Johnson says right now.
I was just going to mention that we've appointed people to sit on these committees, and they worked hard to sit on these committees and gone through a lot more than we have, and all of us should have gone through the list they have. But I just want to remind all of us sitting here that if we're going to take and put people in these responsible positions to look these things over for us, that we need to support them unless there's some glaring issue, which I see none of. And I thank them for taking the time to sit here and go through them all and come back with a list that'll protect these lands.
Okay, Carmen, did you wish to speak? Mayor Chazé, okay.
Mr. Chairman, Council, thank you for the opportunity to say a few things. I'd like to say them with music and visuals first. They have it? They have the video?
You're going to sing for us, is what you're saying?
No, they have the video.
Oh. Oh.
I'm waiting for them to cue it up.
What key did you wish to sing?
The successful key. I have a couple of comments for the end, too. One, I support the council in the motion that they've made. I think there's been a lot of work that's gone on. For ours, we are 2 years into this process, and as a result, we are ready to start these negotiations tomorrow. We have been working with Florida Forever for the majority of that period of time, and this is a very critical parcel within our city, and we are willing to be one of the partners as well as Florida Forever. I hope that you can join us in imagining this for DeBerry, Volusia, our state, and all of our visitors. Thanks.
Thank you. Yes, well done. Wendy Anderson.
Mr. Chair, as she's coming up, who did that video? You right there, I see. What's her name? Casey? Casey Hewitt. That was an excellent job, and hopefully we can get more of that for our Tourist Development Council. Thank you.
Are you recommending a raise?
I think she deserves a raise for sure. I think everyone deserves a raise.
Chairman Brower and Council, thank you so much, and I'm thrilled to hear that you all are looking at just approving the entire list, and so I'll keep my comments brief. I did want to just endorse two specific projects over here in the west side of the county, including the Riverbend South video that the project that we just saw the video of. That is a project that I've known about since they started thinking about it, and it's very exciting. I love the riverine wetlands that we're protecting there. I think we need to protect more of those along the river, and I think that the possibility of a future education and conference center there, that's part of the long-term fantasy for the site, is really exciting. I also wanted to mention that the property on the DeLand Ridge, I forget what it's officially called on your list, but it's around Lake Moore. It's a project that involves the city of DeLand as a partner, is also a hydrologically and ecologically critical parcel that is contiguous with other private lands that are also in conservation right now, 400 acres of which are part of the Victoria Park community, and others that are probably coming online later. So it's a very important project. The hydrology of that site is also connected. This is one of the most important recharge areas for all of the West Volusia area that drains through the city of Lake Helen, like the Lake Helen itself, Lake Colby, Lake Macy, all the way down through Deltona. So maintaining that area as a recharge area is super important. I hope you all will include that in your approvals. Thank you.
Thank you. Carmen.
Thank you, Chairman, council members, county manager, and assistant county manager. Thank you for having us here today. We have a one-time opportunity in DeBerry, and it's an opportunity for Riverbend South as a one-of-a-kind property, as you can see on that video, and it's only available this year before it gets turned over to developers, being very honest. It requires 17 acres of uplands and 153 acres of prairie, marsh, and berm. The 153 acres has, the 17 acres of riverfront property has a future land use of 4 homes per acre, or up to 68 homes to be built on that particular property. The other 153 acres is a plethora of animals, 50 species of birds, and 4 of which are endangered on that property. This is why the State of Florida Board of Trustees has amended the Wekiva-Ocala Greenway to come across the river to amend the boundary to include this property, and that was done in May 2021. There are 2 miles of riverfront berm, as you can see, and it's on the entire perimeter of this particular property. It gives the public the unique ability to enjoy the river without using a boat. The berm also provides an educational opportunity because people will be able to walk onto the berm and be able to touch, see, and feel what conservation is all about. It also has connectivity, that this berm will be connected to the city trails, which also connects to the state trails, which also connects to Gemini Springs. Visitors will be able to travel to the Sunrail station and be able to ride their bike all the way down to this particular park, and it becomes a visitor destination. I don't know if you know or not, but on Thursday, DeBerry will be traveling to St. Petersburg to accept the state of Florida's Trail Town designation, the 12th Trail Town designation in the state of Florida. It's an opportunity for water quality, and we made sure that this property that is less than 3 miles from Blue Springs and Gemini Springs, both of them are outstanding springs, that we wanted to focus on water quality. This property is also located in the part of the river that the St. John's Water Management District has designated as impaired. You know, Lake Monroe and the St. John's River in that area is impaired water bodies. We have partnered with the Aquatic Preserve Alliance of Central Florida. They're a nonprofit organization, and by statute, they're a citizen support organization of FDEP. The board of directors has over 85 years of experience of environmental management and education. This location will be the first State of Florida Research and Education Center on fresh water. Council, we'd like to get the opportunity for a partnership. As you know, in this application, the city will invest 25% of the cost of this property. The city will develop the berm and the passive park. The city will take over 100% of the management and maintenance of this particular property. The city is committed to spend $5 to $10 million over the next 10 years, utilizing a series of funding and grants. And in closing, Council, I ask that you designate the property as your top number one priority and direct the staff to bring you this purchase contract as soon as possible. And I'll accept any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Deborah Shelley.
Good morning, Council Chair and council members. I think it's still morning. We've been here for a while. I'm Deborah Shelley. I'm the president of the Aquatic Reserve Alliance of Central Florida. As mentioned, we are a 501c3 not-for-profit citizen support organization. Our mission is to promote and support educational and scientific activities that not only benefit the Wekiva Middle St. John's Aquatic Reserve, but also benefit the people who live here and also the people who visit our area. As mentioned, 20 miles of the St. Johns River from I-4 in Sanford north to State Road 44, just west of DeLand, is a state-designated aquatic preserve. I'm here today to support the comments by Mayor Chazé and City Manager Rosamunda regarding the riverfront Riverbend parcel. We've partnered with the city over the past 2 years with various applications and submittals with the goal of getting this parcel acquired and in public ownership. The Alliance Board is comprised primarily of educators and scientists who over the years have conducted numerous education programs, field trips, and research in the Wekiva and Middle St. John's Basin. We've also worked with the Aquatic Reserve Program to provide support for other researchers in terms of equipment and volunteers. Our research and education programs cover a variety of topics ranging from algae to archaeology to freshwater turtles and the Florida black bear. We are committed to continuing to share information with the public through field trips and other programs. We believe our partnership with the City of DeBary on this parcel will provide many more opportunities to continue to educate and to continue education and research, and to partner with local colleges and universities, high schools, and the general public, all with the goal to spread the word about the natural resources we have here along the St. Johns River, and also to promote and encourage conservation and personal stewardship of our aquatic resources. And just a quick note in closing about the trail along the berm. It really is a unique experience for Volusia County. Most people do not have the opportunity to walk along an area where you've got a huge marsh on one side and the St. Johns River on the other, and it's truly an immersive experience and a wonderful way to showcase Volusia County. So thank you so much for your consideration of this project, and we support and encourage and hope for a favorable outcome. Thank you so much.
Billy?
Questions for me?
Did you have a?
No, I don't have a question. I just have a comment. I'm like everybody else up here. We're just so happy to see that the advisory committee has come up with such a great list. I'm just blown away, and we've asked the voters what they wanted. They wanted this, and our group just kicked it out of the park. I do have to say to DeBary, absolutely, your presentation, your comments, you all have done your due diligence, and you've captured every part of that you capture all of our hearts, and I'm just ecstatic about that piece of property. So I mean, not that the rest of them aren't wonderful, but you sold me on that. You sold me on that. I was already sold, but it was a wonderful presentation. So thank you for all of you, and the fact that you're willing to be a partner on this, you knocked it out of the park. Thank you.
John, I think you're good, but I'll still give you an opportunity if you wanted to. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm John Crowther, attorney down in Orange City, Florida, a resident of Volusia County for 56 years. And I represented, I'd like to introduce Ms. Sizemore, who is the managing member of Central Florida Investment Company. The property that we're talking about lies between US 1 and 95 down in the Edgewater area. If I can give you a little bit of a history lesson before I sit down. Back in 1868, one of the first circuit judges appointed here in Volusia County was Mary's grandfather, Isaac Stewart. And over the years, the Stewart and Howarth families acquired large tracts of land, including Victoria Park and many others throughout Volusia County, Lake County, and even some up in Georgia. These properties, of course, have been developed, but this is an opportunity to give something back to the community. There's 1,900 to 2,400 acres of property over there that would provide, excuse me, provide habitat protection and, from today, water quality protection, water resource. I think we abut up to the lagoon, don't we? Isn't the Turnbull Conservation Area? We abut that, so that would actually be an extension of the Turnbull Conservation Area. So I can't imagine anybody here not voting for this A list, and I particularly like the presentation from DeBarry, our sister community down there. So thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. It was nice to be able to appear with you this morning.
Thank you. I think it's interesting that these two properties are what brought public comment. They are both very important. The DeBarry property, you know, I've walked that with Mayor Chazet, with the county, with the city manager, and it is unique and it is indeed beautiful, but it's also critically important to the health of Two Springs, the St. Johns River. It's part of the basin there, and it would be a horrible missed opportunity, Brad, if you're not successful in getting this done. If the council votes that way, I think you'll have some help from the city and residents. So with that, I think that was everybody who wanted to speak. We have a motion to accept the list as...
Mr. Brower, I would like to clarify Ms. Gertman's motion and the second by Ms. Wheeler. It's not only to approve the list, but it should also be to approve Group A and B list properties, as long as give staff the approval to begin the acquisition process, starting with the Group A properties. I just wanted to confirm
everything she said.
Okay. Ditto?
Yeah, ditto.
Okay.
A list, B list, and get to work.
And for Brad to get busy. Thank you for your work. Thank you for your support out there. With that, no other comment. Carissa, call the roll, because this is one that this council really wants to be known for.
Ms. Post?
Yes.
Mr. Robbins? Yes. Ms. Wheeler?
Yes.
Ms. Gertman?
Absolutely, yes.
Mr. Johnson? Dr. Lowry?
Yes.
Mr. Brower?
Yes, and as Ben Johnson pointed out, thank you to the Citizens Advisory Group that worked hard on this. Motion carries 7-0.
I got a fallback.
And you're staying for item 5.
Yes, sir, I am, with more good news. So shortly after Volusia Forever was authorized in November, we were approached by the Water Management District, who I must say is our one of our strongest and longest partners that we've had with our land acquisition program, jointly owning about 30,000 acres in the county with us, and more specifically in that Volusia Conservation Corridor, which we have identified as ecologically significant in terms of groundwater recharge, air quality, wildlife habitat. So the property before you today is owned by 3 siblings. It's a joint participation agreement, and it's committing us to participate with the district, who will consider this agreement at their May 10th meeting. So we, as you can see on the map here, that the Palm Bluff Conservation Area is pretty big, 3,300 acres. This is actually one of the properties that you moved off of the A list where I said we had bought some of them in your previous item. So this was bought by the district. We actually, just north of here is the 4 property, which we have a large conservation easement on as well. So it's a very ecologically significant tract. And our proposal is to buy with the district the 2 parcels in the bottom right that are outlined. The top part of that is the easement, the conservation easement that's being proposed for purchase. And below that is our 2 parcels owned by sisters that are going to be completed as one transaction, which is about 854 acres. So fee simple acquisition as well. So what does the habitat look like? We're going to talk about the conservation easement. Again, this is we're buying the development rights from this gentleman. He agrees to a set of allowed uses on the property, and we inspect that once a year. So a member from your team with a member from the Water Management District will go out and make sure that the habitat is still intact. They're not digging anything that they shouldn't or be doing anything outside of that agreement. We evaluated it when it first came in the door because we didn't want to turn our partner away even though we were looking at our new criteria. So we evaluated it at that point in time with our older criteria, and it met, of course, and we took it to the advisory council because we wanted to be transparent at their very first meeting in April. So it was a test run for them to see how they would move through the process with a property. Then and they said that yes, this property is eligible for further consideration, please bring it back, which we did at their meeting in March. And we also evaluated it against the new criteria, and it met those criteria as well, as you can see here. So what we're proposing is the purchase of this conservation easement for $700,000. So we pay up to appraised value. This is up to appraised value in our program, and with the county portion being $350,000. So this is just some pictures of the property. You can see a lot of, there's some pine flatwoods, temperate hammock, pine or cabbage palm wetlands, and bottomland swamp. So it's this piece is about 70% uplands and 30% wetlands, which is we look for a good balance of a high functioning wetland system, especially this one, which is closer to the edge of Lake Ashby Canal. So it provides some water quality protection for that Lake Ashby Canal as well. The Schroeder-Bowman is the fee simple piece. Again, more of a closer to a 50-50 split when we're talking wetlands and uplands. We did it we evaluated the property in April, and it met 13 of the 18 criteria that previously adopted. We evaluated it again, and it met 12 of the 19 criteria in 2021. So it's still, our threshold is 10 for a fee simple acquisition, so we're still above the threshold here, and the committee deemed it eligible. One of the things that's good for us, but I think the Water Management District as well, is because we like to manage preserves on a holistic approach, is that they're going to take over management of this piece because it is part of the Palm Bluff Conservation Area. The total cost for this piece is $2.44 million, and our portion is $1.34, a little higher than the district's contribution, but we're comfortable with that approach given that they will incur the management costs in perpetuity. Again, this property is a little more wet than the previous one, so we're looking at, I think, about 45, 55 in terms of wetlands and uplands. But again, those areas of the transitions are really important, and we find those areas of transition from uplands to wetlands is really where we find a lot of diverse plant and animal species. One of the things that I asked the district to do is thinking about our public and their access to this piece. Once we buy it, is to come up with a plan for providing additional opportunities. So this will put, I think, over about 10 miles of trails for our public to enjoy in Palm Bluff Conservation Area. And you can see the parcel on my right, far right, the shaded parcel where they've added a new trail. So folks will still be able to access it from the parking area, but this is the conceptual plan for the public access and recreation piece. I also have Sheila Theus here from the Water Management District, who's the Director of Real Estate Services, and so want to thank her for her patience as we move throughout the process. As you know, when Forever was authorized, Ginger was the point of contact, and then I came next, and then Tim came next. So she's been working with all of us through the process to make sure that we were able to secure this win for the county.
You may have a couple questions, and then Sheila, I'll give you your time to speak. Heather Post.
I actually just wanted to move approval.
Okay.
So moving approval of the attached participation agreement, but also providing authority for the county manager and county chair to execute any documents necessary in the support of the joint participation agreement and related real estate closing documents.
Okay. Motion to approve as written by Post, second by Dr. Lowry. Danny Robbins.
I just had a couple quick questions. I used to water ski in Lake Ashby in my younger years, but there's that canal that's in that back corner. Yes. Now that goes into Deep Creek and comes out all the way by Lake Harney. It used to be able to navigate it like a John boat. Is there any way, we can make that happen again, where you can have like a kayak kind of nature thing through there, or?
And I think you can seasonally. As you can see here, if you had something like a kayak or something that was flat bottom, you could probably get through there. But it's seasonal. It's very much like Deep Creek, right at the end where we have Deering Preserve, when it comes down through and into Lake Harney. So it's seasonal in terms of what you could get through there.
And in terms of activities or the limitations, are people going to be allowed to use like their e-bikes, or is it just mountain bikes, or is it just walking? Is there any other recreation that we can incorporate in this, or what are our thresholds or our limits? I had some people ask, and I just don't have an answer.
Sure. So I'm going to defer the e-bike question to Sheila, but these passive multi-use trails, so it would be bikes, horses are allowed, hiking as well. So those are the typical uses.
Okay. And one other thing, I saw that 30% of it was wetlands. We had a brief conversation about this morning. It's another question I got asked and whatnot. So the question was, if there's wetlands and they're being protected, why are we paying more money? Why are we paying for them again if they're already I didn't have an answer for it. If you can just clarify that, and I support this project 110% as it sits. I just want to take out any doubt that the county's paying for something twice when they should, if that makes sense.
So, of course, in the evaluation process, if it was a parcel that was all uplands, the valuation is going to be higher in terms of the value of the property. But when you have 30% wetlands, the appraiser takes that into account. There's an adjustment that they do on the appraisal. And so that's taken into account when they're doing the valuation. So we're paying less if there's a portion of jurisdictional wetlands on the property.
Billy Wheeler.
Yeah, my question is simple. On the criteria, remind me again, like on this one, it says meets 13 of 18. How many of the criteria do they need to meet?
10.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank
10.
you.
And then, so the 10, we've kind of grouped them into these dimensions of what's important to us locally, which luckily aligns with the district, but like proximity and connectivity. Right. Does it make a ecologically significant tract? Will it further our acquisition efforts? Here, yes, absolutely, because it's going to expand an already owned preserve, which in terms of management is more efficient for the county and the district as well. water resource protection, public recreation access, environmentally sensitive, and management are kind of the broad categories.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sheila from the St. John's Water Management District.
Afternoon, Chair, members of the council. Sheila Theus, Real Estate Services Director for St. John's River Water Management District. I also have with me Chris Kinslow, who is our Land Resource Specialist, and Graham Williams, who is the Land Manager for the South Central region of the district, and particularly the Palm Bluff Conservation Area. We want to thank you, the county, our partnerships with Tim and Brad. It's been an honor to work with them in this acquisition. With your approval, we will bring this to our May board for their approval, and with the hopes of completing the transaction before the end of July. In your question, e-bikes will be allowed, horseback riding, camping, mountain biking as well.
No dirt bikes or four-wheelers?
Like motorcycle dirt bikes?
Like, yeah. These questions are being asked to us, and this is a crazy, but I just want to put it,
Chris, on this.
I just want to put out, like, if there was an existing.
Mean a motorbike and an e-bike.
Absolutely. But if there's like existing roads, because people do, this is a topic for outdoor recreation and what we're doing. I just need to put some of this stuff to bed of what our thresholds actually are with these properties.
So, good morning, everyone, or good afternoon. Thank you. For e-bikes, it's at this point, there's 3 classes of e-bikes. We're looking to mirror FWC's regulations, where if there's an existing road, like a road that you can travel a vehicle on, you can have these larger, faster e-bikes that usually have a hand throttle. They're called Class 2 or Class 3s. What we're looking to do for most of our properties that have just walking trails where you can hike, where you can mountain bike, is just limited it to the Class 1, where you see these people pedaling. They're going up a hill, but they're going faster, but they're still pedaling on an e-bike. That's what we're looking just to limit for there. There are certain properties that the district has that allows licensed motor vehicles, like a dirt bike, something like Lake George or Loch Lucin in Alachua County. Lake George district's Lake George. Palm Bluff is not a site like that. So it's definitely property by property as far as usage. The best thing I can do is refer anybody to the district's website, really good website with a lot of recreational information.
I wasn't suggesting it by any means.
No, but it's good because when I was a land manager, I would get questions often in a variety, and it really does depend area by area.
Sure. And is there a list that we can go to see properties that we can do that sort of stuff in Volusia? Or
For specifically, it's the district has a map on our website, the sgrwmd.com, and then you can navigate to our recreational page, and that will have it's more like it's a property list alphabetically, but you can definitely see what exactly you can do on these properties. And also, Palm Bluff has a campsite as well, a primitive campsite, so just tent camping. Oh, that'd be great, yeah. Brad's going to forward it to y'all. I'm glad for everything that's been accomplished today. So thank you all.
Thank you. And if there's no further discussion from council, I'll call for the vote to approve the participation agreement with St. John's Water Management District for joint acquisition of land within the Volusia Conservation and Wildlife Corridors. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And motion carries 7-0. Well done. You're going to be busy, Brad. I was just going to ask that. What is the council's pleasure for, I'm getting 2, that it's time for lunch, 3, 4. We're going to take a lunch break. It's 12:18, so we will be back at, 1 o'clock sounds good. We'll reconvene at 1.
That we mar John Nicholson. Have a second.
Okay, it's 1:05, so if is Heather Post coming back? You're going to let me speak? If I'm brief? I promise to be brief. It's 1:07:08. 1:08. We will resume county council meeting. Got everybody here. Heather Post has been detained, but we'll begin. And I want to start. We missed somebody this morning during public comment. There was a misunderstanding of how this all works. So Patricia, if you would like to come speak.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'm part of a Christian group of women who support life, and my project is called Choose Life. And it is a specific for homicide is the leading cause of death of pregnant women. And I am in a group called Justice for Sarah Morales. And I just want to tell you that this was stranger danger. Sarah did not know her killer. She was driving home from work from the library, DeLand Library, and she interceded with a biker on the road. And he was speeding. She hit his saddlebag, and then he came over and kicked her car. They got into a disagreement on the road. She did the right thing. She left the scene. That is one of the rules. The sad thing is he chased her home. But in that process, when they're having that interaction at Volusia Avenue, Wisconsin Avenue, Cody Drew is in a truck, and he calls 911, and he says the tag number of this Kia is, and gives the tag number. The problem is 911 is not trained to de-escalate and safety first. Safety first is to separate the parties that are angry at each other and to advise the caller and their group, the bikers and the truck, there are 3 men altogether, to stop at the scene of the accident and not leave Volusia Avenue. They took it upon themselves to chase her home. They got into an altercation. As she's driving home, she's calling 911 and says, "My name is Sarah, I'm in a blue Kia, and 3 men are chasing me." The problem is now 911 is asking her questions. And what they should have said is safety first, safety first, safety first. Can you get to a safe place and stay there? That did not happen. She said to the men, "I'm calling 911. They said, "We called 911 too." So everybody knows we got a phone in our hand, we're calling 911. She came up, as she's talking to 911, they're going, white, black, Hispanic, what do they look like? Well, you're in a panic, you're on your way home from work, these people are chasing you, you don't know what they look like. Red hair, beard, and by peppering her with those questions, she stepped outside her door, looked out on her lawn, and bam, 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 8 shots. Her baby was murdered. She was 5 months pregnant. Both she and that baby are on that death certificate. So the question in front of you is, how do we choose life? How do we stop the homicide of pregnant mothers? And how do we protect that child left behind, that 11-year-old child? She called 911, and what did 911 tell her? Go outside and look and tell me what's happening, who's there. There's 3 armed men with guns that chase this woman, and they want her only child to go outside. And then here's a picture of her road. I have to say Volusia County has some of the most beautiful neighborhoods, but this one should be Volusia forever. It is a quiet dirt road, privately maintained by the residents on that street, and they chose to let that killer have more rights than those private homeowners on that street in Orange City. And Orange City, hold it up, upside down, sorry. Before you get there, before you get down Wisconsin, you see a sign that says 1 lane only, no outlet. Then you see another sign that says no trespassing. Then as you turn onto the dirt path that goes to Sarah's home, there's a sign that says private property. But none of these mattered to the Orange City Police. This guy had a valid reason to follow her. So I am just saying I'm probably out of time, and I just asked all of you to choose life. Let's change the way 911 handles those calls.
Can you
Thank
leave that with Carissa Green over here, and we will take it up with staff and the Sheriff's Department?
I appreciate that. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Wow. Okay, that brings us to item 6, which is an open public hearing. We'll hear from staff first. This is a resolution for a proposed vacation of a portion of a plat, and it is a quasi-judicial hearing. Before Tad starts, does anyone have any ex parte to declare? Any counsel? Okay. Okay. You're about to find out. Okay. Tad?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. Tad Casebeer, County Engineer. The petitioners are requesting the vacation of a small portion of the utility easement on their lot, Lot 1, in the Tailwind subdivision over in west of the Port Orange area. It's approximately 61 square feet that they're asking for. It's only a small portion of it, enough to accommodate a future home on that parcel. There are no utilities in that section. There were no objections from the neighbors, and the staff recommends approval.
Okay, and I don't see anyone from the public that wanted to speak.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Wheeler.
Yeah.
Second by Johnson. Any discussion? There being none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0. A brilliant speech that you prepared. Item 7 is also a quasi-judicial hearing on a rezoning of 0.86 acres. Clay.
Good afternoon, Clay Urban, Director of Growth and Resource Management. Before you today is a request to rezone this 0.86 acre property from R4 to R6. Both of those zoning categories are consistent with the existing land uses on the subject property. This area is on the south side of State Road 40. It's kind of in an area that is got a lot of movement with regards to the city of DeLand's boundary. So some of these areas are in DeLand, some are in the unincorporated area. This particular piece of land is by the Dollar General on the south side. As you're driving in, you will see it on your left-hand side. It's a vacant piece of land. They would like to develop it for duplex units instead of a single family. The R4 zoning does not allow for duplex, and the R6 is specifically allowing for two-family residential. County staff sent it forward to the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission with a recommendation of approval. At the PLDRC, no one spoke against it, and the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission unanimously recommended approval 7-0. If there's any questions or details, be glad to answer them. We also have Susan Jackson and Carol McFarland. It's currently developed for a single family. Infill. Thank you.
Move to approve.
Motion to approve by Gertman, second by Lowry. No one from the public wish to speak on this item? No. Any ex parte to declare? Okay, then if there's no further discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0. That takes us to another quasi-judicial hearing, item 8, and Clay.
Yes, sir. This is a 2.35 acre property located at 962 Derbyshire near the city of Daytona Beach. This is an existing developed site for a former church and out parcels that were used for community buildings and the offices for the church. It currently is being utilized for a variety of social services under the direction of Halifax Urban Ministries. What you have in front of you today is a rezoning to allow for it to be redeveloped for a veterans homeless shelter. Basically, it would be renovated so that it could accommodate veterans who are currently on the streets, giving them an opportunity for counseling, education, a place to sleep, a place to get better, and continue on. There was a question in regards to what was happening with the existing uses that are occupying them. They will be continued. Some will be potentially relocated once it's all redone, but the majority of them will be maintained. If not, they're on the site in the neighborhood. Remember, HUM was the one who's overseeing the operations that are in there. They will be the ones who will be overseeing this homeless shelter. And as I said, it's currently located in Derbyshire. As you can see, there's multifamily to the south of it, over to the east of it. So it's kind of in this transitional area where to the north and west, you have single family. To the south and east, you have multifamily and actually some commercial areas. When staff looked at it, under the current zoning, it could not be utilized for a homeless shelter. So we worked with Halifax Urban Ministry and their attorneys, Cobb Cole, to come up with a way that we could allow for this to be in there and still maintain the character of the neighborhood and not have a negative impact. So what you're seeing is the buildings are going to remain the same. They'll be all interior renovations. There is currently a garden area that is very important to this neighborhood. They've agreed to keep that going. This is the concept plan that shows that they are going to be adding landscaping along what would be their west boundaries, so that way the adjacent single-family homes would not have any kind of views of it, adding to the existing buffering that may be in place, because there's some fencing along there. The multi-purpose building is where you will see a majority of the current services to be relocated. The current main place of worship is over there at the transitional housing. That's where they will be providing that. And then lastly, that northernmost is the transitional housing and office. So, excuse me, from a staff perspective, it met all of the criteria that we were looking at. We're working off the directive from the county council, who has offered ARPA funding to help with the development of this facility. And so it went to your Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission. We did not hear from the public. There was no objections or other comments. The PLDRC unanimously recommended approval of the proposed rezoning to PUD. If there's any questions, I'll be glad to answer them. And also, Ms. Hosseini is here as well.
What's the closest municipality, Holly Hill or Daytona?
It's kind of both.
And nothing from them?
No, sir.
Okay. Well, before you do that, this is a quasi-judicial hearing. Is there any ex parte to declare from anyone? Quasi, what did I say? Oh, too much, never mind. It's also a public hearing, and you had no request to speak, so we'll close the public hearing. Did you want to make a motion? Motion by Wheeler to approve, second by Robbins. Was it Johnson? Okay. It looks like you're not going to get to speak again.
We're going to tell Mr.
You're going to do it anyway?
You're really just taking all my words away. I appreciate it, though.
Okay. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 6-1. I'm really happy to see this for the vets.
It's 6-0.
Yes, ma'am. I said that.
6-1.
6, what I'm thinking inside 6 because one's not here. But I have two people that interpret tongues for me, so. Okay. Item 9, Clay.
Yes, sir. As part of our efforts to ensure we have a valid concurrency system and to be consistent with Florida statute, we adopt a 5-year capital improvement element as part of our comprehensive plan. What you're seeing is the capital facilities plan that goes from 2021-22 to 2025-2026. This is basically the capital improvement program you approved last year as part of your budget. This process is really kind of just that, a process to ensure that we have this addressed in our comprehensive plan so that we can implement concurrency. And it provides us the idea of how we can, excuse me, keep our facilities up as we are trying to address some of the growth that's occurring in the county. So again, it's coming to you with a recommendation of approval. If there's any questions, I'll be glad to answer it, but there's nothing that deviates from the approved budget documents that are already in place. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Is there a motion? Billy Wheeler?
I wanted to just say something. First of all, are you okay?
Yes.
I think you sound like you might be sick. So, yeah. I'm just making a point that, this is exactly one of the items that people see in our budget, that we have money set back and everything. here's our 5-year plan. We've got to have that money we put back every year. So I just, with that little comment, I'm going to make a motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Wheeler and second by Robbins. Any other comment from the council or discussion? No one from the public asked to speak. Then if there's no further discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0. Okay, item 10.
Mr. Chair.
Who was that?
It's me, Heather.
Oh, I'm
Heather.
thinking Heather.
Wallace.
The other Heather.
Sorry.
Yes.
Sorry.
I
Yes,
didn't see
this
your
is-
name.
Okay, I'm sorry, that was my mistake. This is a request from the Housing Finance Authority for a finding of public purpose and the reapproval of an issuance of Housing Finance Authority bonds. Ms. Sarah Metz is here from the Housing Finance Authority if you have any questions.
Motion to approve, Gertman.
Motion to approve by Gertman, second by Wheeler for approving this. Billy, did you have or is that a leftover? It's all right. No discussion? Looks like you're safe. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0. Thank you. Item 11, operation and fee modification for Volusia County's summer recreation program.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Honorable County Council members. I'm Tim Bailey, Volusia County Parks, Recreation, and Culture Director. Today before you, we have some summer camp opportunities, some modifications to the camp. So I'd like to go through them with you. First of all, we've been operating at camp for, I want to say, upwards of 40 years, right? We have 14 sites countywide. We've got over 1,200 participants on a non-COVID year. This year we expect somewhere just north of 900, and they're for kids ages 5 to 12 years of age. Operates Monday through Friday, 7:30 in the morning till 5:30 in the afternoon. So in an effort to decrease operating expenses and increase revenue, staff has identified a variety of different opportunities to save money as well as lower expenses. First up is county council or county staff allows $165 per participant for the entire summer, right? So in this upcoming summer, it'll be 7 weeks. Sometimes we have a longer summer. It really depends on the school year. That might be 8 weeks. But we allot $165 per child per summer for entrance fees for this entire summer program. So we think we can still make it a fun camp, do some great field trips on $140 per summer for each kid. So we would save approximately, I'm getting ahead of myself. If I did that, we would save approximately $22,750 for the entire summer, entire 22 summer. And like I said, this is based on 65 participants at the 14 sites we have scheduled this upcoming summer. Summer recreation registration fees and weekly fees have not been adjusted since 2008. That's about 14 years. So we're trying to keep pace with expenses. So if we increased our registration fee from $15 to $20 for each participant, we'd generate an additional $4,550. And that's mainly to offset insurance costs, which are about $13 per participant, and then camp t-shirts, which historically have been around $3 a shirt. And we give them two shirts a camp. And then if we increased weekly program fees from $65 to $80. This would generate an additional $95,550 for the upcoming summer, and then would increase that to even more if we had a normal 1,200 year program, right? So this would be just for this upcoming summer. If we have in a non-COVID year, we go back up to the 1,200 participants, we would save even more money. And this will go to offset ongoing increases in operating costs, which included bus transportation costs and program staffing costs. Wanted to bring up a point that approximately 48% of the participants are on the summer camp scholarship. And then this gives you an idea. We did a little bit of research, a competitive analysis on where we are compared to what some other summer camp providers are countywide. And it gives you an idea that we're pretty low, right? We're in terms of our registration fee and in our weekly fee. Plus, we go on 2 to 3 field trips per week. That's included in the $65 fee. So we thought we have a little bit of room here that we could be more competitive with the other summer program operators. And so going from the 65 to 80, we thought was a pretty good benchmark to attain. And so if we opted to, approve all 3 of these, it would generate an additional $122,850 in savings. And in the year we're trying to go roll back, this might help a little bit. And with that, I could entertain any questions.
Any questions from the council? Motion to approve by Lowry. I'm sorry. Okay. Motion to approve by Ben Johnson.
You've been called worse though, haven't you?
And you took the second.
I'll take it.
Barb Gertman for discussion.
Right. So my question is, have we surveyed the parents on ability to pay? Do we have any concern?
Right. We have not reached out to any parents. I will say 48% of our attendees, summer attendees, are all on the summer camp scholarship, which are funded by another division here within the county government.
Okay, good enough. Got my vote.
Okay. No other questions. It's a motion to approve. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0. Brings us to item 13. Item 12 has been moved to April. Item 13 is a sponsorship request. And is Kevin doing all these?
Yeah, typically is, but I think he's tied up on something else. I'll go ahead. For item 13, yeah, okay, we'll get Sabrina to do it, but these are pretty straightforward, our typical sponsorship requests. Sabrina.
Thank you. Sabrina Slack, Assistant County Attorney. We have 2, I left my notes back there, 2 sponsorships for this particular agenda item. Hold on just one second. The first one is the Central Florida Boy Scouts of America Golden Eagle event sponsorship. We've sponsored this event in the past. They are eligible as a nonprofit organization, and the monies go to the local Boy Scouts troops in our area. That would be item 13. Item 14 is an item that was sponsored that came to us through Ms. Gertman. It's a national event for an organization known as the National Hookup for Black Women, Inc., the Volusia County chapter. They are actually hosting their national convention here in Daytona, and we'll be having a series of events that will be for their organization and bringing their organization to the Daytona area. So we have not sponsored them in the past, but all of their information is connected with the agenda item. Any questions on either item?
Yes, we will take them individually, but so,
Motion to, I'm sorry?
no.
Motion to approve the sponsorship request from the Central Florida Boy Scouts of America for their 2022 Golden Eagle event. The event will be held at 6 p.m., April 21st, 2022.
Motion to approve by Wheeler, second by Lowry. We do have a member of the public who wishes to speak before we vote. Keith Jester.
I would surmise most every organization that comes before you asking for tax dollars is a worthy organization. However, it is not this body's responsibility to do the taxpayers' charitable giving for them. Those are decisions that should be left to the taxpayers individually, and it is not your responsibility to take that upon yourselves to do it for us. That is not the purpose of government. And I think that y'all, whenever you do that, are going far beyond what we elected you to do. Every year, we're being told the county government needs more and more money to operate, that they're falling further and further behind. But we keep giving money away. I would ask that you get this county out of the charitable giving business and let the citizens make those choices for ourselves. It's not your responsibility to do it for us. Thank you.
Any other comments from the council? Before I call for the vote, I'll respond to that idea. We've all heard it before, and I don't know if Mr. Chester, if you listened to the discussion this morning about some of the spending issues or actually forgiving of spending, and this follows in the same kind of philosophical argument of the way we spend money and the way that we choose not to or give something away. I want to say I've struggled with this, and I happen to know, because I hear the moans sometimes up here, that we struggle with this. However, I think a past council already voted to reduce how much we give and limit it, and so that's what we are operating with this year. I actually have this on my closing comments. Because I would like for the council to reevaluate that again. I happen to agree with the argument that you laid out, that I don't believe it's government's responsibility to be generous with the people's money. I think that's an individual decision. However, since that's how we've been operating this year, I don't feel like it's fair to the Boy Scouts or the Black Women's Group and all the people that have come before us this year because we said it was okay. I will ask that it be reevaluated and changed. I don't know what the vote will be, but you will probably see both of these approved this year because that's the system that the public believes that we're working under. It could be changed today. I don't think it would be, but in my opinion, it's not fair to change it in midstream. Barb Gertman.
Thank you, Chair. I also think that that it's a challenge when we're responding to public comment when we say we don't respond to public comment, right? However, since we are talking about this issue, my stance regarding supporting scholarships and responding to the public that asks for support in these 501c3 organizations. They are also our public. They also represent our community, and I see them as an extension of the work that we do, because typically they are run by a volunteer organization, and the services that they support are services and dollars that we're not putting out. So if a $1,500 request, based on the limits that the council defined, that $1,500 is a greater impact. I look at the other side of it, and if those organizations were not supporting, we most likely may have a larger output of funds to cover or recover from the services that those organizations are not providing, whether it's to our children, whether it's to other services throughout our community. So I know we see things differently. We each have a different story, right? I've been that person who utilized services for a hand up, not a handout. I've seen the benefit of these programs. I'm either on their boards or have volunteered or worked throughout our community with these services. So we're different individuals. That's why we have differing opinions. I respect everyone's opinion and perspective, but understand we each have a story. And again, that's where I stand on this from the beginning to whatever becomes the end. Thanks.
Fred Lowry.
Yeah, I echo that completely. And I mean, I've been on this group now for 8 years, and we've been doing this the whole time I've been here, plus before when I came. I've never, until just recently, had anybody complain about it, but I've had tons of people compliment how wonderful it is that we support some of these organizations. And I think, Barb, I think you hit the nail on the head. It's kind of like that old commercial, pay me now or pay me later. There's a lot of things that we do that support these groups that keep us from having to spend monies in other ways and corrective measures later on. And no doubt, I can't speak for everybody, but I believe if I know everybody's heart up here, most of us give a lot out of our pockets already to some of these organizations to help them out. So anyway, yeah, I'd like to see us continue to do this. I think we have a good screening process. We kind of evaluated that recently or not long ago. And the screening process seems to be valid of how we're going through that, and Mr. Captain's doing a good job there and so forth. But yeah, this is an opportunity to just well spent money to help us keep from having to do corrective things later on, like dealing with more prison stuff or whatever, by supporting some of these organizations. Thank you.
Ben Johnson.
It was basically unlimited spending up until a couple of years ago. If I'm not mistaken, I'm the one who brought up the fact of $1,500. We put in other things in place to help that too. How many times people could come to the well. I do take into account what Mr. Chester had to say. And it may be something we need to talk about. You don't want to just take and slam the door, especially in mid-year, nothing. We're into it for this year no matter what. And we need to stay there. But maybe look at, do we continue it at $1,500, or do we kind of start winning people off and maybe go to $1,000 next year? And I think that's a question we kind of have to look at more towards October, when we start seeing what is our budget going to be and where do we go. But we may need to take and think about, starting to wean off. But a lot of it depends. If we start getting in the reserves too much, we're going to have to do a whole lot of things. But at the moment, we don't do anything we are taking into. And yes, I don't agree with a lot of things Mr. Chester says, but I understand where he's coming from at this point, because I do have citizens that say that to me. But I think right now is not the time.
Danny Robbins.
And real quick, it's something just to echo what's being said. I do see both sides of this. And I actually had on my list today to talk about during council comments, and actually probably a couple proposals for how we continue on in the future. So it has my support for now, but I can't guarantee more of this in the future.
Thank you. I'd say that, Ben, you expressed it as well as I could. That's really where I am, and you know, it wasn't so much that I'm responding to Mr. Chester. I'm responding to the whole idea of it. Mr. Chester happens to be here, and when a member of the public takes time to come out, I think it's it needed to be discussed. I don't believe, like Ben just said, that we change it in midstream. So we'll need to discuss it. If there's a group that would go under, if they don't get $1,500 from the county, I don't think the money from the county is well spent, but I don't see, so far I have in the past, but neither one of these groups their life is not dependent on our money, or the taxpayers' money. So anyway, that's, we've got a motion to approve this and a second for item 13. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0. Item 14, is there a motion for that group?
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Gertman, second by Lowry. Any discussion on that item? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0. Community events update, item 15.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Honorable members of council, Kevin Captain, Community Information Director. So we have the community events beginning with Turtle Day, April the 9th, 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. It's sponsored by many local businesses and agencies, and residents can enjoy close encounters with endangered turtles and other marine life. Animal rehab staff will explain how they care for injured birds and sea turtles, while vendors sell food and beverages, and other activities will be included, as well as crafts and music. Moving right along to the St. Johns River Cleanup. That is the 26th annual cleanup event. It'll take place 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. Saturday, April the 23rd. Planners hope to clean 59 miles of the waterway and river basin to help with the boaters and other volunteers. So more information on that, if you want to join that cleanup, just visit volusia.org/cleanup. Our next event is April the 25th from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. This is coordinated by the Florida Department of Health in Volusia County, and they're hosting their Keach Street Family Fun Day. We are also going to have county staff there, departments, and with the Community Services Department. And Human Services and Library Services will also take part in the event. It'll include arts, crafts, games, giveaways, music, and much more. And then we have the City Nature Challenge. This is going to be April the 29th through May the 2nd. It's the county's environmental division that's taking part in this nationwide initiative called the City Nature Challenge. What it does is it encourages people to download the iNaturalist app and take photos of plants and animals within Volusia County. 8 cities are also participating, and so you can check out their website. They have additional information. And earlier this morning, you approved a 7-0 vote on the, or 6-1 vote, I think, on the Earth Day for Votran. So Friday, the 22nd of April is Earth Day, and that will provide then free Votran rides. And we will do all those efforts to spread the word through flyers and social media. And then also want to mention that the county is working with the Volusia COAD. COAD is the acronym for Community Organizations Active in Disaster. That's with Jerry Brannon and Frank Bruno, who charge up that agency, and they're working closely with the Volusia Hispanic Chamber of Commerce and bringing back the Hurricane Expo. You might recall we did one last in 2019 in the Hester and Daughtry buildings at the fairgrounds, and so they want to bring that back now post-pandemic here in the fairgrounds, and so we're just starting to coordinate with that. Emergency management is doing a lot of the heavy lifting, and community information will certainly help with getting the word out. And Monday closed our Public Employees Feed the Need Fund Drive. We will be capturing all the data, tabulating things, and then announcing a county winner and a city and municipality winner as well, too. So just from the preliminary results, it looks terrific. I think you're going to be really pleased. So with that, just a reminder that to look for county events, you can go to the county calendar on volusia.org. We keep it up to date. The calendar's there, and if you click on any meeting or event, it'll take you to either the news release or additional information. And also, too, I just always want to encourage people to download the emergency management app as we come into the hurricane season soon, and as well as follow us on County of Volusia Facebook page. We are really trying to wrap up efforts with social media. So, any questions?
No, but we don't say hurricane here. We say tropical weather.
There you go.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, and that item does not require a motion or a second. Pardon? Okay, that brings up item 16, the chair and at-large appointments to the Children and Families Advisory Board. Ben, did you have a nomination?
Michelle Williams. Excuse me, that's east side. I'm supposed to do west side. Jessica Deese.
Yes. Ben nominates Jessica Deese. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Nomination stands at 6-0. And for the chair's west side, I would like to nominate Derek Collins. Any discussion on Derek? Mine is on the east side.
Mr. Brower?
Yes.
Could you tell me who made the motion and vote for? Well, Mr. Johnson made the motion, but who seconded it? Ms. Wheeler.
Wheeler. Okay, I'd like to nominate the motion. My motion is for Derek Collins on the east side. Is there a second? Wheeler seconds that one as well. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? And that Derek Collins passes 6-0. Thank you. And then item 17 is the chair's appointment and council member Gartman's reappointment to the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee. And it would be my desire to have Barb Gartman to continue to serve there. But Barb, I need to ask you if you're willing and if you feel like you're able.
Sir, I am willing to continue.
Okay. Motion to approve by Johnson, second by Wheeler. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And Barb, you're still there, 6-0. Okay, and I would like to nominate for the chair's two appointments, Samuel Gaslin and Sarah Ulrich.
You only have one appointment, Mr. Brower? You appointed Peggy Hart at the last meeting, so you only have one.
Okay. I misunderstood the package just delivered. I want to look at it, look back real quick. If you just give me a second.
Maybe we ought to adjourn, come back.
You're gonna. I thought you were gonna nominate Billy. Okay. Oh, stop it. 17. Okay, I would like to nominate Sarah Ulrich to that, to the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee. But I'll need a motion and a second from someone else. Motion by Johnson, second by Wheeler. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Nomination carries 6-0. That brings us to item 18, the Public Protection Budget and Service Level Presentation by Mark Swanson.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, County Council members, Mark Swanson, Interim Director of Public Protection. We're here to do the final phase, the second phase of our presentation for Council today. Today we'll be talking about animal services, beach safety, corrections, and the medical examiner's office. This is 4 of the 8 divisions that are actually within public protection. So we're going to start out with the medical examiner's office today. First. Okay. This is a rendering of the new medical examiner's office that's going to be built and opening hopefully in the first quarter of 2023-24. Okay. Personnel services, this is actually a contract. Our operating expenses are as shown, $2,805,564. That includes a 5% increase for 22 and 23, along with Dr. Fulcher is requesting to take over the transfer of decedent services in-house. It's actually a contracted service right now, but he's wanting to do that as long as he can do it within the same budget he has now for what he's using. Their capital outlay is $5,000. That's for 2 autopsy saws that they have in the next year's budget. And their grants and aid are for a biomedical waste permit that they have to have as part of the clinics in there. And they have a 373 fund established for the medical examiner's new facility. Currently, right now, that quote for that facility is $18.4 million. That has gone up increasingly, with all the problems that they're having with getting materials and getting labor and all those things working. But it is estimated to be done with construction in the first quarter of 2023 and 24. The 2021-22 adopted revenue authorization for cremations currently right now, they do about 5,100 cremations annually. They're currently charging $30 right now for each cremation. We're making a request to increase that from 30 to 40. We did a survey around surrounding counties throughout the state and found out that the prices are higher than $30 in most places that we looked at. So it ranged anywhere from $40 to $50. So we're proposing to go to $50, which will bring in an increase to about $51,000 annually as revenue. The use of facility for tissue collection, it's $50 an hour, and they've had about 100 hours worth of that being done over the past year. And then obviously the autopsy of state inmates, we've done 4 autopsies for state inmates that totaled $9,276. And our contract with Dr. Fulcher is $2,556,955, and that transportation to decedents is what we talked about. The $150,000 is currently what he's paying right now to have that done. He wishes to do that in-house where he has a little bit more control of the service, so he wants to do that as long as he can maintain his current budget for that. Utilities are $28,200. Software licenses for a case management system he uses for documentation, $25,000. His maintenance of equipment and the remaining expenses were computer replacement, property insurance, building maintenance, and some waste collection. So at this time, I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Fulcher, who's going to finish with the operations side of the medical examiner's presentation.
Thank you. Next slide, please.
Thank you for having me, Council. I appreciate it. For those of you that don't know, what I do is mandated by state law. 406 and 11G, the administrative code, dictate what we autopsy and what we don't autopsy. I won't read this to you, but basically anything that's not a natural death, we autopsy, or at least investigate. That makes sure that the court systems and the police have the information they need, society has the information they need for prosecution, or maybe not prosecution, it depends. Autopsy sometimes defends the innocent. Actually, if there's some issue, we find things that aren't congruent with investigation. So we provide a valuable service which is evidence-based. Next slide. I provide all the employees, the vehicles, the insurances. You guys provide the facility, now decedent transportation, equipment, and utilities. The decedent transportation, we believe we can do a better job if we own the contract. We have identified some shortcomings with some of the companies we use, and we believe being there, boots on the ground, we'll be able to effectively discipline those people as opposed to going through you guys. So that's what we're going to do, with your blessing, of course. Next slide. So, cases are globally up. You know this. We've talked about it. Our cases are up in this county, not due to COVID now, but due to overdoses. I will tell you those have slightly decreased over the past several months, so I think we're on a slight downtrend. I do not believe we'll ever get to the pre-COVID number of overdoses per capita, but we are decreasing slightly. Cremation certificates or approvals have gone up significantly, and because of that, and this is important to note, these cremations, which we're asking for the additional $10 for, this is society and the medical examiner's last opportunity to see that body, evaluate that body before it's destroyed. Once it's cremated, if someone murdered them, it's done. So it's our last opportunity to catch that. And we do catch things. Not always homicides, but we catch overdoses, we catch hip fractures, we catch delayed deaths that are directly related to an automobile accident that would have been signed out and not investigated at all. So because of these cremations, we're investigating 82% of all the fatalities in the country. In the county. That's really quite good. Most municipalities are doing good to get 50%, 60%. So we're catching a great deal of basically unsolved things because of these cremations. And that takes physician time. And the reason we're asking for the increase there is physician time, unfortunately, is more expensive than it used to be. And that gets me into the last little thing. Building the new building will help greatly. But if you go online and look at the state of medical examiners' offices in the country, you'll find some alarming stories, like Baltimore, Maryland, being hundreds of cases behind and storing bodies in a parking garage type of thing. I will tell you, none of that's happening here. Everything here is happening by the books. Everything here is functioning. Even though we're not name accredited, our operational manual and procedures are as if we are. So operationally, we are functioning as an accredited office. The only thing I'm missing is that building. With that said, we've asked for the 5% increase on the budget. That will allow us to maintain staffing and basically pay for the toxicology testing, which has become more expensive, not surprisingly, both in scope and overall cost, and also just in volume. And finally, one more thing I just want to tell you now. At some point in time, I will have to hire another pathologist. And it's going to be a bit scary on a county budget line item to see that, one position for my office is a 12% increase in my total budget. But you're not going to get a forensic pathologist here for under $250,000 a year. That's just standard pay right now. And it's gone up a lot. And it's because we're lacking half. 50% of the forensic pathologists in this country we need don't exist. And it takes 12 years to train one. So we're 12 years away from a real solution. There's a bimodal age distribution. We're looking at 2-3 years from now, maybe 15-20% of the practicing pathologists retire. So I'm telling you, we've got good people. They're going to be with us a while. We're very lucky to have them. But with the increase in cases, eventually we're going to need one more person. And they're going to be hard to hire, basically. But that's the state of forensic pathology. I'm very lucky to have your support. And, you know, I think we're doing a great job in actually the most challenging time to operate a forensic pathology office in the history of this country, with the shortage is just epic. I mean, there are places where they have to use per diem helpers just to make it through the day. And if those people get angry and leave, they're done. Like, they've got cases carrying over. I assure you, on my watch, when we take a case in, today's an exception because I spent most of the day here, but I'll do that first thing in the morning. When we take it in, it gets done that day. You know, there are offices where those autopsies might take 3 to 4 days to get done, where the family is waiting. The police, more importantly, are waiting for the information they need from the medical examiner. So we've been very lucky we haven't had to do that yet. All right. That's all. Thank you.
Don't go anywhere.
I won't.
Barb Gartman.
Please go to George first, so I can hear what he has to say.
Yeah, I was going to add, having been through and part of the team that was fortunate enough to find Dr. Fulcher, he speaks the absolute truth. There is a crisis in this country. We were that organization that was having to get by you know, on a per diem type basis as well. And he's done an amazing job since he's been here. And we are a lucky community. This is one of those that we solidified with Dr. Fulcher, and I support everything he's doing, and his requests I think are reasonable, and I do appreciate the heads up that of where we're going in the future with the growth that we have. I look forward to, we'll be bringing back his building and that contract here shortly, and just a few meetings, if not the next meeting. I'm not sure exactly which one, but that's coming forward. But again, we're really lucky to have him and his team, and thank you for all you're doing.
Barb.
Thank you. I'm going to ditto what George said. I know how fortunate we are to have you and to have you maintain such a tight ship. And from day one, when you came in, we were able to focus on other areas because we knew this was handled. So I think that says a lot. I think nationally, but locally, I think prior to a pandemic, we were in dire times for having skilled people ready to roll, right? Ready to come in, whether it's a pathologist or we've just got a severe gap of skilled, you know, doctors, lawyers, Indian chiefs, because there's a big gap in somebody didn't make enough babies and send enough people back to, you know, educate, you know, because there is a big gap in our generation.
Sure.
Right? So I think Jeff took Jeff handled it, but so many of the rest of us have 1 and 2 kids, right? So there's a big gap in employability. Who's ready to be employed? That was prior to pandemic, so I think the pandemic has just made it much worse. And I think we're going to really have to consider how to go forward in other ways for employability for a lot of our more critical, our more critical roles. And when you start talking about per diem and contractors, you're talking about a lot more money too than you are. A full-time, you know, person that is dedicated to you only. So that's a concern. I did want to ask though.
Yes.
Did you say that we could not be accredited until you have the building? So it requires.
That is correct. The building we have currently has defects which preclude accreditation, mainly related to space, storage, and you know about the HVAC system.
Right.
That is a do not pass go, do not get accredited failure.
Okay.
With the new with our HVAC system we have currently. I will tell you, you mentioned per diems. I know the county had some success with them. From my standpoint, one of the biggest issues there is getting them back to testify on their cases. Exactly. I've been representing a lot of autopsies I didn't do because these people are out of the country or dead or retired, and I have to review their autopsy, which is even more effort on my part, formulate my own independent opinion because I'm an expert witness, and then testify on their behalf, having not actually touched the body, which, of course, is never as good.
Yeah, it's not a place we want to be operating.
Right.
So,
It's good for part-time coverage and very short gaps, but as a long-term solution, it would never work. No.
Okay. But thank you again for your expertise and professionalism, and just knowing you there gives me comfort.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I'll just add to that real quickly, Dr. Fulcher. I've been watching medical examiner's office for about 5 years. It was off my radar, and it's off most people's radar. I would venture to say that most people in the county don't realize how important your office is to law enforcement. You're no less important investigator from the law enforcement side than the best detective that we have. It's really important. I'm really glad you're here. I see a huge difference in when I started looking at it 5 years ago. And I'm going to ask you a question. It's probably unfair. If it is, I'm asking you don't speculate. Just tell me you don't want to answer it. But I'm curious, when I noticed the last time you were here, you brought up the detail about the rise in overdoses and suicides.
Yes.
And a lot of that, I believe, was said, not by you, but many people, that was a result of maybe the anxiety that came with COVID. But I also see fentanyl just pouring across our southern border. Are you able to tell what the overdoses, what the cause of it is? Is it still anxiety? Is it just the availability of drugs? Or?
So it's a combination of the two. There's a large volume of drugs coming across the border. You're correct. The vast majority of our overdoses are fentanyl. We're starting to see other drugs come back. But I was talking with someone today, when we get toxicology reports back now, and this is why they're more expensive, there'll be 20 or 30 different compounds, all illicit substances, all fatal, we're seeing veterinary tranquilizers now coming up in people. So it's an incredible volume of toxins and an incredible variety of toxins. So the drugs in this county are more dangerous than they ever have been before, ever. And when you buy something on the street, you have no idea what's in it. And a lot of these drugs will kill you. There's not enough Narcan to help you. You're going to die. So we have very significant toxic levels of any number of things. I could list them, but that would be boring for you. So I think COVID helped, but you're right. The variety and toxicity of the drugs is what's driving the ship now. Does that make sense?
It does.
Okay.
I hope that mom, dads, and students all over the county hear that, because it's not just, you don't go out to buy fentanyl necessarily, but it might show up in whatever it is you're buying.
Certainly, that's what you're getting. Absolutely.
So, last thing, and this is more personal. It's also unfair, but I think it would be, well, it's not unfair. I think it would be helpful. This isn't going to help me or you in our lifetime, but
Okay.
but we have a shortage of EMTs and paramedics, and now we have a shortage of medical doctors that do what you do. It would be a really interesting career for somebody who's interested in investigative police work and medical.
Yes.
So how much college, how much school time does it take to get to where you are?
Sure. So getting into med school is probably the rate limiting factor. That requires a college degree and a reasonable score on the college admissions test, the medical college admissions test, the MCAT. Then you have a 4-year course through med school, then a 4-year residency in anatomic and clinical pathology, and then a 1-year fellowship. So it's about 11 to 12 years, depending on where you go and how they picture things, pack things after high school. At that point in time, you can pretty much practice independently with some oversight. Those associates coming in would need to be observed by their chief or a deputy chief for a couple years. So that's how long it takes. And I will tell you that the reason we're having a shortage now, and maybe this makes the cost seem more fair, is that the old guard of forensic pathology, for some reason, decided not to ask for a lot more money, so wages were stagnant in my field for a very long time. And when I mentioned that last year of training, that fellowship, when I started off, I was board certified in anatomic pathology and clinical path. I could have gotten a job at the hospital. At that point in time, I took a 6-figure pay cut to do forensics. You can imagine, a lot of people aren't willing to do that. You really have to love the work. So this increase we're seeing now is really just getting us back caught up with our colleagues in the hospital. That's where it came from.
Yeah. Thank you. Danny Robbins.
Thanks, Chair. And thank you for everything that you do and do for us here. Now, is this something just with what you said, and I kind of saw where the chair was kind of going with it, which is good. It takes a long time. You said 12 years to kind of find somebody. Is there an apprenticeship program where we can get somebody to shadow you? Or,
yeah.
Or you mentioned that residency and fellowship. Is that something we can put out a recruit for?
So we could, and I'm doing it, and you're helping me by building the new building. The new building has a small conference space for about 20 people. We've done outreach to our law enforcement community recently. We are starting an internship with Stetson University. We are starting a relationship with Embry-Riddle and their master's program. We're in Daytona State, working with them to some degree. I currently, in fact, just in court today, I had a med student. We're taking 4th year and 3rd year med students on electives to introduce them to this career. I think we're doing everything we can, and I think this will correct. It's just we have to get through this training cycle. There's enough people interested now, but in the past, that pay cut was enough of a disincentive to not make people want to do it. Now that salaries are up where they probably should have been 10 years ago, I believe that this challenge will be addressed. So we are doing those things. I will tell you, we got a little bit of a slower start on the education due to the COVID stuff, not surprisingly. I fully expect when I get my new building with the additional space in the facility, we'll be to do much, much, much more community outreach and have observers, internships, and programs like that.
Absolutely. And if we can do something and kind of groom our own, and they know Volusia County, they know you and what you expect, hey, they're going to be turnkey by the time they come out, but that would be
good. There are options for that. Some of them are a lot more work than we might want to take on. We could theoretically start a fellowship where we provide that last year of training. That creates a whole host of other hoops to jump through. I'm not sure we're there yet, but with the new building, that's something we could always consider. But with the building we have now, that's just not a starter. We can't do that, no.
All right. Looks like that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Morning, Mr. Chair, members of council. I tried getting my boss to put me ahead of Dr. Fulcher because I know it was going to be a hard one to follow, but I'll give it my best. And I almost would argue with Ms. Gertman about the babies because I've got 1,500 in custody today, so. All right. Just taking a look at our organizational chart, you'll see that we have 356 and a half FTEs. I'm not sure about the half, but and I would be remiss if I didn't continue the shortage problem because I've got 59 officer vacancies today. So we are trying everything that we possibly can to recruit and sign on and everything. So more to follow. Next slide. Okay, I'm sorry, right there. You'll see that the Corrections Division has a just under $62 million budget. 32.4 million of that is personal services. It went up a little bit. We had 6 positions that you all increased. If we can hire them, it'd be great. But increases in, health insurance and FRS retirement and whatnot. Our operating expenses are just over 18 million. Capital outlay includes kitchen equipment, replaces, washers and dryers, things of that nature, security cameras to keep us up and running operational 365 days a year, 24 hours a day. Capital outlays $295.5. capital improvement, we talked a little bit about the dorms this morning. We've got some potable water pipes, parking lot resurfacing, HVAC chillers, and it's just, these are old buildings, both jails, 47 and 37 years old, and the upkeep and the maintenance is costly. So, and we have 5.7 million in our reserves. Next slide. The 21-22 adopted revenue that we're expecting is 234,000. That comes from City of Daytona. We have an agreement with them that we charge them if they make arrests on city ordinance violations, and then and make copay in a couple other areas. We are anticipating in the 22-23 estimated revenue of 840,000 as we, embark on the booking fees and the daily subsistence fees to see where those are at. Next slide. I fibbed a little bit. We have just under 1,500 this morning, but our facilities are 1,494 beds. We just counted as 1,500 because I do have additional beds that I can use if I absolutely need to. By contracts, by statute, we are required to provide all medical, all dental, and all mental health services to those inmates, which I'll talk about here in a second. We provide, we get inmates to all the first appearance hearings. We are working with the courts right now to see if we can do those through video conference. We're actually briefing, one of the wardens and I are going to be briefing the judges this Friday to see if they're willing to allow us to embark on doing video court, which will save a whole lot of manpower for us. Maintenance of buildings and structures I talked about, and then our reentry programs. What we're trying to do is really focus on 5 things that we're going to do really well versus 10 things that we do okay. So part of that is trying to create programs and job opportunities for these inmates to positively make some change in their lives in hopes that they don't come back. Unfortunately, somebody else probably will, but we don't want to see the same offender over and over and over again like we currently do. Next slide. Our largest operating expenses, without a doubt, is our medical, just under 10.5 million. And those are just straight up costs based on the number of folks we have. And what we find is probably the top 10 costs make up about 80 to 90% of our medical, if that makes sense. Because we really get some folks that are really sick. And those medical costs, because they're out on the streets, they're homeless, whatever the case is, and they just don't see medical, they don't take care of themselves. Then they come into jail and we find a lot of things out about them. And, we provide that adequate care. Food service, about $2 million. Our utilities, 1.3, a little over $100,000 a month in utilities. We had a really high water cost a few years ago, and we went and I think it was a $20 timer that we put on the showers because inmates used to be able to go in and just punch the button and stand in the water for an unlimited amount of time. And now they get 5 minutes to shower. So they've got to be quick, and then the water shuts off for 15 minutes. And, that really reduced our water costs as well. Property and liability insurance, $908,000. Contracts, we have our correctional drug treatment program. We have the HIV testing program, things of that nature. The CDTP is close to $500,000. Drug treatment, 60-day in custody drug treatment program. And then we have the healthcare diversion contract, and then $225,000. It went up quite a bit actually when COVID hit because we bought sprayers, and in an effort to keep COVID down inside of the jail, we are continuing to fog the areas to kill the bacteria and whatnot. So I'm happy to report today that we have 0 positive inmates in custody right now, and it's very good to have that. Next slide, our future challenge is obviously staff and recruitment and retention. Like I said, we have 59 vacancies currently right this minute. That's just on the security side, and I've got a couple of civilian positions as well. I do want to thank you for everyone that supported, and John Booker especially, his work up in Tallahassee, but all of the letters or emails or discussions that you all had in regards to the state inmates. We went from 200 plus, I've got 113 this morning. So kudos to everybody for the great work that we did on the help there. We're at 91% capacity this morning, and our state inmates are at just over 8%. If you remember, a few months back, I was almost at 20% of our population was state inmates. So thank you, DOC, if you're listening. I'm sure you are, for the work that you did to help us out. Getting back to pre-COVID conditions, as I mentioned, there's no positives right now. We've got our truck crews out again. We're allowing people to come visit. We're trying to get past COVID and move on to the rest of 2022 in hopes that it's finishing off a strong year. So, subject to any questions, that concludes my portion of the presentation.
Barbara Gertman.
When you spoke of the cost of health care, it makes me think about the inmates losing their health coverage as soon as they go in. Is that the reality when they come into the jail?
Some have insurance, very few, but some inmates do have insurance, and we just put one out on a furlough so that he could go to a doctor of his choice and used his insurance to pay those bills. The court approved that, and then when he got his service, he found out that our medical team was doing everything they could possibly do. So now he's back in our custody, but the only thing that really stops is, the Medicare, the Medicaid, that piece of it stops.
And the Medicaid.
Yeah. There are some different rules in regards to inmates in custody as to when they can actually pay their bills.
Okay. So I wonder if there's something we can do, because I know through FACT that was one of the areas they were focused on, because again, it's disconnecting, right? And as you had mentioned, many times people go in, and even if they're there for 90 days, to then go back and have to get reconnected to a service, it's just a big disconnection, and it's a big cost to the county. So,
and we try to reconnect them like Social Security. We'll reconnect them before we release them.
Before you release them, okay. Well, I just think if we can, where's our lobbyist? Where's our government representative? Is he still in here?
I don't know if Mr. Booker is in here, but if the chairman would allow, I'll speak to that for just a moment. Mrs. Gertman and members of the council, we've been working both at the state level as well as the federal level to try to bring in more revenues to offset our medical costs at corrections. At the federal level, through our federal lobbyists, NACO has been trying to effectuate some changes in incarcerated individuals' loss of benefits, because really it just puts the pressure of those medical costs to the government that is housing those individuals, in our case at corrections, county taxpayers. At the state level, there are some options not too dissimilar to our conversation with the private hospitals and not-for-profit hospitals this morning. There could be some opportunities in the state of Florida to access some Medicaid monies for our inmates. These are usually pre-sentence individuals who, in some states, because the federal program allows for it, can enjoy some limited benefits, especially those benefits that pertain to hospitalizations. There's an exception that allows for them to be covered for hospitalizations greater than 24 hours. It requires the state to put up monies for us to pull down our Medicaid dollars, similar to how we do it for our EMS. FAC took that issue up, but there was no movement by our legislators this year, but that is something that we hope to continue to pursue. It's not a silver bullet, but it is savings that in some years could have been definitely far into the six figures for Volusia County. So in a nutshell, Mr. Booker is working both at the state and the federal level, and it is unfortunately an uphill mountain for us to climb.
Okay. Well, I'm just glad that we're continuing to stay on that, because I know healthcare costs. And again, it's also a disruption in that person's life if they're a family person and, you know, they don't stay connected to the care, and if they have medical issues. So the other question I have is in regards to jobs and connection when they're getting discharged or released. Are you still working with CareerSource, and is there a targeted program to help with that transition?
We met with CareerSource before COVID. After COVID, we're just now getting back up and running again.
Okay.
We're looking at the low-hanging fruit right now. We're working with legal to try to get, we've got, you know, at least one local employer that wants to hire up to 20 inmates right now, and then give them a full-time job once they once they get out of jail. And I've had a couple of calls from other employers. I've just put them on hold right now as we work through the, the last portions with our county legal team.
That's great. I had a meeting with the local probation team here in DeLand, and they spoke of how there are employers that are very interested in, working with the inmates that are transitioning and helping that make that transition. So I would hope we were able to connect and make that happen.
We will. We're not going to quit until we get there.
All right. Thank you.
Suzanne, just to clear it up for me, when a prisoner goes into the system, do they lose Medicaid?
Yes, sir.
Wow. They don't lose their need for medical attention. 102 state prisoners?
113 this morning.
113. They should be short-termers. You're holding them until the state comes to get them?
Well, pre-COVID, they were allowing me to send 30 a week. Now we're sending 50 a week, and we're still catching up because at one point they had stopped taking the inmates, and that's where, we brought it to council's attention, and through all the efforts that we put forth, they finally opened it up. But what they did just in the last 2 weeks, they've stopped testing and everything on COVID. So they've gone back to pre-COVID numbers. They've just given us additional 20 per week until we can get our numbers back down to 60 to 80 pre-COVID, and that's where we're headed.
Good. Keep us informed. Let us know if you see that starting to slow down again, so maybe we can reach out a little quicker. 59 vacancies.
Sir.
Why? Pay? Are you hard to work for? What are all the reasons?
Probably a combination of both, to be honest with you, sir. But, this corrections in general is a profession that sees when the economy is in really bad shape, people want to come and join our team. When the economy gets better, those applicants just dry up. And then even the ones that we get, we lose 75% or 80% in the background checks of those that come. So I'll give you a case in point. When the economy was kind of down on the backside, 2017, 2018, we were having 20 to 25 people a week show up for our tests. We had 4 last week. And we're inviting 40, 50, 60, whatever the number is, and we're only having 2 or 3 show up to test. And then out of that 2 or 3, If it's less than 4, we probably won't get any of them till the end. I wish we were I'm not going to say that. I'm glad we're not the only one having that same issue, because Seminole's got vacancies, Orange has got vacancies, Lake, all of them around us. We're all fighting for the same 1 or 2 stellar performers that's out there looking for work. So, we're trying to think outside of the box. We're trying to be creative. We're trying to be innovative. We're putting new signs up. I'm thinking about even having my light duty drive up and down the road with a big 4x8 sheet of plywood in the, you think I'm laughing, but I'm serious, something. Just, we got to think outside the box, because they're definitely not knocking our doors down, to join our team. But we know there's good people out there, and we just need to find them.
The shower timer, is that installed by a plumber?
We have our own maintenance team, yes, sir.
Are they available to the public? Did you find it? Did you find it over the counter?
They work for the county chair, so they're always available for the county's use.
Okay, Danny Robbins, I'm bailing out of this one.
No, thank you, and it looks like we are headed in the right direction. We appreciate it, everything you're doing. Is there anything we can do for you to help you get to your end goal? Within reason, like no sharks with laser beams or anything too crazy, but what can we do? What can we do for you to help
No, my biggest challenge in the future, it's not the inmates. It's really not. Most of our people are good, hard, citizens that have made bad choices. I've got 2 or 3 units of folks that don't deserve to be in that community for sure, but I'm struggling with staff.
Is there any consistencies that you're hearing, whether it's on exit interviews or people that are leaving, or consistent during the hiring process? Other than background, is there anything that we can drill down on and help you out with?
Not right now. It's just what I said. I mean, everybody's struggling. Virginia Department of Corrections offering a $6,000 sign-on bonus. Florida DOC's offering a $5,000 sign-on bonus. There are some agencies that's paying their staff for a finder's fee. You go find somebody, bring them on. If they're hired and they join, we'll pay you $1,500. So we're going to work on a proposal, going to run it through the chain of command. We got to do something different, because we can't continue. Our folks are getting very tired.
Billy Wheeler.
Yeah, so my question was, you say we're down about 50-some employees. Are we budgeted for that many? I mean, are they already?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, every position.
So that's something I want to make sure that gets out there.
Right.
It's
Yes.
not that we're not giving you enough money to, we
No.
just can't get the bodies.
Can't get the bodies.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make
Yes.
sure before I got hit in the back of the head with
Yeah.
something, if I
Well, I did
misspoke.
too. I thought that was the case, but I wanted to make sure.
100%
You can't count it
funded.
as an opening
Yeah.
if they're not budgeted. So yes, they're all budgeted, and it's the common theme you've heard and you'll continue to hear in so many of the other divisions and nationwide. I mean, as Dr. Flowers is pointing out, we're not alone.
And in fact, this is the first place I've been in. I've been in this business since 1983, which is a long dang time, but this is the first place I've been where I could hire 100% and then a few more over top. The retention and the fact that they're going to overturn and leave.
What is the college seeing during their training academy out there? Are they being trained and going somewhere, or are their numbers down as well, and they're not even making it to us?
So Flagler, for instance, asked if they could attend our academy because they didn't have enough to do a class. So we allowed them to step in and combine, a partnership kind of deal. We get nothing for it, but they're running into the same issues. So in order to have an academy class, there had to be a certain number of people. So we allowed them to jump on ours to beef our numbers up as well, because there were some times where, Daytona State did us a favor and went ahead and ran an academy, even though we didn't meet the minimums. So it's just very challenging right now to find people wanting to work and then wanting to come into this, this career field for sure. Unlike Dr. Fulcher's, we don't pay near what he does. But, it's competitive. You all have, raised our entry wages. You know, you've given our staff, I think it's 96% of our staff signed the agreement to stay here for 2 years for a $2,000 bonus. It's just finding those other folks, and there's some differences in the generations and work ethics and whatnot, so it's just tough. My folks do a great job out there.
Barb Gertman.
So I wanted to ask about the background criteria and if it's the same for all public safety. Is it, for your role, is it the same as it is for beach safety and, you know?
I don't know what their criteria is. You know, ours is probably the same, but it's driven by FDLE. As a correctional officer, you can't have any felonies whatsoever. We talked about our internal affairs being one person here recently. Captain David Vanis, you know, does a bang-up job trying to get it. We're having problem getting people to him. And then when they do get to him, you know, they do the computerized voice stress analysis, CVSA computer, and in some cases they withhold information, or, you know, they deviate and try not to tell us. And that system, and we just don't waive on it. We don't waive on it.
So I guess that would be one of my questions, right? Because isn't, or wasn't, or will it be that weed is a felony, right? So that would kick somebody out if they had done whatever 20 years ago, 10 years ago, whatever, and it had to do with marijuana, right? And is there an opportunity to rethink or, as I said, ban the box, right?
Mm-hmm.
So ban the box at least had you evaluate somebody and hear the story versus you failed, so we don't even give a consideration to the why, the what, the how. Is that an opportunity to reconsider people, or how does that work?
Well, I got to say, a lot of people don't know what ban the box is. I really appreciate you.
Ms. Gertman, Mark Swanson, Interim Public Protection Director. We do look at their background. We look at as whether it's a misdemeanor or a felony. If it's a felony, normally we won't look at somebody, we won't hire somebody with that. But if it's a misdemeanor that has some time in between it, it depends on what it is, then we'll dig in further and make a determination then. But we do look deeper, yes.
Okay. But wasn't there a time, though, when a certain amount of marijuana would give you a felony?
Yes, ma'am. Some trafficking amounts of marijuana would give you a felony,
okay.
yes.
Barb, it was it over 20 grams? So if you were 21 grams, kind of what she was getting at, 1 gram makes you a felon. Now the laws have changed.
Yes.
You know, so I think that's kind of what you were.
Right. That's where I'm trying to go with it. I mean, I think we have to rethink.
Not our, yeah, part of what they're saying though is FDLE, overarching agency, and I think others could speak to that who may even know more about that. These are state law changes. So sometimes, to answer the question was, what can you guys do? Well, there's an area if you want to look at, but a lot of these are state regulations where if they want to make some sort of change, that's where we would have to start with things like felonies.
And that's more or less why I'm bringing
Yeah.
it up to say, I think we have to rethink a number of these things that are being discussed. This isn't new to talk about, you know, marijuana and how it's being dealt with or, you know, being reconsidered. So if you're keeping good people out of good careers because of something 10, 20, whatever years ago, and it had to do with marijuana, with all the things that are shifting in our culture, is that something that we should take up with our government affairs and have a conversation about it? So I'm just trying to say, you know, let's not limit good people because of a bad choice from years ago.
And sometimes it's the nicotine as well. You know, there's a heart-lung law out there, so we can't hire people in those safety-sensitive positions that smoke. So that got some people out as well.
But thank you.
if the state changes the law and some measure of marijuana is no longer a felony, and they have an old felony, it doesn't come off the record, does it?
No, it does not.
Right, so you still have to look at it.
Correct.
It's an issue. Anyone else? Thank you very much.
To readjust these, it happens every time. Ceiling fans, microphones, you got to change everything around. So good afternoon, distinguished members of council, Mr. Chair. I'm really thrilled to come to you before today to share with you some of the life-saving work that's being done by the talented men and women of Volusia County Animal Services, many of which are here with me today. I think it's also befitting that we're here in the month of April, which is National Animal Cruelty Prevention Month. And next week is National Animal Control Appreciation Week. So if any of you are interested, we're providing a lunch for our ACOs and all the hard work that they do. So we're going to start and talk about, for our next slide, which I could also go through here as well. So 16, there's a lot of work. We're going to talk just briefly about some of that work, but there's a lot of work that's being done by the talented men and women of Animal Services each and every day to make a difference in the lives of both 2- and 4-legged people within our community. You see that we have our management team, which is our clinic supervisor, as well as our chief veterinarian. We also have our field supervisor and our office manager, who really allow me to kind of additionally add to some of the brainstorming and the new and innovative ideas that we're bringing to our county. So with our next slide, you'll see within just this group of individuals, our total budget is just over $2.1 million. 1.1 of that is dedicated to personnel services. We are anticipating for next year the 6% increase in our group of medical insurance for Florida retirement system. And then if you look at our operating, we're at just at $818,000. We're looking at increased surgical costs for next year. We're very excited. We're about to have our new mobile unit, of which you have approved during last budget year, which will be here on August. So we'll be doing both a mobile spay-neuter program as well as a stationary clinic program, and we'll get into a little bit about what that looks like here in a moment. So for our capital improvement, we're actually looking at the pole barn that's beside of the building, which is actually the original wooden structure that was there from when it was a soil testing facility by UF long ago. And so you have a very large piece of equipment, this new mobile hospital that we're going to be rolling up under something that's probably being held together by termites holding hands, praying at this moment. So we want to make sure that we're able to make sure that that's going to be protected from the elements. So you'll see that's the $175,000 for the improvement coming up. For the capital outlay, we're looking at additional services for next year, our parking lot, our aging facility, just making sure that the facility is maintained and that we're able to provide the life-saving work that we do each and every day. So for our grants and aids, this is what we are charged directly by the clerk of court as well as the Department of Health. You might say, why is the Department of Health charging animal services? All of our employees are rabies vaccinated because of the exposure that we have within our community. Rabies is an endemic virus, is a real threat when we're interacting with animals each and every day. So we want to make sure that we are protecting our staff. And so we actually charge and are paying for that service to happen as well. We're through the MSD, as I'm sure you all know. Next slide. So for our adopted budget, for our revenue, we're looking at just over $60,000. Some of that you will see delineated below stem from our spay-neuter services that we provide and wellness services that we provide from the public to the public and their pets, as well as training fees. We work directly with our state association and do host trainings, and some of that does generate revenue. We also have individuals in the community that breed and sell animals as a breeder. So as a hobby breeder, there are inspections that are required and fees that are required in order to do so. For dangerous dogs, in our statute, if dogs have caused severe injury to a person, causing disfiguring lacerations, or more than one severely killed or injured another domestic animal, the state statute is pretty specific on what we have to do in order to protect public safety and health. So we institute random inspections. There's additional fees that individuals have to do in order to comply with our dangerous dogs. as well as our animal control agreements. We're really excited that you all approved unanimously the agreements, not only with our standing agreement for the city of Oak Hill, but our new agreement with the city of Edgewater, which came forth at the end of last year. We're really getting a lot of requests from our partners around the county. We really do try our best to do the best possible job that we can out there, and many of the cities are taking notice and asking for us to provide additional services and assistance to them. Lastly is the citation surcharge. Any citation that is written by our office to any member of the general public, there's a $5 allocation that the state asked that comes back so that we can use that toward training for the officers. So that's what you'll see from some of the revenue as well. So for restitution, this is actually something new. We had never actually gotten restitution before. With some of the more egregious cases, which we have charged criminally with the state attorney's office, those defendants are having to pay restitution for cost of care. Things like veterinary care or sheltering costs shouldn't be borne by the taxpayers. If someone chose to do something terrible to an animal, they should be reimbursing taxpayers for the cost associated with that investigation and housing of those animals. Lastly, our animal control licensing fees. We have just about $16,000. And what's really important to note here with our donations, while it may not seem like a lot, that $3,874 represents an 80% increase in a single year in the amount of donations that we have from the general public coming in. As we talked about earlier with Mr. Johnson, with passing the collection plate around, there's a lot of that happening, and people are coming to our doorstep recognizing the life-saving work that's happening within our four walls. Our next slide. You'll see we work toward providing direct services to the public, and that's both two and four-legged. So we kind of like to think of ourselves as protecting people from animals and animals from people. We do both. And so doing that requires a lot of coordination, a lot of collaboration with our external stakeholders, other cities, other county departments, and other divisions within the county. But we're really excited to say that with your approval, we now have 12 interlocal agreements with our local cities for mutual aid. So if any of those cities encounter egregious animal cruelty cases, or if there's a disaster that's being declared and animals are involved, and you might think that that doesn't happen, but with avian influenza and other things, we are regularly under a threat of bioterrorism. So if any of those types of things happen, we can also lean on our city partners to help us. It also expands our life-saving work to the citizens in those cities. So if a citizen wants to make sure their pet receives spay and neuter services, they need microchipping and other types of things, through this agreement they can also utilize, through low and no income citizenry, they can utilize the county's asset, which is a huge important thing because pets don't really know whether they live in the city or the county. And so if we only look at this as a sort of an isolated incident, we could be looking at issues on both sides and not addressing one or the other. So in 2021 fiscal year, the field operations response was over 2,300 responses to a total of 1,700 individual calls. Again, we're talking about 6 officers with the same unincorporated jurisdiction as the sheriff's office. So they do a lot of very difficult work, and they're about 77% of the time effective at resolving their complaints within the first time they arrive on the scene. We don't want them to continue to go out multiple times over and over again. We want them, when they're there the first time, resolve the issue and then move on. We also are dedicated to ensuring that pets are identified through microchipping and licensure. You'd be surprised to know that we have over 3,000 animals just in the last fiscal year microchipped at our office. So each one of those that are microchipped don't go to a shelter, which means that you're not paying for the sheltering cost, and we can utilize those funds for other things. We also provide leadership during our ESF 17 or disaster response, emergency support function 17. So all of disasters that happen when we are designated as an affected area, we would be dealing with everything from bees going down the interstate to cattle roaming about during any type of disaster. So there's a lot of coordination and a lot of external stakeholders in order for us to make that happen. Because when we're talking about 32 disaster shelters, which we're hoping to consolidate, how do you do that with 16 people? We are really difficult times, try to split one another up. It isn't as easy as it sounds. So as I said before, our interlocal agreements, we have 12 currently. And on our next slide, you'll sort of see the summary of our operations. So we really like to think about putting a lot of the resources that we have within our division toward proactive responses in the community. I would much rather provide the resources directly to a pet owner than to wait for that pet to be neglected and then ultimately have to seize it, spend so much more, and then ultimately charge someone criminally, when we could actually provide some resource on the front end and maybe avoid all of that. And it would be a lot cheaper. So for our proactive community engagement, you'll see these events, which are held quarterly. Combined with our spay-neuter, we have actually reduced our impoundment fees and the number of animals even brought to shelters 25% and 50% annually over the last 2 years. We also established these community events as a way to engage the public. If we can make sure that pets are appropriately vaccinated, we're protecting everybody. If they're appropriately identified, they belong in the home, so that's where they belong. And the best way we can do that is to give them a way to be identified. I tell everyone, dogs and cats don't have opposable thumbs, but give them a microchip and we can call home and let them know exactly where they go. So which is exactly what we do. We pick them up, we know who they are, we drive them right back to your house, which is where they belong, and that's where you want them. So that's what we try to do. On the next slide, you'll see that our largest operating expenses, how did we get one slide behind? For our summary of operations, we talked about keeping pets out of shelters. It's easier than it sounds, because what does everyone do? When you see a pet on the side of the road, you pick it up. Everybody's been trained to pick it up and bring it to a building, bring it somewhere. So when we partnered with fire services on making sure that all of our county fire stations have microchip scanners, just small things where we can try to keep those pets in the community where they belong. We do that through providing preventative services, through wellness, vaccines, as well as any response that's necessary. While we do have a lot of resources that we put into prevention, there's equal responsibility and obligation to response. When we're talking about criminal investigations of animal cruelty or animal fighting, of which we've had a number of investigations over the last couple of years, these are pretty egregious things that animals go through, and so we want to make sure that individuals are held accountable for that. And our veterinary services team work diligently to not only testify as expert witnesses, but also be able to tell the story of the individual animal and give them a voice for what they may have experienced so that we can hold those individuals accountable. We're really excited that our number of surgeries looking back for 2020 to 2021 has increased over 61%. If I asked any of you how many dogs and cats do you think come through that building, I think most of you would probably be off by several hundred, if not 1,000. Just last year, we were over 4,158 animals that were sterilized just in that building alone. And that's an incredible amount of work. You talk about our community cats. We had over 1,700 of those brought in by general concerned citizens who need sterilization services for pets. That's a service that's provided to unincorporated citizens free of charge. So this is something that's bringing the resources directly to the front line for those who are needing them within our community. And our next slide, which covers our largest operating expenses, which should be a no surprise, is our indirect cost. Those that are for just general county administration, for representation, we're a little over $151,000. Our commission and fees, that's the line item that we talked about for bringing pets to shelters, which we want to try to avoid at all costs. So if I don't have to bring it to the shelter, I can allocate some of those resources to help those individuals who don't have them for their pets, ultimately keeping them within the home. Our medical and surgical supplies, as you can see, doing that number of surgeries isn't cheap. We do reduce cost, and we've gotten our surgery cost now to about $25 per pet, which is pretty consistent with national averages, but it's hopefully going to continue to reduce when we add up our new mobile unit and are doing both at the same time, and we'll talk about that in a moment. Our largest operating expenses make up a total of about 64% of our total operating budget. And you see some of the remaining fuels, tools and implements, training, communications, licensing, software, clothing, all the normal operating expenses that you'll see there. So our next slide, what does it all mean? Well, Samson tells us a little bit about what it means. So this was a dog that came into us. We didn't know who it belonged to. Roaming down the street, had a pretty serious skin infection, not really sure what was going on with this particular dog. We quickly brought it into our vet services. They were quickly able to identify the problem, quickly able to provide treatment, and we were able to turn this particular dog around into a loving home within a matter of a couple of weeks. And that was not at an additional cost being brought to a shelter. So I'm sure Samson appreciated it, and I know that you all appreciate the services that are being provided in our community. And it's really, truly what we do and why we do it. So for our next slide, our future challenges really do stem from some of the need to update our fees and fine schedule and our ordinances. that'll be coming before you this year. That's been about a little over a decade since we've looked at those, and so I think that certainly is in line with what the council has been reviewing in other departments and other divisions. We also want to try to keep up with our service demand. There are times when we have a month or 2 months for someone waiting for a spay-neuter appointment. That's a really long time, especially when you start looking at how long it takes for the gestational period for dogs and cats. Sometimes they're pregnant while they're waiting. So we want to try to get those in and get that wait time down as soon as we possibly can. We also want to increase our service level by operating not only the stationary clinic, which you all are aware of, the nice brightly colored building. Thank you for approving that. It's the only multicolored building in the county. So now you can't miss us from space, which is the idea. But the important part is that we want to be able to continue that life-saving work. But then we also have a large segment of our population that can't get to us. You can't bring pets on public transportation. Sometimes they can't get them to us. And while we try our best to do the transportation for them, we can't do it as efficiently as if we just brought the service directly to their community. So I'll be talking with each of you coming soon as that mobile unit rolls on in, because we'll be doing both at the same time, which would be the stationary clinic and that mobile clinic 5 days a week. So that's pretty remarkable and really a gold standard and best practice in animal welfare today. So with that, I'll entertain any questions.
And first is Suzanne.
I might ask if I let Ms. Gertman go first, if that's all right with you, Mrs. Gertman?
She always asks for you to go first, but.
Thank you. So I sit here and smile through this because I'm just impressed over these past few years. And since you've come on, especially, you mentioned proactive engagement in the community, and that is so critical, because I do recall how many concerns I was hearing of prior with how animal services were responding previously. So I'm really impressed with the changes that you've made. How responsive the staff has been. Anytime I've had any communication or engagement, like I said, it's a stellar team. When I've seen them out in the community, they've been very responsive and very provided good information, because I kind of stood back and watched, looked, and listened. And it matters. It matters that people feel heard and that there's a resource in the community. Even this past, Thursday, for the Strive to Thrive, Partnering for Prosperity, you were there, your team was there, and it made a difference within the community, and I want to say thank you for that. The other thing you mentioned was charging animal abusers for the cost of care. And I didn't know that was happening, but that is so, I think it's so important. And I'm glad to hear that that's happening. Would like to hear more about the impact. But I think you're doing a great job, and I appreciate your efforts and compassion that you've shown in the community for some of the challenging concerns we had, and especially with Journey's End. I know that you went over and beyond to try to be responsive and considerate of the needs there. So thank you so much.
We sincerely appreciate that. They deserve all of the credit. I think they called me the tornado whenever I came in because it seemed like the only thing that was constant is that it was changing all the time. So without their support, I wouldn't be able to do any of this.
I believe that. Thank you, ladies, mostly, and a couple of gentlemen.
Suzanne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that Ms. Gertman's statements are a nice one for me to follow, because I think all of our agencies in public protection are outstanding. And this year, the Florida Animal Control Association has given our team at Animal Services, Adam and his team, the Outstanding Agency of the Year Award. Wow. Through the Florida Association of Counties. I think that may be why we have so many members of our animal control team here. And I just wanted to let you know it's all of the things that you've heard Adam speak about this afternoon. They determine agencies' eligibility for this award based on their training programs for their staff and for their public, activity in the community. Adam and his team are very active for us in the community. An active spay and neuter program. We have an outstanding program, both in-house and going mobile now into the community. Effective cruelty investigation program, which I'm sad we have to have, but happy that we do have. And effective working relationships with other organizations. If you read up on your weekly reports, you'll hear about many outstanding partnerships that our Adams team has with with our sheriff's office, with other police departments, with other cities, with the health department, and plans to reduce euthanasia numbers and increase quality adoptions. And of course, we've all heard about the many CHIP programs, the many outstanding and kind of unique programs, and Firehouses as one example of that. That is, keeping our pets with their families. That is how we keep our costs down for sheltering. It's how we keep our animals healthy. And I just want to congratulate the whole team. I want to thank them for your great work. And it's, I think, a photo op. If we could maybe get the staff up with council, I'd be grateful to have that. And Adam, maybe someone can hold the award.
Okay, everybody on the floor, take a big step to your left. Yeah. Right. Do it again.
Just a quick question for you.
Yes,
when you're coming back to us with recommendations for fee changes, and will there be other recommendations like for anything, for animal abuse or any changes you need made?
So the two that will be coming to you more frequently, or I should say most recently, will be the request for the updates for the ordinance. The ordinance that was brought before council has been some time ago, and we want to make sure that we keep those current and updated. So that will be coming before the advisory board will be meeting on that this month to make those final recommendations to council. There will be some additional budgetary requests that are coming through, but the mobile unit will have some additional expense. So the increasing cost for surgical supplies, we're obviously doubling the number of surgeries that we'd be doing in a single day, and then additional resources for personnel as well.
Okay, so that's going to your citizens advisory group this month?
That is correct.
And then it'll come back to us sometime after that.
Right.
Immediately thereafter. Okay, Ponce's Law, does that, that applies to Volusia County, so that, correct?
Yes, so
statewide.
So Ponce's Law was under our state statute 828.12. It really prevents individuals who have been convicted of animal cruelty from their access to having animals. And so that's always sort of been on the books, but it just solidified the ability for judges to make that as a condition of their probation. Animals are considered property, whether you like that or we don't. They are considered chattel property. So even after someone has been convicted of animal abuse, they can go back and get additional animals unless there's something that prevents them from doing so. So Ponce's law, it just further enables the judge's jurisdictional authority to say they can't have additional animals for a given period of time.
But it still doesn't give you all the tools that you need for animal abuse that may be occurring by somebody who's not been convicted of that before.
Well, I would say you've been very generous. We have a lot of the tools that we need. We really do try. We try very hard to make sure that we're staying on the latest upgraded technology, that we're making sure that they have all the tools necessary. I work both on the state and the national boards for animal welfare, as well as the University of Florida. Whenever we're doing training opportunities, we really do strive ourselves on trying to do the most and the best that we can, all within our budget. So yes, while there's still things that will pop up from time to time, the county's been very supportive in the programs and initiatives that we've put forward.
Okay, good. Barb?
Chair, like you, I thought he had said that he was coming back to increase fees, like for services. So is that going to be part of the recommendation for later this year or for the upcoming budget?
Yes, ma'am. So as part of the updated ordinance, we have to also make sure that the fines and fees are also updated as well. So yes, that is coming all in one back to council at the recommendation of the advisory board.
Okay, thank you.
Billy Wheeler.
Yeah, I was just wondering, how is the registry or whatever, how is that working at all?
Yeah, it's going great. So for those that may or may not know, it was actually something that you championed, Ms. Wheeler, actually when I first started.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
It is regularly utilized.
With Ponce's Law, Debbie.
That's correct. So you are regularly providing information to those organizations who are adopting pets out to the public, individuals who are homing their pets back and forth. We have all of that information on our website. So it stays on there for 10 years. Anyone who's been convicted anywhere in Volusia County, so they can be incorporated or unincorporated for 10 years, their photo and their information as well as their associated charges are available to easily consume on our website. So that's something that's done automatically in the background and is updated every 24 hours. So we're getting a lot of positive feedback from our agencies that we partner with, just because it's really easy to get all the information in one location.
Thank you, Billy. That
Thank
looks
you for
like
your
it. Who's next? Adam, I was going to ask you if you had notes with you, because that was an excellent presentation, and I didn't see you read anything, but you do have a notebook. There you go.
Good afternoon, Council, Chairman Brower, Chief Andy Etheridge with Beach Safety. I'm going to tell you a little bit about our division. Before I get into the numbers, though, I'd like to share a few points of interest that I was thinking about when I thought about speaking to all of you. Back in 1927 was our first recorded information about the start of our organization. It was an all-volunteer lifeguard corps. And then in 1931, we received our first charter from the American Red Cross, and they were chartered under the Daytona Beach Lifeguard Life-Saving Corps. Fast forward many years later, when the county took over the beach management in the mid-'80s, the Unified Beach Code was created. Our division grew and continued to improve and become more and more professional. In 1996, we began the process of cross-training our full-time lifeguard EMTs as law enforcement officers. 10 years later, we received our first accreditation with the Commission for Florida Law Enforcement Accreditation. We've maintained that accreditation for the last 15 years, and we have actually earned their highest accreditation honor as an Excelsior agency. So with that being said, we're closing in on 100 years of service for Volusia County. And with the last quarter of that century, we've provided the law enforcement for the beach. Okay. So looking at our org chart, we'll kind of talk about how we do that. My organization is split down the middle with two branches. We've got the administrative side and the operations side, both overseen by my two deputy chiefs who are in the audience today. On the administrative side, that handles all of our special services, which includes our training, our accreditation, our logistics, our investigations, our evidence and records retention, and also our public relations and recruitment, as well as inventory. On the other side, we have our Deputy Chief of Operations, who oversees all of the management and the operations of the actual mission of the beach, all of our lifeguarding, all of our emergency medical services, as well as our law enforcement. He also oversees all of the special operations for any of the special events that come to town, like Jeep Beach, and for these pop-up parties, and for special events that actually are within the cities, that every city that touches the beach, all of their special events affect us. So our operations deputy chief handles all of the operational planning for that. And that means we have 125.37 full-time equivalent positions on the beach. And the way that breaks down is 317 of them are part-time seasonal positions and 80 full-time positions. Within our 80 full-time positions, 6 are administrative support staff, 11 are dual certified lifeguard EMTs, and 63 are triple certified lifeguard EMT law enforcement officers, 5 of which are currently unfunded. Of course, we get our funding from the general fund, and our personnel services equate to $7,954,000, and that cost is projected to increase with some of the contracted labor negotiations that will go into the next year. Our operating expenses are at $1,700,000. And that actually, we have some additional expenses because we have things that expire, like our ballistic vests will expire and we'll have to replace all of them. As TASER technology improves, we have to spend additional money keeping up with the technological advances of that as the industry standards improve. Moving on, we have our capital improvements at $300,000, and this helps us build facilities and improve facilities to better serve the public. For instance, we're looking at putting in a permanent control tower in some of our busier parks. We've already got one in North Shore Park up on the north end. We're putting one in at Sunsplash Park here in the core of Daytona, 27th Avenue Park in New Smyrna. And as you see here, we're looking at trying to do the same thing in Daytona Beach Shores at Frank Rendon Park. And those towers are important because it gives our lifeguards the ability to be inside, fully enclosed, safe from the elements, and can provide service year-round. Our capital outlay is just under $250,000, and that, of course, includes replacement of our ATVs, and we're looking at putting in automatic plate readers, license plate readers at some of our busy approaches, because we want to know if we have bad people coming to the beach. If we have wanted people that come down and their license plates trigger our license plate readers, we'll know they're there before they know that we know they're there, and we'll be able to make this beach a safer place. So all untold, our total budget is $10,204,000, and again, we receive that funding from the general fund. So we do receive some revenues from several different sources. Our beach fines, our jet ski registrations, solicitor permits, and our junior lifeguard program, which gives us the lion's share of our revenues. It's interesting, I just got a text on my phone while I was here that our junior lifeguard program opened up 4 days ago, and it's already generated $43,000 in revenue. And that's at $150 a student. So it's very popular. We put about 600 kids a year through that, and we're trying to grow that program as quickly as we can handle it. We also generate revenue through special event permits. Now, that special event permits don't encapsulate all of the work that our events do. These special event permits that we generate revenue are the ones that require a permanent permit for an exception, or something like Jeep Beach had just recently. My staff also processes between 300 and 400 special events throughout the entire year. Special events, we have about 130, I believe, last year. And of course, chargebacks for labor if any of these special events require any of our personnel to help them with their event. So our summary of operations How do we do it? What do we do? Well, our primary responsibility is protect and serve the residents of Volusia County, as well as millions of non-resident visitors to Volusia County beaches each year. You know, one thing that people don't maybe not realize is that we have no actual residents on the beach. So we go from 0 to 100 overnight. We have no residents to one of the largest municipalities in the county at the blink of an eye. So most of our weekends are now what our holidays used to look like, and now our weekdays are symbolic of what our weekends used to look like. So it's getting busier. Again, we provide lifeguard coverage, emergency medical services, and law enforcement on all 47 miles of Volusia County beaches. And the way we do that, we divide the county up into 4 distinct districts. And within those districts, we further divide it into patrol zones or areas of responsibility. And those areas are designated according to call volume. So they may not be all the same geographic distance, but we try and balance it out as far as call volume goes. And last year, in total throughout the county, we logged over 63,000 calls for service. So looking at some of our largest operating expenses, one issue we have is with our patrol vehicles. You know, the beach is a toxic environment and it's really rough on our vehicles. We know this. We do everything we can to keep and maintain these vehicles, but having a reliable emergency response vehicle in that environment is vital to our operation. So our maintenance and replacement costs on our patrol vehicles is our biggest expense, $462,000. And I've been working with Director Gilmore with Fleet Maintenance on the best way to go about improving how we go about that, what the best plan of action is, cascading vehicles, you know, and things, you know, different methods. We've looked at this through historical data, and what we've come down to is that we figured out after year 3, these vehicles fall off the cliff as far as maintenance goes. They become unreliable, they become dangerous in some cases, so the maintenance costs skyrocket after year 3. So if we get them on a regular cycle of being replaced after year 3, we reduce our maintenance costs and we get a bigger return on our investment when we sell them at auction. So we're actually coming out better by only keeping them for a few years versus trying to limp them along for an extended period of time. And the data shows that. If you have more questions, we can get more information about that. Our property and liability insurance at $227,000. Our tools and implements coming in at $144,000 for law enforcement and our lifeguard equipment. Fuel is always is a challenge with the rising costs. Everybody's feeling that same hit. And another thing that's slowly creeping up on us is our software licensing at $81,000. Again, as we try and keep up with technological advances, for instance, every body-worn camera that our officer wears, it requires a license with axonevidence.com. So for the officers to be able to record, capture, and catalog these videos, they each have to have an individual license for this program. And so that goes with all of our other technological advances. So altogether, our largest operating expenses make up about 62% of our total operating budget, with the remaining operating expenses including but are not limited to training, computer replacement, cell phone and internet service, utilities, building maintenance, equipment maintenance, uniforms, and other supplies. And as I stated, the environment is harsh on all of our vehicles. We do have additional rescue apparatus like ATVs and jet skis. Those we try and keep as long as we can, so we will put a little bit more money in them. They're not used as much in high-speed situations responding to emergencies. A lot of times we'll respond on A1A where we can get to things quicker. The ATVs don't need to do that, so we can keep them a little bit longer and limp them along, and they're a little bit less expensive. But as it shows here, our replacement and maintenance costs have gone up 30% over the last couple of years. So looking ahead, some of our future challenges are, the higher demand for services. The beach is getting busier and busier. Our season has extended well beyond Memorial Day and Labor Day. We're seeing crowds in February that we usually see in a summer season. And because of that, we don't have our part-time lifeguards in place. So it's vital that our full-time personnel is healthy and ready to go throughout those times of the year. and you know, population increases, our tourism is working, our special events are all increasing. So we are prioritizing our technological advancements. You know, we're using drones, we're using technology. Again, like I said, a license plate reader at a beach approach eliminates the need for one of my officers to sit there and run tags and check these people out and make sure that they're not bad guys. So those technological advances will help improve our efficiency. And as with everybody else, we're doing everything we can to attract and maintain capable and professional workforce. My full-time staff is doing well. We don't seem to have a problem there. Our part-time staff, on the other hand, it's suffering, and we're having a hard time getting through to this new generation. I believe the fact that they can't have their cell phone with them on their tower all day long is a major hurdle that we're going to have to try and figure out how to get past. Going to your comments about the marijuana, we're actually polling some of our students in our classes and some of our present guards, and they're actually telling us that their friends don't want to work because they don't want to have to take a drug test. So it is having an effect on our workforce. I don't know what the answer is. I would hate to lower our standards, but we're doing everything we can. It's not isolated to us as Volusia County. I meet regularly with the beach chiefs throughout the state of Florida, and they're all seeing the same problem, with the exception of Miami, who just went ahead and paid all of their guards $25 an hour. They don't have a problem getting lifeguards, so that's going to be a challenge for us. But with that, I'll take any questions that you might have.
Danny Robbins. Do you guys, I know back in the day on Caroline Street, we had our own car wash and something just in Daytona Beach, because we were always working around the salt and the sand, where we can go through there on shift and clean our vehicles, spray it down. Is that something, do we have access to anything on the mainland that we can do that preventative maintenance rather than that salt sticking on, just to get a little bit more time out of our vehicles or equipment?
Yeah, so we really stress the maintenance and care of our vehicles. Every single night, those vehicles are washed over and under, and we do it with different implements, you know, hoses, and also we will get pressure washers with undercarriage washers. We've tried everything from installation of pipes that spray right on the site. One of the hurdles we have there is, you know, we're spread out through the county, so you know, we would need one at each one of our stations, because you know, each one of our stations is dealing with this situation. So you know, we do it the best we can to try and get that. I'm not sure if, you know, an actual electronic car wash would help. I don't think it would hurt, but there would be a cost associated with that.
Sure. And then, and this is maybe a little bit technical question, but they spray the undercarriages, and now you can get this stuff right from the factory, like POR 15 or even some of that rhino liner material to safeguard or block that. Do we do any of that stuff, or is that worth looking at? Do you think that would make a difference, any of those new products to help get a little bit longer out of our stuff?
We have looked at many of those things, and throughout the years we've done the you know, undercoatings and things like that. Currently, we found that just washing them, you know, extensively is our best bet. Fleet maintenance could explain it a little bit further, but I think I missed the first part of your question there, but we've done a lot of those things to try and extend the life. Oh, all right, I got it. So before the vehicles even come to us, fleet maintenance gets them and they tear these vehicles, do a process called beacherizing. That was the term that I lost there for a second. Beacherizing, it's a made-up term, but that's what they do. They strip all these bolts off, and they put all the anti-seize and the lock, you know, the anti-lock treatments on all the bolts and all the wheels and all these different things. So they do a very extensive amount of work prior to us getting the vehicle, and that in turn helps them with the care and maintenance once we go through that process.
Barb Gertman.
I wonder, you said that the season has expanded. Do you have an idea of the percentage of increase from 1 year to where you are today? What you had seen previous as far as the Memorial Day to Labor Day, or however you would quantify it then? What is that percentage of shift been as far as the increase of usage of the beach, numbers on the beach, and the impact to your staff?
Well, I don't have those numbers with me, but I can tell you, this year we only had about 3 weeks of cold weather. And other than that, it's been beautiful weather. There's been a few rainy days. We could go and look at our ramp status where the vehicles are entering. That's really the only way that we can determine how many people come to the beach. Can't really figure out how many people come, but we can tell you exactly how many vehicles enter because we track all of that through our coastal division. So we could get an idea of how many vehicles entered the beach, and that gives us a relative idea of how busy we are. But I don't have it with me today.
Okay, so you only count those who come through the gate. You don't estimate or guesstimate an overall number of beachgoers.
We don't have any way of doing that over 47 miles of beach and,
Okay.
and so many different access points, people come and go. We are working on some technology internally that is able to differentiate people versus cars versus swimmers. That technology is being researched right now. If we are able to implement that and get it in place, but there again, we would need cameras covering all 47 miles of beach to have a
Do we
perfect
have
accurate.
drones? Do we have drones that give us footage and and video of what's going on throughout that area? Is
We
that one of
absolutely
our
do.
resources?
We do. We
Okay.
do. But again, we're talking about trying to count people that are coming and going from an open area over 47 miles for an entire day.
Right.
That makes
right.
sense.
And
So-
I respect that. I just know many times people can quantify just, and I'm sure it wouldn't be an exact number,
Mhm.
but you would get a good estimate of the impact that has fallen outside of your typical season. I guess that's what I'm trying to.
Right. It's difficult to nail down. Currently, the best figures we get from the Hotel Motel Association, and that in part with our vehicle counts.
Okay. Thank you.
Andy, you talked about staffing problems. Is that mostly for tower guards?
Yes, our full-time, we pretty regularly have people willing and ready to step up. They're just waiting on open positions for a full-time job with us. The part-time tower guards are where we're having trouble.
Wow, and you related that to cell phone use. I hadn't thought about it, but I can see it.
Mhm.
Although you don't have the only job where somebody's not allowed to be on their cell. You can't work as a stock person at Publix and be on your cell phone all day. But
And I think that's just one element, because I've got kids who, they use their phones and they're connected to their friends all day long, and I listen to my guards. I talk to them, and occasionally we'll get a picture from somebody that catches one of our guards on the phones, and we have to cut them loose for the summer, and they know that that's the punishment. But there's other things. There's a lot of competition with these jobs, and I believe that our profession is very physical. It's very demanding. It's a challenge, right? We're also hearing that a lot of these younger kids don't want to take on that much responsibility, because it's a pretty heavy lift.
it is. It's a tremendous amount of responsibility. Back to what Danny was asking you about with maintenance and replacement. It goes to fleet management first. Does it ever go back to fleet management every so many months for inspection to see if we can determine what's causing them to break down salt water and salt air? But
Absolutely. We have multiple different preventative maintenance schedules that they are on, for sure.
and there's no forensic evidence that stems from that other than just the elements that are causing it to not driver. I mean, we're talking about young people driving vehicles.
What we see is the corrosion and stuff, and we do like the beach rise process. We have them undercoated and all this other stuff, but that salt sand gets in places that you can never wash and you can never coat inside the frame rails. When we bring them in to the shop every 3 or 4 months, on the PM cycle, we'll get buckets of sand out of the frame rails, and you still take an inspection camera in the frame rails, and it's completely coated. Yep. it's completely coated with, it's still inside the frame rail full of sand. You take the intake manifold off the engine, there'll be 3 or 4 inches of sand underneath in the engine compartment. It's just the blowing sand as you're driving. It just stirs it up, and it just goes wherever it can get to. And what we've noticed is the areas that cause us the failures, that terminal failures where we have to take the vehicle out of service, are just places that there's no way, no matter how much you washed it or anything else, that you could ever get to it. It's where the shock mounts are welded to the frame. That's where they tear loose from, and it's rusting from the frame from the inside out. That's that type of issue. So we've tried everything: Cosmoline, undercoating, not coating, recoating, spraying it with OSPO every time they come in. We've done so many different things just trying to prolong the life. And I really think the plan that we're on now, with shortening up the life cycles, getting them out of that 3-year mark, is going to be the most cost effective. We're going to get just about what we paid for the vehicle when we sell it. So the capital cost is going to come down dramatically over the next few years, and the maintenance costs are going to come down as well. And so I really think that's the ticket, is just put them in there for 3 years, make sure we're set to get them out. Now is a tough time to kind of be in that because of the supply chain issues, but we're trying to stay with that program and get those things out of the fleet, that 3-year mark, because it's proven over and over again. That 4th year just eats you up, and in 5 years it's going to die in the middle of the year, so it's just not going to make it. So.
I agree. That sounds like a good plan. Anybody that lives on the beach side know that you can't keep hinges on your door. When you have a vehicle that lives on the beach, it's 3 years is a pretty high expectation already. So thank you.
And you got to remember, these vehicles, they patrol that beach for 12 hours a day, and some of them for 24 hours a day, because we are out there at night as well. So they live a hard life.
Andy, you've probably heard before, complaints that of aggressiveness of a beach patrol officer. Tell us what you do to train to prevent that, and you work really in the most economically important park in Volusia County. People come to enjoy it. We want them to come back. I'm pretty sure you understand that, and that you're teaching that to your core. So tell us what you do.
Yeah, absolutely. That the beach is one of the biggest economic engines for the county. We understand that. We're trying to formalize a lot of the training that we've been trying to implement with the tourist-oriented policing model. I'm working with Brandon Matusiak to get that implemented. We're trying to find some outsourced training that we can bring in. But in-house, we teach our people what the mission is, what the goal is, that we are a tourist-oriented destination, that not everybody needs to go to jail for everything, even though most people can go to jail for anything on the beach. There are a lot of regulations, a lot of ordinances, and there are a lot of things that we could spend our time taking people to jail for. We don't. As I've said before, we teach education and compliance as much as possible, almost to our detriment sometimes. I think that we could probably be more stringent in some areas to really get the point across. Animal complaints, and as a specific example, education and compliance. People know that they're going to get a lecture and instructions more times than they won't, so they're willing to take that risk. But again, we teach public service first. We teach that we need to solve the problems, put the fires out when they're small, and we also make sure that our employees understand that they are there for the citizens and the visitors of Volusia County beaches.
The people that work with you they're lifeguards, they're EMTs, and they're law enforcement officers. How are they involved with the police academy or the sheriff's academy?
Well, most of our employees go through the same training and police academy all other area police officers go through out at the college. With the sheriff's implementation of his training academy, we actually help assist with the training out there. We have some of our employees that will teach at his training facility. as well as the college, so they're able to do both. They're FDLE instructors, so they teach at a very high level, which is great for me because I've got a lot of in-house professional trainers who have been doing it for years. Coordinator, Captain Mike Berard, is one of the best in the area. He's got a staff that he would like to bolster, and I'm working on that as well to make sure that we can get more training opportunities. But they do a tremendous job, and you know, he's well known. We do a lot of in-house training. You know, we just made sure that our facility at Beach headquarters is now an FDLE certified training satellite facility for the college and for the sheriff's office training facility, as well as outside entities that want to come in and do host training classes. And what we get out of that is we get on-site training that we wouldn't normally get, and when we host those classes, we get free seats in it. So it saves us some money, gives us the opportunity to put people in those classes in our own backyard instead of sending them places and spending more money.
So you have staff that's actually teaching at the Sheriff's Academy?
That's correct.
Then last question, and it's really along the same line. Why does a lifeguard, which we've already established as a lifeguard EMT, law enforcement, why are they required, or why do you have equip them with AR-15s, ballistic vests, and tasers?
Because we need them to be prepared for whatever society is going to bring to them. This isn't an aggressive action. You know, these are things that are tools and implements that are industry standard. Every police agency in the nation either has or wants to have these tools in their arsenal. Again, they're not aggressive tools. They're not used for any type of malicious, intimidation. But in a beach environment, an AR-15 is one of the most accurate, easy to use weapon systems that we have, semi-automatic. When you're in an environment where you have no clear backdrop for any type of an active shooter situation, you want to have as much accuracy as possible. And that just gives us the ability to meet whatever threat or whatever danger comes to our visitors. We want to be able to protect them. Like I said, the tourist-oriented policing model emphasizes protection, police, security. It tells your visitors, hey, you come here, you're going to be safe, and that's what people want, most people. Any other police agency around here will tell you the same thing. Some of them have more high-powered weapons than we have. So ours are not prominent, they're not displayed, they're kept secured. But I myself have had to but I have had to display my AR-15 in an active shooter situation adjacent to the beach during a pop-up event when multiple people were shot with handguns. We didn't know where the shooter was. We have to run into the crowd, and we have to identify the shooters. We have to identify the victims. I had to secure a door at a 7-Eleven with my AR-15 that people were trying to rush in, while my crew was behind me treating a victim riddled with bullet holes. So these threats are out there. We don't invite them, but we want to be prepared when they come.
Thank you. Unfortunately, the need is increasing with, you just mentioned pop-up events, and you don't know when you're going to need the tools that you have, and hope that you never have to use them, but you're there to save lives and to protect the lives of your officers as well.
That's true.
So,
anyway. This year alone, we've had nationwide, we've had 101 police officers shot. And so the threat to police officers is higher than ever. We try and mitigate that by being as public servant oriented as we can to try and de-escalate all of those encounters that we have. But unfortunately, there are bad actors in the world, and we just need to be prepared for them when they show up.
Ben Johnson.
I'm just going to throw in a support for the fact of having an AR-15 down there. Every badass in the world has to come to Daytona one time or another. But you have a problem of motels, hotels, and balconies. And if you do have, hopefully you never will, but you got to be prepared. If you do have a sniper on a balcony, a handgun is absolutely no weapon to use, because you're not going to hit if you're going to shoot at the 5th floor, you're going to be liable to hit somebody on the 3rd. But you need to have that equipment and be prepared. It doesn't mean, just because you have it doesn't mean, and the reason I'm saying this is because we have people listening that's liable to show up in the press, oh, the beach patrol's carrying ARs, and we've seen people complain about that. But they're a law enforcement agency. You better be prepared. You better have that equipment. That equipment's good for many, many years. And the equipment, the training, and be prepared, because it's our responsibility and duty to protect the people that come to our beaches, and they're the first line of defense. They're the ones who'll be there first.
Thank you.
Okay, I think that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's it? He was your wrap-up? He was the cleanup guy?
That concludes our presentation for public protection. We appreciate the opportunity to present to you today.
We appreciate what you do. Thank you very much. There's not that many. One, two, and... Okay, that takes us to public participation, and then comments from the some of the county staff and council. I'll just call them in order that they were received. John Nicholson of Daytona Beach. See, I just saved you some of your time.
John Nixon, Daytona Beachside. George, how often do you go to the comedy club?
Excuse me?
How often do you go to the comedy club?
The comedy club?
Yeah, the staff
while.
presentations. Some of those guys were dynamite. The morgue presentation, Mark, I find them very enlightening and kind of enjoyable.
All the humor we got up here, I mean, why would he?
Yeah. Going back to the lady that came for 911, I've had some horror stories calling 911. Apparently they have a little script and they can't deviate from that script. I had a gentleman, I was walking past the Ocean Center's parking garage, and he grabbed his chest and collapsed. So I called 911, and I mean, it's at the corner of the Ocean Center parking garage. The caller didn't know where Daytona Beach was, which was kind of disturbing. And then it's the county's Ocean Center on the beach side. It's their parking garage. Where's that located? I need an address. Well, anybody in our law enforcement knows where the Ocean Center is and where the parking garage is. And if you're in the northeast corner, it's easy to find, but they have to know an address. One time they asked an address for a bench on the boardwalk. Well, we don't do addresses on our benches. So they have this script, and if there's some way we can train them to, if you don't have an address, the nearest thing possible. Secondly, the signage. They just redid Oak Ridge, and Miriam Gabi wants to do like 5 other streets on the beach side. When you come over this Seabreeze Bridge, or Oak Ridge Bridge, there are 4 huge, I mean massive, pedestrian crossing signs. So there are 4 per block for 6 blocks. There's 24 signs telling you that people are going to be crossing at that intersection. It is just massively ugly. And there are several other things that people are doing for protection of the pedestrians, but it comes across as just an overage amount of signage. So if you ever have an opportunity to go over that bridge, take a look at the massive amount of signage. It's not something we want to keep doing. So, and lastly, on the hiring, I talked to Ben about it. It seems like everybody needs law enforcement. And I was wondering whether the 17 cities and the county could get together and find a way to incentivize those people from up north that are dissatisfied, that don't want their cops, that we can get them here. And we can say, okay, we have this range of housing, we have this locations, we have these positions, we're getting together. Instead of giving them the $5,000, we can get it in the 5, but here's theater tickets, golfing, boating, all the things that we have. You'd be surprised what the amount of accumulation of what we can offer these people coming down. So perhaps there's a possibility of, in unity, there's strength. So if we can, everybody get together, who cares where they end up with? I mean, we'd like them all to go to Daytona Beach. We need 33 cops there, and he needs 59. But the more we get, the better it is. So if we can all work together, that's it. Thank you. Have a good day.
Keith Jester.
Those were some, Keith Chester, Deland. Those were some fantastic presentations. And years past, when we had a micromanagement type of leadership here, we didn't hear those types of presentations. And those were really some of the best I've ever heard. And we all learned a lot from them. And one of the things we learned is that within our various individual organizations within the county, there's lots of social services that are provided. Within the jail organization, within the animal control organization, and it goes on and on. But I don't think most of us realize how many social services are provided throughout county government. We tend to keep adding and adding. Recently, there was a news article about the faith organization badgering this council, wanting more and more and more, and they weren't satisfied with the $900,000 that you put towards a housing development, the $2,500,000 that is earmarked for housing, the $400,000 for counseling, and the list goes on and on and on. I think that it's essential that this body directs staff to formulate an overall presentation that explains just how much is done towards social services, because there's so much that's done within hidden areas, just like at the jail. Let's face it, paying for medical bills, whether they're inmates or not, that's social services. The neutering of the pets for free, that's social services. And I think it needs to be broke down where we know what the county government's paying for and what's coming from the federal and state government. But there really needs to be a presentation so everyone knows what y'all are doing. People continue to come and ask for more and more and more, not realizing how much you already do, and it's so vast. Putting roofs on houses, replacing windows. You have children and families. It does a plethora of things with funds. So I would ask that you please direct staff to do a complete presentation of how much funds are going out of the county government for social services, even those things we might not think of as social services, but they are. I think it would be very valuable as people come before you and ask for more, because you're doing so much already. And don't forget that those tax dollars you're taking from a family that may be struggling. You may be hurting one family in order to help another. That's why I'm so passionate about these giveaways. There's so much that's already done, and I don't want the families hurt. There's already gentrification that's happening within this county. A lot of our little old people lived here. Like Ben would know, all their lives are starting to be squeezed out. Children that have grown up here, not able to stay here because they can't afford it. And lastly, please, before you start giving away money, please pay the people who work for this county a livable wage and provide decent benefits. That's to include the contractors. Instead of giving the money away, pay the people willing to work their butts off for you. Thank you.
Pat Norling.
So this is an impromptu visit. I happened to be down in the Veteran Service Office and knew you all were still waiting, so I wanted to just share some stuff with you. I'm here really to share some praise for some of your staff who I've interacted with over the last few months, and it's been a difficult year, and they have been there personally for me. I want to give a shout out to Bob Watson and his staff down in the Veteran Service Office. I would not have been able to complete all the necessary veterans paperwork upon Ed's death, except for Bob and his staff. And I come from the Mike White era, so I am especially grateful for their kind and competent support. They didn't know me from Adam. They provided a lot of help during transition, and I actually was just down there today to confirm everything with Bob. Certainly, I want to acknowledge Brad Burbaugh and his staff that is in association with the Volusia Forever and Echo. In particular, Kendra Hively, who does a great job with our Echo committee, keeping us focused and informed and meeting ready. And of course, Russ Brown, who keeps us legal. We appreciate that. Also want to acknowledge Kevin Captain, who is as responsive as one person can be. I got to know and experience his responsiveness and his competency when I chaired the Echo Volusia PAC for the vote. He was so helpful then, and he continues to be helpful and takes my occasional calls on Echo or other county business, so thank you, Kevin. And of course, Donna DeMarsh, who I have watched her grow from an intern at the Deltona MSD before we were even a city to her position of leadership in the organization now. Watching her growth in this organization has been inspiring. And while I know Will Roberts is a tax collector is a separate division, his staff was so helpful when I was sorting titles prior to Ed's passing. Kindness matters. And finally, George Rechtenwall and his management team have been personally kind and helpful to me. More than that, it's the help and leadership they provide to this outside this organization. As an example, relationships with my city are much more improved, and that is much in part because George sets the standard. So I know you all hear the bad stuff, but really I had some good stuff today. I'm glad I stopped by. But I want to tell you that your staff rocks it, and I'm honored to have been with this organization in some form, either as elected or appointed since 1987. So thank you all, and good luck to you all.
Thank you. That brings us to George Rechtenwald, County Manager.
Well, thank you. And thank you, Pat, for the whole, like you said, we have a great team here, and I realize that every day that I come in. I do have to, the risk of sounding a little like a broken record today, I guess people do know what records are. They're back out. I'll just make sure. We're having trouble hiring in another area, and it's a little bit more complex. The area is Votran, and Votran, of course, as we know, is a separate entity, and the vast majority of the people there they all work really for another entity. But we have worked with Votran, and we given out, this council has approved, and we've given out bonuses for bus drivers, both for hiring and retention. But we are getting to a little bit of a crisis stage there, and with that, and again, this is, I have checked, this is common across the country. We're up against certain places like Jacksonville and others that are hiring with very large bonuses, $10,000 range and things. There's a crisis for CDL licenses, period. We are starting a CDL program here, and we may work with Votran as well on that. But in the meantime, we're going to have to make some temporary adjustments to the schedule, and we'll put those out. I'll just say we've got just several non-peak routes. They won't mean much to people here. I need them. They'll be put out by Kevin Captain and the team at Votran as well. But we're going to have to take some of the non-peak routes that are currently on a 30-minute turnaround, and we're going to have to go to 60. And right now that would be Route 3, 4, 11, and 60. And then there's going to be some other routes that will have to just go from 30 minutes to 60 minutes all day, not just the non-peak. And that is Route 10, 20, and 7. Again, these are temporary changes. Permanent changes would have to go and will go to a public hearing process and would add a lot of time. This is an emergency measure. While we are in the process of hiring, we do have some folks that we are bringing on. I'm also getting, not only the issue of covering the routes, but the issue of overtime and the issue of safety. These people are working tremendous overtime, and I have to make sure that they get some rest. One of the latest people that I heard was leaving because they had no days off, and that's again a testament that the people that are working really hard. And so really it's incumbent upon us, and we've got to get some people back into these positions. So we're looking at, this would probably be a 2 to 3 month long period of time. And of course, as we go into the budget, we'll be talking about long-term. We have some presentations coming up in the next meeting or two about Votran as well. So we'll go over that, but I just want to let you know that that will be coming, and we will be putting that out, and there will be some advertising about that. Today, you helped out tremendously by approving the taxi vendor contract. That'll help in that particular area. That's one other thing we are going to have to look at is right now we try to operate with a 60-minute window for paratransit passengers. We may have to expand that to 90 minutes. So again, it's an important service, and we realize that, and all we're at that point asking for people is to have some patience and time, and schedules far ahead is absolutely possible, because that helps us use all the tools in our toolbox if we know that people are needing a paratransit vehicle. It's the last minute ones that can be a problem. And I think Ms. Gertman brought up, and others, I mean, there are people that very, very dependent on these services, and we can't leave them hanging out there. So we have to be attendant to them. So I just ask everyone, and we'll put that out there to, again, schedule in advance as much time as they can. That really helps us during this particular time. And that.
I just want to ask him something. That's
Sure.
okay. How are they being notified?
Well, we'll get a hold. We have, as far as current users and things, like we can get out information back to them. They're registered. It'll be directly put through to those regular type users. The other people on the bus, they'll be notified with stuff on the bus, and also we'll put a lot of stuff in the media as well, put stuff at bus stops. So we'll use, as Kevin said, all platforms that we can to make sure that this is out there. So again, appreciate everybody's patience, but this is nothing that's unique to Volusia County.
George, what are the age parameters for bus drivers?
We'll take them at 6. No. I'll have to check into that. I don't know, but it's probably we're a CDL license. So if maybe Calvin could tell us, but it's probably 8th grade.
You saw where I was going.
Kelvin Miller, General Manager, Votran. Now, we would take them at 2 years old if they could drive a bus at this point in time, but the age limit is 21.
To
get a CDL and to drive a bus.
To what age? What upper limit? There isn't one?
If we could
No, it's a serious question, because I'm thinking, a young person in high school probably doesn't see, when I grow up, I want to be a bus driver,
Right.
but it's an honorable profession. It's a service profession.
It is.
I mean, you're helping handicapped people, older people, people that have no other way to get around, and you get to know a lot of those people. I know a bus driver. And
we have some drivers who's been driving for over 40 years.
So it is an honorable profession, and I'm thinking people that are getting ready to retire that don't want to just sit around the house could probably get to know a lot more people if they could be bus drivers.
You know, we got two over here that we give the job to, and that's shortening our meetings up a little bit.
It is physically demanding, I assume, to drive that bus around.
It is, but I will say that I started off driving a bus when I was in college, and I thought the same thing, but it's easy to drive. You're bigger than everybody else for the most. And we do train everybody. If you don't have a CDL, just have a regular license, we do train folks to drive the bus.
Good, okay.
That's all I had.
Danny, you had a question for George, or?
I have no other kind of one-liners today, but can we look at this maybe in a different way? And this isn't something that's going to happen overnight, but you know, with the GVWR at $25,999 for your CDL, your Class B straight truck, can we look at, and it was something a few weeks ago, I kind of put you on the spot when it comes to maintenance and everything of these grant funds that we get in to buy these new buses. Can we look at maybe diversifying the fleet a little bit more and opening up our employee base of who we can hire by not getting CDL required trucks? Can we do the same job in E350s, short buses, stuff that don't require air brake endorsements, any of this stuff? Kind of see what I'm saying? Where if we need CDL and we're having a hard time, we got to look other ways to still complete this. You know what I'm saying?
We are governed by Florida statute that requires us to have a CDL in order to drive because we have those E350s, and Florida statute requires us to have CDLs to drive those.
Even the little ones. I asked the other day. I was right, exactly what you were talking about. I was wondering, and actually, Calvin enlightened me on a few other things too. You know, the preference actually for the drivers typically are the bigger fixed route buses as well. On the subject of hard work, on the smaller ones, of course, there's more work in helping patients and riders get on, so they're stopping and getting off. But again, that might be something, again, legislatively, I think the state has to look at some things like that as a possibility, that we could go to a easier to get license at a certain break point, and that would maybe help us out with some flexibility. So, but we'll look at that legislatively and continue. We're looking in-house. We'll look at other people who maybe want to drive part-time, but I could say, you know, we have CDL drivers in other areas, but because of shortages in those areas, they're working a lot of overtime as well. But I think as we get some areas back, that'll provide more opportunity, and then maybe we can persuade some folks to work into some of these other high-need areas, maybe at least part-time or weekends as well. So,
all right.
Mike, County Attorney.
Sure. I sent an email to you recently about a court ruling that came out of the 5th District Court of Appeal, and it was a challenge to an ordinance that Orange County had adopted on human rights. Our council adopted a similar model ordinance back in 2011. Some portions of that ordinance were found to be unconstitutional, and so we've been looking at to see what are the next steps. Orange County's indicated they're definitely appealing, but they would have to go to the Florida Supreme Court. But I would like to bring back to you kind of an update on that and what some options would be if we were to try to navigate this latest ruling. What should we change with our ordinance? And so I would ask if that would be acceptable to you to do so. If you want to, you can tell me by consensus or motion if you like, but I do need to bring something back to you on that.
I'm assuming the board would appreciate it. Anybody opposed?
Okay.
Then proceed.
And we have did notify you that I think we're starting to see more activity with the opioid settlements. There's 3 more that are coming. We're waiting to get information on that. It's about $813 million for the state of Florida from 3 companies, Teva, Allergan, and CBS. I know I read in a news report this morning that there's a trial in Polk County occurring, the state of Florida's legal action against Walgreens. That is not part of a settlement. So we're just seeing a lot of activity. We're going to continue to bring those settlement agreements to you. And I don't have any figures on what that can mean for us, but we will by the time I bring those to you when we get that information from the state. And, you know, those funds are going to come in the nature of really in 1 of 2 pots, funds that would be directly handled by the county, this council, and those that would first be reviewed by that advisory board that you establish with most cities in Volusia County from a regional standpoint. So I wanted to alert you to that. And lastly, I did just want to give a shout out, a thank you to Assistant County Attorney London Knott and Kevin Bledsoe, the Deputy County Attorney in litigation. I told you they won a 3-day jury trial recently in a liability defense case, and they just do a terrific job as a team. And because we are self-insured, we're not dealing with an insurance company. Every dollar that we deal with in those cases is a tax dollar. So just really appreciate their leadership and their skill. Thank you.
Barb Gartman, did you have a question?
Yeah, for Mike, can you clarify the email recently on the West Volusia Hospital Authority?
Sorry, turned off my microphone. So I sent out to you this morning some information that had been requested on West Volusia Hospital Authority. What would it look like if they continue to not pay or did not exist? What would the dissolution process look like for that special district? Basically, there are, let's see, I just had it here, a number of counties that have hospital districts. We're unique that we have multiple. Broward County and Volusia County are the only counties in Florida that have more than one hospital taxing district. And each of them were created by the legislature. They're very similar in their missions and the way the law reads. But all 3 of them historically have paid for 2 things that could come back or would come back to the county if you did not have a hospital district that wasn't already levying taxes for health services. And the first is the one we're litigating, the Medicaid contribution. And the other is, it's an acronym called HCRA. It's the Florida Healthcare Responsibility Act. And it places onto counties, unless you have a hospital district like we do, the ultimate financial obligation to help offset out-of-county hospital care for indigent patients. Those are 2 expenses if West Volusia did not exist, let's say, or did not pay, would fall by default to the county government. And so we did offer some details, what those dollar figures look like, and you know what would be possible options for the council to consider if it did have to find an alternative funding means. And here's the number I was looking for. There are 24 hospital districts in the state of Florida. You would have the option, and by the way, we're happy to do a presentation on this if you would like or want more information, but you could establish a special district to a dependent or independent special district. The distinction is there is statutory authority for an independent special district that would actually give a similar entity like a hospital authority ad valorem taxing power. And one of the things we were looking at is, well, if you did that, assuming you didn't already have a hospital district that was already charging for the same service, could they pay for the Medicaid and HICRA expenses? At first blush, I think the answer is yes, the way that's written. Or you could, but that has to be established by referendum, the approval of the voters. You could establish on your own, without referendum approval, a dependent special district that would not have separate ad valorem taxing power. It would still fall under the counties. But one of the things we could look at would be, we need to, if you're interested in that, is could that be a separate line item on, say, a tax bill, so it's clear what the purpose is, similar to what you do for ECHO and Forever.
Okay.
And so that's really a summary of it. And if you have any questions, please let me know. I want to thank Laura Coleman, spent a lot of time getting the information together, and I appreciate her effort.
I appreciate that. I want to go on the record saying I recognize the West Volusia Hospital Authority and their service to community, so I certainly would not want to see that happen, but I do know that we have to do our due diligence and be prepared for whatever options may be presented to us, because we didn't want to be in the position we're in now. So, but I appreciate it. Thank you.
Sure. And we did, we're still, the litigation's still ongoing, as I shared with you, that the hospital authority filed a motion to dismiss our lawsuit, so there'll be a hearing on that, and it's just going to take time to work its way through. And that's about it. Thank you.
Good. Thank you. I see Cyrus in the back. Are you here to give us exciting news on new flights coming in, or you're just here to listen? If you have exciting news, we always want to hear how the airport's growing and doing better.
Well, as a matter of fact, not quite yet. Cyrus Callum, Director Aviation and Economic Resources. So we are in the process of talking to some airlines, especially since COVID, the restrictions have been slowly lifting, even though I did hear an inkling that there is something else out there rumbling. But Canada has been reintroduced into the discussion. So we're having conversations. There's a startup Canadian carrier that's looking at us, and then there's another Canadian carrier as well. So Joanne Magley's been working really hard with our aviation consultant, our aviation development, air service development consultant, Volair. And they've been doing fantastic research and working with our convention and visitors bureaus and so forth to put together some statistics to help support some of the things that they're looking for, because we're going to be looking a lot towards hotels. Of course, the cost of hotel rooms and the ability to serve and sell packages with the airlines is going to be very important. So we are working diligently with all of our stakeholders to make sure get some things to happen to come through fruition. Other thing I want to report out on, our Washington, D.C. service is doing well. It's actually probably going to come to an end in May, but American Airlines is saying that the loads have been fantastic, so they're going to look at potentially bringing that service back next year. So,
I figure a lot of those Canadian flights will be one way from Canada to Florida.
Absolutely.
From what I've been reading.
Absolutely. But lots of opportunity out there. The merger with Spirit and Frontier, there's still some discussion on how that's going to affect us. Of course, both of those carriers are heavily participants into the Orlando market, but what we are finding is there's a number of passengers that fly into those markets and then drive over to our area. And with those overlapping markets, there may be an opportunity to steal a flight or two that way. So we're working hard on it. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you letting me put you on the spot like that.
Well, we got through it. Thank you, sir.
You did. Thank you. All right. Danny Robbins.
Thanks, Chair. I'll try to make it quick. National Coastal Resilience Fund. There's a fund out there. There's a grant that just opened. If folks want to look at it, the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation, there's a couple partners on there, the Department of Defense, NOAA, and there's a lot of grant opportunities there, but I found one that I was turned on to. There's $140 million out there that's up for grabs, so we can get some of that federal money, bring it back to hopefully Volusia County if we're not doing it already. But it can be used in coastal marshes, wetlands, rivers. I don't know if there's something we can use with the chain of lakes, and also something that's a hot topic I posted on social media, but our dune and beach systems, addressing some of these after-the-fact natural hazards that we deal with, stabilization and whatnot. I don't know if we can instruct staff to look at that, but the closing for the pre-approval is 4/21 of 22. Is that something we can look at, try to capture some of that money?
Yes, we'll look at it.
I could send you the link on it.
Please do.
Another thing, I was able to get some numbers for the averages. We brought it up and we've been talking about it the last couple meetings on the I'm drawing a blank, but the fund where we give out the scholarship funds for sponsorship funds, I'm sorry. I got the last, I got a 5-year average here. 2017, 19,225 was spent. 2018, 60,870. 2019, council, it looks like, changed it, put new rules in place, 83,459. It dropped back down in 2020 to $42,006. In 2021, 18,500 because of COVID. So far, we're at a pace where we're probably going to hit somewhere in the $44,000 range. We're at 14,500 now. And just as a couple options to look at, correct me if I'm wrong, we have a $60,000 budget for that?
Actually, it's 40.
Okay. I don't know if we can look at a rotation for people. These are just some ideas because it's been a hot item here. Where if someone draws from this fund, can they do it on maybe a 2 or 3 year rotation, open up that opportunity for somebody else? Can we reduce this area? Can we look at bringing it down from 1,500 to 1,000? You know, this is another one of these areas that I'm willing to dig in on and look at it. But also, too, I think something big is making a look at policy or think about policy where if they get a sponsorship from this council as a Volusia County entity, is there anything that stops them from hitting the school board, this board, that board, and totally just kind of, I shouldn't say abusing the system, but when does this stop? Is a serious question I think we need to think about.
There's nothing now that would prevent from another agency, separate agency. There is in the rules that they can't receive money from us to operate or currently. So in other words, if they're already getting money through our other programs, they're not eligible for the $1,500, up to $1,500 now.
And that's like, so if they receive money, George, from the school board, are they allowed to come to us and
Yes.
get money?
Yeah, they would be.
Okay.
Right.
Can we look at policy to come back where if they're able to draw on this, because at the end of the day, that's a taxpayer funded entity, you know, and something about 501s, are we in the business of sustaining them? You know what I mean? When it comes to children, elderly, veterans, absolutely. You know, I think we're all for that. But at what point, though, I'm really interested in drilling down on some of this and to see a total number, and I had it on my list here, of what we actually, what is actually on the house countywide. And can we set up a little bit better system of checks and balances where if they do get a draw from another entity in this county that is able to give them taxpayer money, where they can't do it on our end as well and keep going down, because I have a feeling that may be happening.
I think we can look at this. I will say, from what we've seen, and I think where this started was often as part, like you say, it's a sponsorship typically for an event that they're having to raise money. So this is where it came from. If you notice, they're not ever asking just for the money to run their operation and these sponsorships. Sponsorships basically are, you're taking part in some sort of a fundraising event, usually a dinner, a dance, or some other type of event. So that's kind of the genesis of where we got into this. I will say, through the years, the county has developed a pretty sophisticated system overall through the other various agencies, through Donna's shop, where these services have competed, they get funded, and they are watched and graded and come back. So we have that for their actual operations on where public money is going into that. So really, council can make whatever rules they'd like to do. You could get into business more regulating. You could get out of the business totally, as has already been proposed, maybe at the end of the year or whenever you'd like. So we can look at tighten it down if that's the will of the council, make it smaller. But again, it really got going, and I think Mr. Johnson mentioned it earlier. There really was no rule, and then we put rules in, and then you saw it cut in half right at that time, and it's kind of been motoring along since then, a little smaller. And of course, there were no events to go to during the pandemic, or very few, so you saw the amount go down. It has kind of popped back up a little bit, but I think you're probably realistically on a little less than 40,000, because what happens, there's like a season of those type of things. Summers usually are slower, then it might heat back up again in the fall. So it's hard to project exactly.
I'm just trying to find some middle ground with this. I think it's all important. I see Barb's point, and I agree with her. Mr. Chester, I've seen that, and I see Ben's as well. But I would just like for us to maybe look at, to find a little consensus on this. I think we can do better. And in that way, we cut out some of the abuse.
Sure.
I really just, and personally, and this is not speaking on behalf of the council, I don't agree with hitting one, hitting another. But also, too, maybe looking at a system where if they do draw from us, what happens if there's another company or another event that we need to sponsor, and there's no money there, and it's a good event?
Oh, that's it. You could run out. And like I say, it all started from actually during this period of time right now, at the end of the meeting, groups would ask council people to be involved in a fundraiser typically, and that's kind of, and that probably goes back at least 10 years. And so we would get involved, and then really wasn't until Mr. Johnson and brought it up that, we started seeing it go from $20,000 or $30,000 up to the $80,000, and that's when we put a limit. And that's the other thing we could do is also just look at, well, if you're not comfortable with 40, but you want something, we can make it 30 or 25. I mean, that could be part of the budget recommendation that we bring forward.
I'd be more than happy to make that recommendation. Just maybe come back and give us a couple options.
I thought we talked about doing that in October, Danny. I mean, now we're starting to talk it over again. We've already talked about this once today in October, to take and sit down and evaluate it. And here we are beating it around, and you, as you're saying, well, some good fundraiser, all of a sudden, they don't get in. Well, they know if they're having some kind of a fundraiser, they should know right now, and they should know. It's not up to us to worry about it, but we got $40,000 budgeted. If they don't get in on time, shame on them.
But something,
that's their problem.
Something we need to pay attention to Ben, is the fact that here we can get a jump on some of this and drilling down on some of this instead of leaving it to the fourth quarter and with the shot clock going down like last year.
You don't change the rules in the middle of the game. We need to talk about it for, for coming years, but not today.
I'm with you, but we're on pace to hit that. What can we do in the future? And that's something we need to look at. And there's no wrong time to do the right thing. I think this is something to look at, and I just don't want to leave this stuff to crunch time, and then at the end of the budget or at budget season, we're up in the air. What else? Is anybody in support of exploring that at your leisure? We don't have to.
Would you like it part of the budget process to make sure, which it would be, it is anyway, but I'll make sure, from what I've heard today and gathered, I think there's support that I could bring back some options in that area.
That sounds good.
I would like to see it brought back, but not just with options, just with the ability just to discuss the whole thing
Right.
and decide if we even continue it or
Right,
not.
well, in a lot of cases, that's one of the options.
Okay.
And that's kind of what I was looking at, just to get this discussion a little bit going in the right direction. I want to give some kudos. Items Y, Z, and AA today. It was nice to see that there was a little bit of a share there in some of those projects down there at the Marine Discovery Center, where some of the maintenance and upkeep bill was picked up. I don't know if we can do more of that in the future. So often we buy or do some of these projects, and then we're left not only building it, going through all this, whether it's legal, construction, and then we're left taking care of it. And as we know, maintenance is one of the greatest costs in everything that we do.
We're always looking for partners, and certainly in running the place, that's one of my primary goals, is to have those type of partners.
Cool, excellent. And I was looking at some ordinances or special exceptions to look at and possibly cut. And it's kind of to piggyback a little bit or echo off of what Ms. Gertman had touched on with some of our agricultural community out west and over in that on the east side as well. There's a special exception for agricultural products not produced on the property. In a nutshell, if you grow something or have an agricultural product that you produce on your property on a green belt, you can sell it or market it from your property. But as an example, if Tom down the street has tomatoes growing on his property, you buy them, okay, but you also grow tomatoes. Technically, by law, you can't sell Tom's tomatoes because they weren't grown on your property. I don't know if there's something we can look at. I know we created an ordinance for the food trucks. Is there something we can look at to possibly allow that special exception to be a normal kind of use or entitlement within like the transitional agricultural zoning? Does that make sense? As a standard use? What I'm looking at is to make it a standard use instead of a special exception, where you have the ability. Yeah, that's what I'm. No decision today. Is it possible we can come back with some
we have a growth management workshop next week. If I have some information by then, we'll roll that into that. But we'll come back with some research and let you know.
Thank you. That's it.
Billy Wheeler.
Thank you. I don't have much. I just wanted to ask staff, we know that there is going to be another community meeting with the Pelican Bay group and the Amazon situation. There were a lot of comments that were made here today that I didn't think were factual. And I absolutely, if those messages, and we know they're out there and they're growing, but the amount of trips was way off base, and from what I'm understanding, it's 600 trips, 300 trucks. But the other thing is, and I in discussing this with staff on Thursday, because I've been also, how else can we do this if we turned right, blah, 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 and all this kind of stuff. So they're looking at all those options. But then again, we have to understand that the employees, and how many employees?
Yeah, there's over 1,000 employees that was mentioned today.
Yeah.
So,
those are all coming in on Williamson.
correct.
So
Over half the trips.
Yeah, so then you're hitting Williamson full steam ahead too. And they make it appear that we have the total say-so. Amazon is done. And
Yeah, my understanding is that they're literally working on the site now.
Yeah.
So that,
but there's just a heck of a lot of
Sure.
information out there that is not factual. So I would really hope that staff is there. Jeff's going to go. I know I'm going to be there present. But the last one, we really weren't able to speak. I would hope that staff would be there to clarify some of the things that we can do and some of the things we can't, and some of the scenario that's being thrown out there that is absolutely not facts.
sure, we will have staff there, and I could say the data that like you're quoting will more than likely be presented by the Hillwood Group, who I believe will be there to speak. Of course, we have to depend. That's where the information, is what they've submitted in their application and what how they intend to run the place. So, but yeah, there is a lot of confusion or changing of. I think I've heard most of the numbers, but they're not attaching the right thing to it. They're confusing a trip with the number of vehicles, and they're kind of interchanging that. And the idea is there'll be 300 trucks, and they'll come in and out. So that's about 600 trips.
Yeah.
So when you take that over 24 hours and understand that they do a lot of their work because they do move things for a living, they are very aware of the traffic and they want to move it as quickly and as efficiently as possible. So they'll work their schedules at very different times of the day. A lot of it's at night. So when you say and talk about these numbers, again, you can't necessarily just divide by 24, which is what they're doing. But you can get a rough idea of that and then understand that there'll be times when it'll probably be busier and other times when it'll be less than that. But when you do that and you take into consideration, and again, this was not haphazard. We have traffic engineers that have worked on this, and we're working on it for quite some time.
How long's quite some time? It's not just a year or two.
Well, exactly. I mean, this stuff's been built and designed out there going back to 2014.
Those are the points that need to be out there that they need to hear.
Exactly, and
we are all concerned about it.
Sure, absolutely.
For sure, we're absolutely, and we're going to do what we can.
Yeah, so you'll be talking over half of the trips. 55% will likely be employees using Williamson, and then there's another entrance right now for Bellevue, not Bevel, but Bellevue. So about 15% will be going in that area. So you're looking at it's already been worked out to break those trips up,
right?
And so I think that's important to know, and also to know that again, and this is one of the parts of traffic engineering that you have to work with. There are other landowners up and down the road, and they all have a right to use their land as well, and then we have to factor in the potential uses of that land and what could be coming out of there on trips. Some will have to use Williamson because their land borders right on, and that they don't have, or it's not a big enough piece to go anywhere else. So they will be using. So it'll be a lot more on Williamson. I don't think, no one should feel like Williamson's getting a pass here. It's not at all. It's going to have more traffic, a lot more traffic. And
I know I've brought up several times about, the people in Pelican Bay using the West Gate, but I've just asked their options, if that was an option for them. So far, they have to have like 75% vote to open up that gate, And what I'm understanding is they're not getting that participation in it. I just, again, I just think it's important that people understand we are looking at everything, we're trying to do that, but some of that information was just not correct. And that's where we need to speak out. And so I really want someone there from staff, whether it's our engineer or whomever, that can answer those questions, and when they're brought up incorrectly, that we could correct them.
We'll have professional staff that will be at the ready.
And I thank you.
Especially, and like I say,
it is a concern, and I understand. Absolutely, I understand. Again, our vote in November was what?
No, you put me on the spot.
Proportionate
yeah, it's a prop share for them actually to pay us through their impact fees ahead of time.
And Amazon at that time was not, that name was not given to us.
That's correct. It was part of the Hillwood development.
We had no idea it was Amazon. It was a large distribution center,
which we knew, but we didn't know what. So we worked with them on the prop share, and of course the prop share, they're building a road as part of this deal. They're building part of our road.
I just, as many times as we say it, I'm just, Hi, Ted.
The other agreement in November was the right-of-way use agreement, so that they could construct that extension of the road to the north. So.
And we did not have, or we didn't have Amazon.
Correct. They did not identify at that point in time.
Okay. Thank you.
Barb Gertman.
Thank you, Chair. I had mentioned earlier about the National Federation of the Blind Daytona chapter, meeting with them last week or week before, and their concerns with Votran. But what they wanted us to know was that they appreciated the service and that they understood that, you know, there will be challenges, especially at this time. However, the concern was work, school, and medical, to ensure that they had a reliable source of transportation and weren't kind of left in the lurch late at night or somewhere without having reasonable accommodation. So I'm hoping, with the challenges that we know Votran is having, that with the special population, that we're able to meet those needs for them and can prioritize that. So I wanted to get that out on record. The Strive to Thrive, partnering with Prosperity, was March 31st. My understanding that went very well, had good participation. And just want to thank the community services team. And to me, there's a difference in community service and social service. That may not be the same interpretation by community, but or residents, but that's my view of the community service, and that voters are also interested in seeing investments in the community and supporting those types of efforts. On also that same day, on March 31st, that evening, I had a town hall meeting that was well attended. Thank you, Mr. Chester, for participating. And it was great to hear the voices, concerns, but also some really good suggestions that were shared. And I want to let the staff know how much I appreciate their presentations, their answers, their supports. They were there with purpose, they were prepared, and they were very professional. And the feedback that I received from constituents supported the same message. And even in the presentations that we're having here, it's because we know what we're working with. I think we've seen probably 50% of our management and others change in the last 2 to 3 years under the guidance of
George Breckenwald, the county manager, county attorney, deputy attorney, and deputy manager. There's just a new vision and empowerment that I see from staff that I think through these presentations are coming through clearly, that the county's headed in a good direction. And I think it's really important that those messages continue to be put out there in the best ways that we can to communicate with the public, that they are being heard, staff is responsive. No, we're not getting it right 150% of the time, but we're doing the best we can with what we have. And I just think we're in a good place, going in a good direction, and I'm glad to see staff empowered for us to hear their voices and for them to receive what the citizens are saying back to us. So again, just impressed and appreciative, and I'm just glad to be working with you and for you and stand with you. Thanks.
Ben Johnson.
I just got a couple things. The first one is I want to weigh in with Billy. And we keep hearing, and one of the things we keep hearing, oh, this is the tourist way in. This is the tourist way in. How many times have we heard that from people standing right there? You can't get those trucks in feasibly from 92. Bevel is the only feasible way to put them there. So no matter what, you're going to have trucks on Bevel Road. Whether it's just from the interstate to Williamson, it doesn't matter. It's the same issue that far. You've got choices here. You can't run everything in Williamson Boulevard. So if you decide to put the trucks in on Williamson Boulevard, you better plan on putting the workers in on Bevel Road. Now that's fine and dandy, because then you're going to have massive traffic at shift change. They're not thinking about that. That has been long set up to be an industrial area out there. This is nothing new. And I realize not in your own backyard. I understand that, and understand that I guess I can have some of their feelings, but some things we just can't control, and we can't stop the fact of economic development around our airport that we planned for years and been setting up for, not just have a piece of property out there that's no good. The only other things we could do out there is make it into homes, which is more of a problem. So it's one of those things that no matter what's going to happen, we're going to be condemned for it. But we're better off sticking pretty much with the plan that has been set in place at this time for the trucks to do that on a safe, federal type road that's been set up to do this, that comes out in straight shot rather than coming down and no matter what, you got to cross traffic somewhere. But the same token, coming out, you have to come out Williamson, get down, stop at a traffic light, then turn right and go on, where the other way, you have a lot more room to get lined up, whether you want to go northbound, southbound, or wherever you're going. So it's something that they're going to be unhappy with us one way or another. It's there, it's been planned, it's not going to be stopped. Also, people had a lot of these same things when it came up in Deltona about Amazon, if you remember. And since it's happened, the people I've talked to down there say they don't even notice it really. It has not been an issue. And I don't think it's going to be as big an issue as they think over there. Yes, traffic's going to increase. It's always going to keep increasing. So anyway, that's where my stance is. One other thing is today, and let me start this by saying this. We realize this is political season. And we realize there's people sitting on this dais that are running for office. And I can honestly say I hadn't heard the first one of them get up here and say, I'm running for office. You're running for office, I know. But no, that has not happened. It's not supposed to happen. This is not a political forum in this room. But twice we've had somebody stand up there, and we've never seen them before it got to be political season, and twice they stood up and said, I'm running for at large. This is not the place for that. And I really think, and right here, we kind of have to put the chair, I think we have to let him know how we feel about it. But I think, and we don't have to embarrass them, but just to remind them, whenever anybody does that, that you stop them right there and remind them, look, this is not the place for that. This is the place for your business, not for you to announce here, so it goes out over our internet system and to everyone else that they're running for office. That's just not the right place to do it. And a nice, kind reminder, I think, would be in order so it doesn't happen. And it would be his duty, if one of us sat here and said, well, I'm running for office, that he slap us. Slap us a little harder than slap them. But it's something that needs to be done, because this is not the place to try to take and work for votes. Thank you.
Fred Lowry.
I'm good, thank you. Actually, I had 13 things I wanted to.
Okay, I had 2, now I have 6, but most of them were cut. I'll start with what Ben just said. Mike Dyer, is that legal? That would be my first question, is it?
We would need to, right now, you have a meeting rules or ordinance that there's not a prohibition against that. If you would like us to look to see what way we could regulate that, if we can at all, obviously, when you have public comment at meetings, you have an extensive amount of First Amendment protections for free speech. So, if you're my initial reaction to is I don't think we could. I think we're very limited in what we can do in that regard.
Yeah, that's. I think I don't want to be hypocritical. I'm trying to remember, but I think at some point when I was running, I came up to talk about the medical examiner's building, and I think I mentioned that I was also running for office. But it's nobody yelled at me. And he didn't yell at the woman that spoke today either, but I understand your point, and I don't want this to become a campaign stop either.
Mr. Chair, I wonder if that could be something, when you go into the public comments, you could just kind of set the table. We would prefer, if you're running for as a candidate, that you keep politics, or maybe that's just something you imply at the very beginning rather than correcting someone or.
Well, I think you can suggest that, but free speech, man, you're really limited. I think we'll get ourselves in trouble. Yeah.
Barb Gertman has a political statement to make.
See, I really did, but I guess I do believe that it's a public comment. And this is, even if you're running for office, you're running for a public office, right? So I get that this isn't what this is about, but in one way, it is, right? It is about communicating with the public and having the public hear a voice if they're willing to come and make whatever that statement is. I don't feel like I couldn't make that statement that I'm running for office. Yeah, I'm running for office.
State's attorney?
I'm running for re-election. But I'm just saying, I think it's important that we be genuine about that opportunity for them to come and make a public comment.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have the same problem with it that Ben has, whether I was running for office or not. I think it's their right.
Okay, Mike, will you just come back and you can tell me privately, or you can tell the whole council that what I can do legally, because Billy's asking me to do something that I'll probably get arrested for.
No, I'm happy to do that. I would like take a look at just my initial reaction to it is I think there's very little we can do.
Yeah.
Fred?
Well, I just want to say, I don't think that people realize it doesn't do all that much good as they think it does. It's not a big deal. It isn't like they're going to get thousands of votes now because they came in here. But and some people, they kind of show their inexperience when they do things like that. That's okay. Everybody has inexperience at one time, but Yeah, freedom of speech, it's gonna be kind of hard to, I don't see how we can do anything on that, really. Thank you.
Did you have any announcements to make?
No,
Political announcements? No.
Well, not political.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
I'm hearing what's said, forget it.
It's good. We all understand what you're saying, but, free speech is.
Yeah,
so-
and that's a big point.
Yeah.
That is a big point, that, that,
Yeah.
so I mean, in a nutshell, so just forget it.
And then they'll live or die by their statements. The public will receive it or not, so.
Cross that off your list.
I thought you were running for state's attorney. County line. Okay, wow. Most of what I wanted to say has been touched on. Amazon was one of them, and I just want to make sure, Billy, thank you for asking about staff, but also Bevel is a state road. Do you know if anybody from FDOT will be there?
Yeah, I don't know that. We can try to find out. I would imagine, it's really not our meeting, so we don't know for sure who was invited, but they certainly are a major part of this, and I do know that some of the proposed solutions will involve the state road, so they'll have to be part of the conversation.
Them and I can ask Commissioner Cantu about it as well. I'd also like to see Mark Watts there. I believe he's representing Hillsdale.
Yeah,
and,
I believe they are kind of the centerpiece of the meeting.
And I'm probably more optimistic because I am getting calls from people in Pelican Bay. One of them was the gentleman that was here this morning that had some really productive suggestions. I think we might be surprised that they know it's coming. Almost all of them are they shop at Amazon, so they're not against it. They're really not against Amazon. They just they don't like where it is. But I think we can mitigate it with the help of FDOT and all of the tenants that will be there, and making some changes to the lengthening of lanes and traffic signals. I think and I think they do at this point, once they hear that the 1,500 employees won't be entering from Bevel, that'll help a lot. That's a lot of the trips. And a simple thing like changing the name of the street. For whatever reason, they don't want that street called Pelican Bay. So that's pretty simple, but I think we can mitigate it, but it has to, in the end, it has to work for the people that live there as well as for the businesses that have, Billy's right. We weren't asked to approve Amazon. It wasn't our call. Okay.
Can you see that?
I can see it. NASCAR?
Representative from Hillwood.
This meeting is really deteriorating.
Representative from Hillwood, representative from NASCAR, 2 or more elected officials from the city of Daytona Beach, and Volusia County, city of Daytona Beach, and Volusia County government staff. Thursday, April the 14th, 6 p.m. at the church wherever it is, United Presbyterian Church.
Right. So, for us, it wasn't our call of who comes there. It was NASCAR property. There was some county airport property. But in this circumstance, what we were asked to do was either take money to help make road improvements or not take the money. We voted to take the money. Turns out to be Amazon. The city of Daytona Beach voted for Amazon, and now we have an opportunity to work with our willing partners at the city of Daytona Beach and hopefully FDOT and our county staff, and make it work for the residents there. And that's our responsibility. is to try and end up with the best product that we can for them. Impact fees, this is to answer the questions that I'm getting about that. The impact fee study, we're required by the state of Florida. We can't just raise impact fees. We have to do the study. That was started middle of last year, and we have no control over that. It will come in October. We'll have the results of that study, and then the council decides what they want to do with that. But it is in the works, and it is coming. The two final things and quick things is that I would like to talk with county staff, probably Clay or whoever you arrange, George, about low impact development. I have a manual that I got at the conference that all of us went to, and it's a volume. It's big, and I don't know if we can write an ordinance with that much stuff, but we need to have some standards. Developers are right; they need to know what's expected of them if that's where we're going. So I would like to talk to staff about, how we go through that process. If it will probably ultimately require a low impact development workshop. But I want to start that now with
Sure.
whenever staff is available.
We can talk. I believe it will be talked about next Tuesday
At the growth management.
Right. So
I don't think we'll write an ordinance though.
not on that day, because you've had several requests of subject area, so it'll be a broad workshop, and it will be that's why it's on a separate day. So,
Right.
But certainly, I hoped out of that we would have direction to where you want to go for ordinance changes and standard changes.
Right. And I think the suggestion this morning that the county lead the way is a fair suggestion. If we're going to require it, it could start with us. Which brings me to my final point. The woman that said that was Wendy Anderson. And so I'll end with what I did briefly mention this morning. I would, we do have a vacancy in the St. John's Water Management District Board. It's an appointed board, appointed by the governor. And the governor appoints because people suggest really good people to him. And he doesn't know everybody in the state, and I think it would be worth our while to make a suggestion. And I would just like him to consider her. She does have, she's an environmentalist. She's the chair of the Soil and Water Board. The board's pretty well represented by people in agriculture, by everybody in Florida is touched by our water, but by economic interest. And I think that's necessary, but we should also have somebody with environmental education degrees, and I think that's also required on the board. So I am going to write a letter. I'm also going to ask our local legislative body to maybe join us in asking him to promote her or to appoint her. She works really well with developers. She's not their enemy. She can compromise, and she works to end up with a better product than what was often started with. I think she would be a fair choice. She's also president of her HOA. Professor at Stetson, and so I'll start it and then send it to the rest of the council, and then y'all can give me feedback. Billy?
Yeah, I was just wondering, is there an amount of, like, we have one representative from Volusia? Are we allowed to have two? Or how are they?
I think it's the governor's discretion. I don't.
Yeah, I can get you information on that.
Yeah, that would be something we need to look at, I would think.
It's
Okay.
if council would like. One thing I think certainly any of you can send a letter in your own positions independently. Yeah, I think what I took from what you were saying, Mr. Chair, was that you'd be sending it as chair. If you did want something to come from this body, we could return a draft back for you all to approve. That's entirely up to you, Mr. Chair.
That's my intention.
Is that way we would avoid sunshine issues. If you have a letter that goes out to each of you asking for feedback,
Right.
we want to avoid that.
I was going to send it to Heather.
Heather Wallace?
Yes. Yeah. It was at the...
No, I can...
Or do you want it directly to you?
No, that's fine. And that way, I just wanted to clarify, your intent was to send it on your behalf and then as chair. And we can help you with that if you like.
Okay. Ben?
Mr. Brower, I'm kind of against that at this time. She may be the very best candidate. She's a good person. She has a lot of good background. But I myself want to see who all surfaces before I start getting behind any single candidate. We just don't know yet who else might be there. So at this time, I'm not prepared to sign on to that letter until I see it kind of shake out, that we see who else comes up on that list.
Yeah, well, and I'm not opposed to that. I don't know that we have access to the list. I just want to give him a name to add to the list, and if you don't feel comfortable with that, then that's fine. I just want him to have that name to consider. Barb?
So currently, we have someone who's been appointed from Volusia, correct? And that's Miriam Giabi. So the likelihood of having two appointments from Volusia, I guess, was what Billy was asking. Mm-hmm. Because, Chair, I'm with you. Wendy was the moderator for my town hall. I mean, I think it's a good balance, for our community and how engaged she is in a lot of these issues. And I would support it but again, I don't know how, since we already have an appointment, how likely that is to happen. But no harm, no foul. If we got two on there, that to me would just be that much better. So.
Okay. That's it for me. And if there's nothing else, we will be adjourned at 5:06.